7 minutes past the hour. It's the best of, not the best of, Speedy. Here we go, buddy. Let's not start the day that way. It's the kickoff hour, actually. And it's just going to be an awesome kickoff hour, the best ever, because I got two buddies sitting here with me, fired up, ready for another day, and we thank you for being with us. There's old Eddie Van Adler. He's in the TV room multitasking like a crazy person, and he's ready and dialed in for another day. We thank him for being here. We have RBU. It is ready to publish. It is with Dave Politis with Missing 411. He's got a new book out, the latest, Missing 411 Idaho. He talks about that, plus about hunters gone missing. It's just it's wow. Anyway, you don't want to miss that. However you watch or listen to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, make sure you're ready and set up. You are subscribed and get notifications. It will publish Saturday morning. Well, we know this. The Willamette will spin. We know that, and the guys are just tickled to death. They can't wait. We know that it's Super Bowl weekend. Super Bowl 56 is Sunday, and we know the majority of you will celebrate Valentine's Day this weekend since it falls on Monday. So there's a lot out there. We'll look into the weekend and see how everybody's got their weekend plan, and then talk to you if you'd like. 866 We Be Big. All right, well, let's bring them in. Over to my left, Greg Burgess, and right over to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? Y'all good?
Well, I'd just like to welcome everybody into the Cook's Pest Control Best of Edition.
Yeah, there you go.
What was that?
12 working days of Christmas.
It's just you know, just a lot of
It's in
talking.
your brain.
A lot
It
of
just comes
talking.
out.
Just a lot of talking.
I needed the reminder for Valentine's Day.
You did.
I know we've been talking about it all week, but it's been one of those crazy weeks where you just kind of look up and you think, well, it's Monday, but you don't celebrate on Monday. You got to do that over the weekend.
You getting Amanda a new puppy though? It's just
that's not happening.
I mean, you going and getting
It's
Rocky.
going to be your gift.
I know.
No,
we know what she's
no,
getting,
no.
and I just think I don't. How you hiding it?
Nobody's getting a new puppy. That's not happening.
Say, you going to get a new table?
Well, I need to check with
Y'all
her
going to
this morning.
make it a date?
Well, we're going to have to.
Go get a new
for
table.
me to get through it. And I need to check with her at some point this morning and see what the latest is on that, because that may. She asked me earlier in the week. She said we have guys. My girls love puzzles. There's puzzles everywhere.
Yeah, we've
talked about it.
Boo.
And I don't like them being upstairs because every time I go to sit down at the table, I got to deal with a puzzle piece or a puzzle.
Yeah.
And Braden and his buddies play cards, and we play cards sometimes as a family, and board games. And Amanda's like, we need to create a space downstairs with a table that all that can go on down there. And I thought, okay, that's a good idea. I like that because I'm tired of all that being upstairs. Mm-hmm. Then she said, "Hey, I found us a table."
Yeah.
I said, "Okay, sounds good." Gave me the price and everything, but then told me it was in Prattville.
That hurts.
And
that
I'm like,
hurts.
what?
Could they meet you in Clanton?
Hey, that's a long way to go get a table.
Yeah.
Chairs.
Yeah.
We're going to pass 2 million tables and chairs on the way.
Well, it's not the right one though.
I know. So
just like you're going to be going to Tennessee and getting a puppy, and you're going to be passing. You're going to be passing a lot of puppies
I'm not
going up
doing
there.
that.
But
I'm not doing
Rocky's waiting on you. Blue Merle.
So I don't know if that's in my world tomorrow or not, but if it is, if that is still in play, I think I'm going to go your route and say, "Hey, babe, no kids are invited to this. Not that they would want to go.
Sure, who wouldn't want to
We're going to
go
turn
to
this
that?
into a Valentine's breakfast.
That's it.
And we'll go get you table.
That's
and
it.
chairs.
That's what you do.
So, Greg, what's going on with you?
What do you mean?
I'm just wondering what's going on in the world of Greg.
Just life. Just getting after it.
Were you
I ain't going to get a table. Tell you that.
Speedy? Let's just go on to you.
Well, that was your pitch to say you're going to be at a remote today.
Oh, I am.
Come on
You're
now.
right about that. Guys, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
I
can only do so much over here, Greg.
I don't know. I'll be a Hendrick
It's
Hoover.
like when you asked him a question, he's like, "What?"
It was like you forgot you were in here.
So you're going to be at Hendrick. You're going to have
That's
some
right,
Papa,
11 to 1.
Papa Murphy's
That's
pizza.
right, yeah.
Kevin and the crew will be out
That's
there,
right.
fired up, ready to go.
That's right.
You'll be under the tent. Beautiful day
Feel
where
the
we
power
live.
of Hendrick.
I think where we
It's
live is
going to
supposed
be
to
a
be
good day for it.
It's going to almost touch 70, Greg.
I like that.
Great
I
day
do
to come out and
too.
get a car,
Yeah, it is.
eat some pizza.
It is.
Let Greg tell you off.
It's good.
You know?
None of that.
Yeah.
It's all,
Greg,
it's
what
all
do you
about
have,
loving.
What do you have going on today, Greg?
Well, I didn't know we were breaking down what we were doing today.
Well, if you didn't know that, then you weren't listening.
But I mean, I don't really have anything exciting today.
It's almost like he was offended you asked him something.
Well, I mean,
I know.
what the hell do you want? We don't start out every morning going, "Hey, what y'all doing today?"
Well, we were just looking.
When have we ever done that?
It's Valentine's Day weekend, Greg. We were just asking.
Friday.
I know you hate Valentine's Day, but come on.
What's it to you?
I don't hate Valentine's Day.
Who's asking?
What the heck you? Well,
I mean,
quit looking over here. Keep talking. Get to
guys,
break.
I have a very boring life. I have nothing.
You don't have a boring life. All the minions want to know what you're doing. And really, your response is kind of right up their alley. They're probably screaming, "That's right, Greg. How dare them ask you questions?" But anyway, so we got Valentine's Day. We've got
Super Bowl.
We
I
got
keep
Super
forgetting
Bowl.
about Super
Do not ask Greg about Super Bowl.
Mind your own business.
Greg,
Friday.
Greg, I was going to ask about a prediction, but never mind.
Who cares about the Super Bowl?
That makes sense because you can't predict the score. Hey man, where you going? Where you going after show today?
Oh, I'm going to a remote. Eat some pizza.
I am looking forward to that.
I saw your cooler. You always take with you to these things
you got
in your office.
Got
and
his
I
little
thought,
cooler.
and I thought I'm gonna be a good friend here and pitch this over to him because I know he's going today and he'll want some people to show up.
Yeah.
Well, the biggest thing I have today, I'm going to wait later in the show, because people like to see when you give them a shout out. But Pace Jones is 1 year old today.
Oh, congrats!
My
Hey.
second grandchild.
That's second.
Because-
Even
well,
though
the
you
second
always
and
hold up
third-
3, it's just
The
second.
second and third are just months apart.
Right.
So, but
right.
we had Ellis's birthday. He turned 3
Yeah.
last month. We never got to have a party because of COVID. We
Yeah.
kept getting COVID. But Pistol Pace Jones turns 1 today, which is hard to believe.
It
We'll
is
have a
hard
big
to believe.
throwdown this weekend.
Well, that-
but I'm on.
There you go.
I'm gonna
That
wish
was kind of what I
happy
was
birthday.
asking about.
Well, I was waiting. No, I was waiting until they
Right.
would be up. To
Well, yeah,
see,
we'll just
I gave
mention
Adler
it now.
I gave Adler some pictures.
Yeah,
and,
you
know,
did. And he showed one, and
but I was going to wait till because they would like to see it.
well, we can come back to it. It's we got 5 hours.
But y'all act like every day we sit here and go, "What y'all doing today?"
Well, no, I didn't. So
No.
now you're saying we
That
do it
means we
every
ain't got
day.
nothing to talk
Now
about.
we're doing
What's
it
that?
every day.
You know what? That
bunch
means we
of
have nothing to talk about. That's
No,
what
it was Valentine's Day weekend, Greg.
What is it? Valentine's Day's Monday.
Huh?
Yeah,
right, but most people
nobody
will do something
celebrates
this
that on
weekend.
Monday.
Buddy,
I did.
just take another sip.
Yeah, he's got his
Good
coffee
Lord.
early.
How dare y'all look over
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
Certainly not bringing up asking you if you did Wordle this morning.
That didn't happen. I can tell you that.
Adler, we'll
I got
ask
my
you
taste
about
of
your
that
weekend in the
yesterday.
break, so you won't tell us
Hey,
all.
be ready. In other words, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Be ready with something.
Hey, it's called privacy, buddy. Don't be asking me about my life.
I love that. Now we don't have anything to talk about.
We got a stack of
My
show prep.
God.
Ain't got nothing.
Just a conversation, Greg. Take a sip, buddy. Walk around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I don't believe in fairy tales. I guess I've outgrown them. But that doesn't mean I don't believe that there's something bigger than me. 'Cause I've seen it in a hospital room when the doctor said sorry. There's nothing more we can do. Well, it wasn't through. I've never seen a pot of gold, the end of the rainbow. But I've got a promise I can hold in the middle of the struggle. God, if you said it, you'll perform it. May not be how I want you to, but here's what I'll do. I'm gonna wait on you. Yeah, I know you've ordered every step. Yeah, you are the author, and there's no predicting what is next. But you hold the future, and all the questions, they come second to the one I know is you. You've always been true. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. Wait on the Lord. Wait on the Lord. He will renew your strength. So wait, I say, wait on the Lord. Wait on the Lord. He will renew your strength. So wait, I say, I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on the Lord. They that wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings like an eagle and soar. They shall walk and not get weary. They shall run and not faint. That's what happens when you wait. Happens when you wait. They that wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings like an eagle and soar. They shall walk and not get
All right, welcome in. It's 21 minutes past the hour, and you've got the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour live. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour break, and excited to have you for another day. Oh, the off-air discussions continue during the commercial break. I wish a lot of you could hear that. All right, so we got Super Bowl 56 coming up. We talked about, what was it, yesterday, that Bubba, I think when it was scheduled, didn't realize he has blood work that's going to be tested the day after the Super Bowl. And I think
I do
say
too.
that?
Now
Yeah,
that
you
I
do
think
too.
about it. I
Yeah.
do. I forgot about that.
And it's late in the day too.
Yeah, you
for
always get yours late in the day, and that
Which
means
is-
a
that's
lot
tough.
of fasting.
That's tough, man.
You can handle it though.
Yeah. If you how long do they say to fast? Is it 8 hours?
I
Do you
just
know?
go the whole
6?
time, but I think it's
Just to make sure.
Yeah.
But you could probably eat right now because yours isn't until mid-afternoon back home.
about 2.
Yeah. But anyway, and we were talking about Bubba, and Bubba
Well, he
was
wanted
too.
to warn his doctor. It may be a little up.
It might be a little bit
Because
up.
it's Super Bowl.
It's after Super Bowl weekend, meaning, hey, the weight might not be there, the blood might, because they do he's getting a full physical, you're just getting the blood work done, right? Yeah. Anyway, that was funny discussion that happened yesterday, but there's actually a survey out, and we know how we love surveys.
Yeah, oh yeah.
This one here's, I think I just want to ask y'all how much weight you think these guys have gained. It says, here's the survey. It's revealing more than 1 in 3 men gain weight during football season, with over half claiming they gain blank pounds or more. How many pounds do you think?
8.
6.
8. I'm going 8, Bob.
I'm going 8, Bob.
And I'm going based off of, I don't think it has anything to do with football season. I think it just has to do with that season of life. I always put on 6 to 8 pounds during in the fall and winter.
Right.
And then I'll start dropping it this week.
Yeah. Nutrisystem, a leading provider of health and wellness and weight management solutions, is sharing the results of a recent poll which found that more than 1 in 3 men, 37%, gained weight during football season, with over half, 53%, claiming they gained over 10 pounds.
Good night.
Over 10.
10.
Oh, 10-pounder.
Over 10 or more.
Wings, beer, and all those football Sunday
Sitting on your own.
snacks have contributed to this.
Well,
I think cold weather contributes to a lot of this.
A lot of it does, yeah. A lot of it does. It says the results also revealed that 43% of men believe that mental and physical health are equally as important as wealth and current lifestyle. It says if given the choice between getting a promotion at work or losing 20 pounds, 30% would choose to focus on their weight loss.
I'd get the promotion.
You would?
Yeah. I can be a little fat as long as I'm making more money.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about fat and happy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They, yeah. I think the effort, they still got to have effort during you focus on your weight loss. You still got to actually focus on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people won't do that. They won't. I mean, it's just human nature.
I know.
It sounds good.
This here,
but it's not. I mean, you got to have some drive and the older you get, that gets tougher, by the way.
Sure it does.
Oh, this is funny. I was sitting here reading some of this silly, some of the silly percentages here. Some of these percentages in the study is just silly.
You love a good
about
study.
your younger self and all this. I'm not going to do all that. You'll
just
rip it to shreds and probably spit on me over here. And speaking of that,
Welcome to the best.
I have made an epic fail today, and I want to apologize to the staff.
What?
And I was just thinking about, eating bad and gaining weight, and it made me think I forgot something at the house that was given to me for the staff. And
What?
it's an epic fail.
Protein balls?
Sausage balls.
What's wrong
Homemade
with you?
sausage balls.
And you left them at home.
All right, so, I'm in so much trouble. I don't know what to do.
You think you can get there and back by the time the show's
So
done?
JC at Lost State, they opened their season yesterday, home opener. I had a doubleheader. We go watch him play and everything. He walks in late, right? And he's got a cooler that I know's not his. And I'm like, well, did Uncle Greg give you something? And that was a joke. He laughed. He said, Dad, got sausage balls for the staff. And I said, what, son? And he said a player of his, a teammate,
So he doesn't
a
know
teammate
this
of his, mom gave him sausage balls to give to us.
Oh, wow.
And
How'd you mess that up?
And you know what? You want to know? I can tell you why. Because it wasn't sitting where I needed to grab stuff.
I can't tell you how many times I've left to come to work and go, God.
I should have left a note like on my wallet or something. Hey, get sausage balls out of the fridge, and I didn't. So I just got a text from my wife that says you forgot these sausage balls.
Well, you
I'm
need
in
to
trouble
run home
now.
and get them real quick, if you don't mind.
Do you want me to run them to you right now?
No.
Oh, that's sweet.
No.
I don't have to make her do that.
Y'all just enjoy them during the Super Bowl.
Man, but what do I do? I'm in trouble now because now JC's gonna be like, Dad, you forgot your sausage
It's
balls.
the thought. Tell them they need them. It's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Oh man, I'm
Gesture.
sorry, guys. They looked so good too.
Oh, just keep on.
Of course, he got a couple himself.
Well, you
and
gotta
I said,
sample 'em.
man, keep a couple here. But I just thought about the joy it was going to give the staff on that little round table in there.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of sausage balls laid out.
Well, evidently you didn't think of the joy it was going to give us, but that's fine.
Right.
It happens.
I'm so sorry. And you know what? It made me think about it reading this story. And as I was reading the story, a text comes from my
You know what
wife.
I've
Hey,
done?
you forgot them.
Talking about forgetting things, I've done this several times. Make myself a cup of coffee and leave and not get it and leave it at home. I've done that.
Amanda does that all the time.
I've done
I'll
that
go
several
home.
times
I'll go
on the
home
way
2
to
or
work.
3 days a week.
Yeah.
And I'll go over to the Keurig, and her coffee cup is full, and it's just sitting there, and she didn't grab it before she left. By the way, you were talking about weight loss, or we were talking about weight loss. It's funny. Pete Davidson, of all people, is he a Saturday Night Live guy? I saw an interview with him.
Yeah, comedian
and,
he does movies.
I want to say it was Jimmy Fallon that he was on, and this has been a while back. And he said that Alec Baldwin asked him one time how he kept his figure, like how you stay in such good shape, and he didn't have the heart to tell him that it was just metabolism, that he was still young.
Yeah.
And he just blurted out 100 sit-ups and 100 push-ups a day. And he said so every time that he would see Alec, which was a lot because they worked on a lot of things together, Alec would look at him and just scream, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, I'm doing it.
Oh, no.
And he said that he never told him any different. And he said at that time, Alec lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And it's all because he screamed 100 sit-ups and 100 push-ups because he didn't have the heart to tell him, man, I don't do anything. I just metabolism.
Yes, that's who I am.
I'm not 50 yet, you know?
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
I'm in trouble at the house.
Sure. That's why I was trying to tell the story to get it off of you.
And
But
it's just they just text messages keep coming in.
sure.
I don't mind running them to you.
Oh,
We can't let JC know. Well, too late.
Have
honey.
y'all's wife seen the new studio?
No.
No.
Mine hadn't either, and I want to bring
I
her
don't
up
know
here and
if
show
mine
her.
saw the old studio.
Greg, I know she did because she would do those commercials every once in a
Oh,
while.
that's right. That's right. I'm just kidding.
Also, I know since you're in a romantic mood for Valentine's Day
I am.
weekend, my dad has sent a poem. The title.
on.
Hey, you ready for the title? My Lady.
Oh, yeah. My lady. I may sing it.
See, Greg, see your brother. He's upset that we don't have sausage balls today.
I tell you who else is going
It's
to be upset is the old sidekick in there.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the first Rick and Bubba show of 2021 that involves the entire team back together. Happy birthday, Rick and Bubba show, 27 years old today. We start this hour with the national anthem. How about it, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and those that thought you were going to be doing what you're doing today for 30 days, and it turned into 27 years.
Yep,
Welcome to the Rick and Bubba COVID experience.
that's right. There it is.
How about you there, Richard?
Welcome back to the jungle, baby.
Glad to be back in the jungle.
Well, I don't even. Here's what we got to do. You know how you eat an elephant, don't you?
One bite at a time.
One bite at a time. So we've got a big old elephant worth of information and things that we need to cover, and we'll just start taking little bites, and we'll do the best we can do with it.
To begin with, we want to thank everybody, and we want to thank the guys here on the show for covering and allowing us a little 2-week break. Get a deep breath here.
Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time.
Haven't talked a whole lot. Yeah. So the Speedy, Helms, Greg, Adler, they all did a great job covering. Thank you guys.
Always.
And thank all of you for allowing us to do the Rick and Bubba show, hopefully another year.
Yeah, well, I know the kickoff hour talked about this, and we'll update you once we do a little more history. But what you may not know, since Bubba and I are here, I mean, we don't know the exact date. Sherry and I were talking about that, but we've always done the vacation, even when I was doing the show and Bubba was coming by a couple times a week, my vacation always. And the reason why, this end of the year thing in our business, pulling back the curtain a little bit, there are no ratings going on. There are no sales going on. Year contracts are already done. Anybody didn't sign a year contract, they're not going to make any decision during Christmas and New Year's. So we thought, well, if there's ever a time just to take rest, the end of the year is the time to do it because business-wise, there's nothing really going on anyway. So we've been shutting down at the end of the year for a long time at various lengths of time based on whatever a contract allowed. So Bubba and I had made the decision. We talked to the powers that be that we were going to take the morning extravaganza because we were only on in the mornings then. There was none of this, hearing at different times of the day or anything like that. It was a different time. It was just your local morning show, and it was called the Morning Extravaganza. And we said we're going to put it to bed and put it in radio history, and then coming back on January of 1994, somewhere around this date. It might have been the 4th. It might have been the 5th.
Yeah, it's first of the year.
Yeah, it was this first week of January, and we decided we would call it the Rick and Bubba Show, and we started that in 1994.
You know, and I don't know
Right now, this day.
I think we have discussed it in the past, but I don't know. I think it is worthy noting today because of what it is. But when I was doing engineering work, summertime was terrible because you never had any off time. Our transmitter site was constantly hit by lightning, and so on the weekend, when you would go to visit people and go to cookouts, Betty and I would always drive separate cars.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Because I usually would get called away, and it was really kind of on me a little bit because I couldn't, and it was bothering her, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way here. We're trying to engineer this thing better and have more backup, but I didn't have a person backup. So we were discussing about this, and it was earlier. It was in the fall, I guess. And we had a weekend that we were going somewhere to visit with some kinfolks. And that Saturday, we had one of the worst thunderstorms we'd ever had. And it did quite a bit of damage, and I had to leave. And I remember being very disgusted because we were still trying to decide how this was going to play out.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember going up the mountain in a driving thunderstorm thinking, well, you know what? Why not?
Right. Yeah.
Why not? I got to get out of this gig because this is killing me.
You know what? When you think about this, you and Greg have similar stories.
Yeah, I was about to say that sounds kind of familiar.
Yeah, because Greg worked for the power company, and he loved that job and did it for many years, and we're thankful for the opportunities they afforded Greg and his family. But I remember we would be at a family thing just like you, Bubba, and we'd all be like, "Hey, Greg's here," and all.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. So I'm in trouble. I forgot sausage balls that one of JC's teammates' mom gave us for y'all.
Well, you ruined the whole day. But
let me ask you a question. They went from frozen in a cooler. I mean, I'm talking about put it in the refrigerator overnight.
Frozen? Solid?
Or I don't know.
Not frozen.
JC claimed they were, but I doubt they were. I didn't go over there and start filling on them. But and then he put them in the refrigerator, and then I forgot them because they just weren't in my routine.
We would have put them in the microwave.
Yes, we would have. So, if they stay in the refrigerator over the weekend, would they be good for Monday?
Nah, you might as well eat them.
So I guess we're having sausage balls for the Super Bowl party. Is that what you're saying?
Like, yep.
There you go. There's a twist.
I think he did it on purpose.
I want to apologize to the mom. And he told me he kind of mumbled the teammate that did it. I think it might have been Tate's mom. I don't know, but I'll get that information and apologize to her because I know. I mean, just think about it. She stood there making sausage balls for y'all.
Yeah, but that's fine. Y'all get to
I feel
enjoy
bad.
It.
I really do. Dadgummit.
This was all by design.
I'm starting to think that too. Well played, by the way.
All right, so this is funny. Bubba says, Speedy, run and get them, and you'll be back by 6:30.
I told you he would send you.
I might get my wife to meet me halfay. I'm not going to let y'all down on this.
It's not a big
deal.
No,
really
I feel like I really want to get the sausage balls.
Deal.
Because there's no
Hey, they better be good.
Yeah, that's true. What if I go get bad sausage balls?
Go get 'em. Everyone's like, and she was playing a joke on us.
Yeah. What? Let me see here. Have we done this? Can I try something? Y'all mind?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. So it's I know it's not Elizabeth McCallatrin, but let me try something here.
What?
Let's see.
What is this talking about?
You like that? By the way, Speedy, don't call yourself. Call your wife. Okay, you idiot.
Why are you calling? You're making it worse.
You're not helping yourself.
You're not at all.
Well, I think Bubba's really serious about me going and doing something.
He's serious about any food. I mean,
calm down.
Huh?
Breakfast.
He told us yesterday he's doing better. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's got to.
He said he's got
some leeway for the Super Bowl.
He's got a plan.
He's gonna load up on Super Bowl.
Son of a.
Hey, just stop.
Yeah,
Just stop.
just cut it out.
Just stop. Just quit playing.
Zip.
How do you dial out on this stupid
I don't
phone?
know.
How do you do it? With
So you're
I
really
just dialed the number.
screaming about it.
Scream at me one more time.
I just dialed the number. It ain't that hard.
You've already cussed me out.
You
one
see
time.
numbers, you push the ones in the order of
Greg,
that person's
seriously,
phone number.
what happened this morning or yesterday for you to be in such a bad mood?
Well, I'm mad when people can't do phones.
Why can't straight up? Why won't it dial out?
I have no
I
idea.
What do you
know.
do when you call Caltrin?
I just dialed the number.
You do one?
1-800-325-4366.
You put a 1 in front of it.
Or go to toploss.com.
The reason Speedy's mentioning this is it's every day, it seems like. Maybe every other day, every couple days. After the show and after post-show, Greg does a commercial with, what's her name? Elizabeth from Caltrin.
And he goes, "Hey, Elizabeth, what's up? What's up?"
She says, we have a great deal today.
Yeah.
Buy
Yeah.
3, get 3.
Yeah.
It's always a joy to hear you do that commercial.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's
And,
been going on a
record
long
that.
time.
It has.
Right.
It has.
Calling Carlisle Gibbs.
Oh shoot, fire! She's already in the shower. Wish I was there.
Watch it.
Speedy.
What? No, what? I'm sorry.
Watch it.
All right, so we'll figure it out with sausage balls. All right, we'll
Buddy,
dial it
just
in.
let it go.
Yeah,
you
just
blew
let
it.
it
Hey,
go.
you blew
Hey.
it.
All right.
Let it go.
Yeah.
You
know
know,
what?
failure on your part.
Coach
so-
Abbott would have you running heels today.
Yeah, I'll
You
probably
ruined the whole show,
I'll probably
but
end up
that's-
going to get them. All right, so we were talking
Not
about
a big
the
deal.
Super Bowl.
Really not.
Let me see if I can clear this with Greg. Can I talk about the Super Bowl real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. Fans face a chicken wing crisis as
Don't like
inflation
that.
and supply chain crisis sends prices soaring by a third. Americans are still projected to eat a record 1.42 billion wings this Sunday, but they are letting everyone know, watch out, there's a little bit of a shortage here, so make sure you get that wings order
They always
in.
say that, trying to get
Domino's has reduced the number of wings in their $8 carryout deal from 10 pieces to 8 due to the constraints, just so they can get more orders filled. So you might have 1 or 2 less chicken wings there if you order from them. And I also, Helmsy, you were talking about Domino's. Speaking of them, they're actually going to pay people to come get their own
$3.
pizza because
Yeah.
they're of shortage of employees.
You get a $3 credit on your
Yeah.
next purchase.
How about that?
Can't get nobody to work. I might start delivering a few. If it, I mean, you can get out there. You probably get a lot of hours. Ain't many people doing it.
Yeah.
Knock it out.
So Bubba just texted me again and says, "Why are you still talking and you have not left to go get this?" I was trying to call Terry, Bubba. I'm sorry. Speaking of the NFL, the awards were handed out.
Oh,
Aaron
boy.
Rodgers wins MVP for
And
the
he hates
second
his
straight
team.
year.
How
Yep.
about that?
How about this? I'm unhappy where I'm at, but I still win the MVP. So
Yeah.
I show up. you
Right.
know?
Yeah.
Offensive Player of the Year, Cooper Kupp.
Kupp.
Wide receiver for
Cooper
the
Kupp.
Rams. Defensive Player of the Year,
Cooper Kupp.
TJ Watt, linebacker, Steelers. He can get anywhere. It says linebacker. He'll be on the end. You never know where he'll be. They'll move him around. Boy, that's a talented family, isn't it? The Watt family.
Oh, yeah,
they're just
yeah,
they're
they
good,
are.
aren't they?
They got the defensive player. How about that?
Offensive Rookie of the Year. This is Rookie of the Year. Jamar Chase,
Oh, yeah.
wide receiver for the
LSU,
Bengals.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Bengals.
Yeah. We'll
and
see him and Cup both
Yeah.
this weekend.
Defensive Rookie of the Year. Boy, this guy's good from Penn State.
yeah.
Linebacker.
Micah Parsons,
My
Cowboys.
goodness. You know, he set out that COVID year for Penn State and didn't play.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
remember?
Well,
he
he
set
played this
out and
He was
my-
highlighted on Hard Knocks.
He's
You
one
got
of
to
them-
know him then, and then
He's
goodness
one of them
gracious.
freakish guys.
Yeah.
That
Hey.
has so much size
God,
and
he's
speed.
good.
Yeah.
Did y'all see now? Tyreek Hill. He they jumped the start. It was kind of just a fun little race they had during the NFL week, whatever deal.
It's okay, bud.
Pro Bowl
Anyway,
week.
he
Yeah.
outran Tyreek Hill in the 40 or
Did
whatever.
he really?
Are you serious?
Yeah, but they can't.
Did you just make that up?
No, but he jumped the start.
Yeah.
Okay.
He got it.
But still,
I know. You would
If
think
we
Tyreek
would
Hill
have said
pull
that
away.
same thing to you, you'd be like, "Wah!"
You're right. He's right about that.
Yeah.
well, I couldn't really remember where they were at, but there was some
Right.
kind of little exhibition.
Yeah.
But it really is amazing how talented he is.
Just never mind.
All right, then. Coach of the Year, the Titans, Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, got booted right in the first round. Good job, Mike.
Yeah. Comeback Player of the Year, Joe Burrow. You know, he had that knee surgery.
Knee surgery to the Super Bowl.
How weird is this? And I've got it kind of wrong, so just follow me on this. But
Okay, solid
where the
ball.
Super Bowl is, the SoFi Stadium,
Yeah.
apparently his knee surgery was within a mile or two from SoFi. So how funny is it? Last year he was having knee surgery. Now he's coming back that same spot, and he's Super Bowl quarterback.
And they say that it's going to be hot it may be one of the hottest ever played as far as temperature.
And because that has an open little whatever, you can feel
breezeway.
Walter Payton, Man of the Year. Andrew Whitworth, offensive tackle for the Rams. He's the older left tackle. He looks like he's 50 years old. Yeah, still can play though.
I know exactly who it is.
How about if you're left offensive tackle? You're pretty good.
You're good.
Yeah, you're pretty good. But he looks older than
I know.
He looks like he's my age.
He does.
He actually looks, a little older.
I heard he forgot to bring sausage balls to practice one day.
Yeah. So I wonder what Aaron Rodgers will do. I mean, here he is, second straight MVP.
He's got a good bargaining chip with Green Bay. He goes, look, I don't even want to be here, and I still played up to MVP level.
Right.
So
they didn't, I don't think, wanted him there either, to be honest.
What are they saying now? I heard Denver may be a landing spot for him.
I've heard that, too.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of Denver. Denver was surprisingly better than I thought, but I never kept up with Denver. I don't think I watched them play one game.
That would be good for Denver.
He did say last night in the speech that he was thankful for Green Bay's response to the issues last season, which kind of, and then but he was still undecided on his future. Right. So,
yeah.
I think he plays again.
Oh,
he's
no
one of these
doubt.
guys loves the game. He's still in shape.
It's
obviously
just
MVP. It's just where, and I don't think it will be with Green Bay.
I bet he's gonna get a big old check.
All right, so Aaron Rodgers became the 5th player in NFL history to win the award in consecutive seasons, and there's only been one other player. There's only been one player to have won it 5 times. Do you know who it is?
Tom Brady.
Peyton Manning has won 5 MVPs, and Manning was the one that handed Rodgers the trophy.
If you're Tampa Bay, why would you not go after him?
Yeah. How are they? I know last year
that would be funny.
When they won the Super Bowl, they kept the team intact. I wonder is this year obviously Tom Brady's gone,
and I think Gronk will be
gone
too. But they still got a ton of weapons out there, and the similar games. I mean, just to me, that would be a good fit for him.
Yeah.
I heard he's going to the Jaguars.
He might. You never know. Speaking of the Super Bowl, heavy SEC flavor in the Super Bowl. Do you know what 2 SEC teams are leading the way in this Super Bowl?
It's either I can give you 3: Alabama, Georgia, and LSU. It's probably one of those two of those 3.
Those 2 are in there. It is LSU and Georgia leading the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got
Missouri.
Right behind that, Kentucky.
Kentucky.
The Rams have 11, and the Bengals have 12 players from the SEC.
Wow.
It's a lot.
That?
That's a lot, my friend.
A lot of players.
All right, we will go to break, and I'm sure I will be talking to my wife on how to meet her to get the sausage balls.
Buddy, if you do that, then
Bubba has texted me 2 more times, wanting to know why I haven't left. Well, we do have to finish this hour, right?
We do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if you want to leave early, we can take over for a few minutes. But
y'all, this
I don't really think
thing
it's necessary.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he looked down his phone. Well,
there goes
Greg.
Greg. There he goes.
Greg's gone.
He grabbed a chicken leg on the way out.
And so both of you were in jobs that you were saying, I know that old Burge is not as stable as you probably – there's no guarantees, and Burge certainly isn't one. This little thing he's got going over here. But let's try this versus what we're doing on that day you're riding up that mountain.
Yeah, because, really in the situation I was in, I had it like I liked it. I was free to do a lot of things on my own schedule, long as everything was working, and did some other stations on the side too. And so it was there was a lot of positives about it, but boy, that what I call the Saturday afternoon thunderstorm was just piercing my side.
Yeah, y'all remember that?
And really, it played a huge role. I said, look, why not? Let's just give it a shot. Why not? Yeah. I mean, it ain't like there's a dozen people that want to come up here and do this.
No. So it was. Today's a big day because we're thankful. We just prayed about that.
Yep.
We didn't know how long we'd be doing it, and we still don't know how long we'll continue to do it. But we're thankful that we're sitting here, somewhat shocked, celebrating 27 years, and really with no desire to end it anytime soon.
don't want to jinx anything, but I mean, we've rung the bell for 27, so it's been 27 for sure.
It has.
Yep.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So when we all did the big year ender, I remember watching Speedy just march around this little room, and he had his little red hat on, and he was singing as hard as he could sing, the Mark Phillips Jingle Bells, and we're giving away gift number 12. Then we do a bonus gift.
Oh,
and
sure.
People are crying. It's emotional. And little did we know, Speedy was just spreading COVID. Just
marching around, just spreading it everywhere.
He was a COVID fire hose. and somehow it dodged Greg and Adler, but it got everybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
We got a theory.
I know I've seen you and Adler's theory. By the way, I've contacted the medical field and told them to come after y'all's.
Yeah.
We call it the BAB.
Yeah.
The blood.
How about Rick? For 2 weeks, I was out prior to that and was so excited to get back to work, only to pick it up.
Yeah, so you had it in your house.
Adler showing me just dancing around, just spreading it everywhere.
Yeah, and how many tubers have it? We don't know. I mean, didn't you go out and pollute them too?
Well, but I didn't come anywhere near him. I just walked out there and took a picture. But heck, who knows?
Right there, look, he's just throwing it
Listen,
everywhere.
when he's doing this, because I've been watching
It's like
it.
pig pen. It's coming off everywhere.
He's doing his dance, and then he's doing, and the whole time he's got COVID.
So
I know this. Don't touch that glass over there, if anybody, because you had your face up.
I did.
it.
I just loving all on it.
So
I love the tubers.
The timeline of how this played out. We had we were everything was scaled down this year. I mean, everybody was trying to be safe, and we had a family get together on Sunday that was very scaled down, and then Monday rolls around, and Monday's fine. I'm fine Monday. After lunch Monday, I start going downhill. I go, something's wrong. Don't feel right. Coughing, achy. Oh, I felt like I'd been in a car wreck, that kind of thing. And I'm quickly going downhill, and I think, hey, I'm getting sick. I'm getting sick here on Monday.
Here we go.
About then, I get the text from Speedy, hey, I'm positive. Tested last week, got the results. And I was like, oh, golly, are you kidding me? So then Tuesday was my worst day. Ran a fever, coughing, just terrible. Fever 100, 105. I think it got to 109.9, almost 101 that afternoon. I'm already trying to get tested. I'm calling, portal. If I hear the word portal again, I'm going to scream. Okay, I hate the word portal.
Are you transferring?
I hate that word. And
Transferring to jobs.
We got it scheduled, but it was the next day. It was on Wednesday. But Tuesday Tuesday night, I thought, well, this is it. Not gonna make it.
This is it.
Not gonna make it.
That'll do it.
I don't run a fever well.
Right.
I'm kind of like a sports car.
Yeah.
If any little thing falls off, it's just everything goes downhill. And we're already isolating, all that. And but just thank the Lord above. Wednesday morning, I wake up, fever's gone. And I'm like, hey, thank you on that. Now, is it going to come back after lunch? Which it didn't. But I went and got tested. And this is so funny because we had all, the science of this. We're trying to everybody get their arms around it.
Sure. And good luck with that. It's like trying to grab air.
The rapid
hug
It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. This portion of the show is brought to you by allform.com/Bubba. Being comfortable in your own home is important. A new couch or sofa or chair for your family room, your living room, maybe your screen-in porch area, even your house on the lake, camp house. It's important. Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade in America furniture, offering flexible, modern designs to fit any room, from armchairs to sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They have you covered, all at affordable prices. And what we like, it's all customized for you. Ships right to your door from a factory in North Carolina. At allform.com/Bubba, furniture arrives fast and shipping is always free. Think about it. You could have your new chair or sofa that's been customized for you in 3 or 4 days. Yeah, that's right. You don't need a screwdriver or anything else like that to get it ready to go. It's a set-to-go, tool-free furniture that's going to come right to your door. no problem either because it comes with a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. You have nothing to lose. Go to allform.com/Bubba right now, and when you do, you're going to save 20% off anything you buy and get a forever warranty. There's a lot there for you, folks, at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
You know what that reminded me of? I wish this place was tool-free.
Yes. Oh, look at you over there. Huh? Look at you. That's good, Greg. You get a little grin.
That is good, though, if you got to put something together and you open it up and it says no tools required.
Yeah.
That makes me sick. Because I had to go, well, let me go find a screwdriver.
So I've got to figure out this whole sausage ball thing. There's a lot of drama.
Buddy, let it go. Let it go. I'm reading a poem called My Lady.
I'm going to start pegging you with tennis balls if you don't
let
watch
it go.
I mean, Bubba's still peppering me with text messages.
Sausage balls this weekend and enjoy them.
He can have my quesadilla from Edgar's this morning.
Yeah, love
Perfectly
my wife. She is my number one, right? Number one.
Oh, you must
Earthly
I hope so.
He's in bad trouble, I can tell.
No, but this is classic, right? So we talk about this. And then I call her and we start talking about, hey, what we're going to do? Are you coming here? Whatever.
No.
And then I call her back twice. She doesn't answer. It's like the phone.
That's
vanished.
just a woman.
It's like she's walked into the woods. And then her reply is, "I'm sorry, I missed you. I thought it was a client." At 5 o'clock in the morning?
Well, people get started early.
Anyway, love you, hon. It's not on you. I forgot the sausage balls. It ain't your fault.
How about anytime that I'm, like you said, it's something I'm supposed to bring that I normally don't deal with, I leave it 80% of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I may be being generous,
stupidly, before I went to bed, I should have set a reminder where my stuff is, and I would have remembered, but I didn't. All right, so my dad is known for his poems, and Greg is the official
John C. Wilburn original
poem reader. Yeah, and he has written a Valentine's Day poem, and I know it's Valentine's Day Monday, and some of you might do something on Valentine's Day night, but most will celebrate it this weekend when you got a little bit of free time. And Greg has got a poem called My Lady.
Now, this was written by your dad,
Yes,
John
it
C.
was.
Wilburn, but it represents all of us on what
That's
we want to
right.
say. He's speaking for us,
That's right.
right?
Yep.
Add a little something to it.
Yeah, look at him.
Well,
I'm
you
a
benefit.
hopeless romantic.
Yeah, it's really,
Here we go.
Really awake.
This one's titled, My Lady.
Saucy.
What is a heart on this special Valentine's Day? It's a symbol of love and adoration put on full display. It's more than a sketch printed on a card, or a bouquet of flowers picked from a yard. It's more than romantic words of love and affection, or the surprise of a gift that arrives without expectation. So what is the meaning of the heart on this special day? Well, this heart is really mine. What more can I say? And is filled with love and eternal and strong. A love I know when I wrap you in my arms, the place forever you belong. Happy Valentine's Day, my lady. Yo, man.
Oh, come on with it. Look at me.
Great music selection.
It was to my lady from Yo, man.
Look at me, Terry. I'm right here, baby. I'm sorry.
That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That,
Good music selection too, Speedy. This was all around good job.
that was a good one.
I got a response from my wife about to get in the shower. Unless you're going to call back.
Oh, here's another part. When I forget to bring sausage balls to work for the fellas, I know you still love me. I can't think of nothing that rhymes with that.
But they told me
So I'm
that
not
I
John Wilburn.
I had one. I edited myself. I
did too.
I almost said it.
Yeah, I had
almost said it. All right, so there you go.
That was a good one.
My lady.
My lady,
My lady.
when you're with me, I'm smiling.
So so that's there for you.
Sorry, I ruined it.
Yes, okay. And speaking of ladies, have you heard about this?
Hey, ladies.
Caitlyn Jenner's in the news. No.
Idaho Potato Commission hypes new French fry perfume.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Look, my thing about fries to me don't fall into the category when I smell them. Oh, fries. They're good.
Right.
But they're just not one of those things. Smelling fries. Am I the only one that feels
How
that
do you
way?
do it?
Smelling fries.
I can't think of any food,
No.
Greg, where I would go, you know what? I wish my lady smelled like that.
No,
Yeah,
even I like
never.
to smell like a
Yeah.
good steak on the griddle, but I don't
Yeah.
want my
Right.
lady smelling
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah.
Yep. Inspired by the
Say that all
irresistible
day.
scent of
Me
French
too.
fries. The entirely real perfume was crafted from a blend of essential oils and distilled Idaho potatoes.
Come on.
And here's what's so crazy. This will tell you a lot about our world right now, our society. It was launched on Monday, sold out by Wednesday.
We got a lot of dumb people out there.
Mm-hmm.
Say, well, no wonder we do stuff like this. Yeah. Say the dang market for it. Hey, the DA level in this country is at an all-time high.
It really is. Yeah. The longer I stay alive, the smarter I get.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you just look back and go,
Yeah. So here's the deal. It sold out originally, okay, within hours.
How do you make it?
Within hours. After the stock
French
was replenished Tuesday, it took under 24 hours for it to sell out again.
There you go.
So it sold out twice. My lady.
I mean, think about that. I go to let's just say that my lady has a dinner plans with me, okay? But she's got somewhere to go before she does. My lady has let's just say doctor's appointment, okay?
Yeah.
And so she heads off to the doctor's appointment, and she's gotten ready for our date. And the doctor says, "Well, you smell like French fries."
You know what you smell like? That you're a fry cook. Yeah. You've been at work.
Everything tests out today, great, but I got to tell you smell like French fries. Now, why is that? Well, my husband, he loves it when I put on this perfume that smells like French fries. So, do you see how dumb this sounds?
Yeah,
That's
it does
crazy.
sound dumb.
What if she wore perfume that smelled like French fries, and you wore cologne that smelled like ketchup?
Ooh.
Huh? Now you don't.
Well, I got a good line.
I do too, and I wish we could go to break right now.
But look at this one over here. Go for it.
And now.
And say it. It's just kind of crazy. I think a lot of people buy this just so they can say they have it.
Yeah.
Surely
it's
they
like
don't.
when you used to buy a Morning Breeze. It smelled
surely
like
they don't
somebody
use
broke
it.
wind. Everybody had to have it.
Sure.
All right. Well,
Are y'all? If I've missed this, I'm sorry. Super Bowl, Greg. I'm scared to even ask you this.
Yeah,
'cause it's
careful
on the
here.
weekend. But are y'all solo this weekend?
Yeah.
Or are y'all
I
watching
think
with
so.
somebody else?
We're having Pace's birthday party earlier in the
Greg,
day.
I'm talking about
Greg,
Super
That's
Bowl.
what I'm talking about.
We
On
know.
Super Bowl Sunday, we're having his party earlier in the
Never
day.
mind.
Rick and Bubba.
To get a negative from the rapid test can be a 50% failure rate, okay? It's much more accurate if you get a positive. But it's still not as accurate as what they call, Rick, I think it's PCR test. That's the one they have to send off, okay? So the doc has been pushing the send-off test to all of us.
Oh, he wouldn't tell me. He's the one that took care of me. He said, do not go get a rapid test.
So listen, now this is Tuesday, though. Christmas Eve is Thursday. He said, get the rapid test. I go, the rapid test? You told him? He said, we need to know right away because I want to start you on the antibody infusion, the IV thing. Okay, because if you get the antibody infusion, it lowers your chances of going to the hospital 70 or 80%, okay? But there's a catch, and we'll talk about this today. It's a long, drawn-out story about that and the problems with it. Getting it. It's a great product. You just can't get it much. So we go do the rapid test. I test positive. Betty's driving me. She's with me. So we go home. We're still exposed, doing our isolation. He prescribed a Z-Pack and a steroid dose pack, and then we were taking enough over-the-counter vitamins to choke a donkey.
Right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And
y'all going to look at each other?
So
I don't know about that.
I got to feeling better, but I had to isolate. So then it kind of becomes a mental thing,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What did I say? Did I say insulate?
No, I added that. That used to be a term that they used. The power company came
Right, I
around.
got
You got to insulate and isolate.
Well, see,
It
I
just
don't know.
popped out of my
'cause
mouth.
I still got a COVID fog. I don't know what I've said.
Right, yeah, right.
So that just becomes the difficult part for me. Was we have a lot of traditions at Christmas, and we watch movies, and we eat a lot together, and I'm kind of left out. I'm like, I'm just locked back here.
You had a Charlie Brown Christmas.
I know they knock on the bedroom door, leave a plate of food, and run like there's
Yeah.
I love the
COVID in
picture
there.
of you set up across from everybody else with you.
So that my family finally said, "Look, Dad, we want you to be.
That's funny.
We want you to.
There's that ketchup.
We want you to be a part of Christmas." Betty had grilled steaks. Of course, I couldn't taste it. But so I'm set up like 27 feet away, and I got to be part of Christmas.
Not 28, not 26.
Well, we measured it 27.
Right, yeah.
And I appreciate them doing that and taking that chance with me.
So you did lose your taste?
Yeah, and smell.
Yeah, has yours come back? Mine's still not right.
Mine is better. It ain't right.
Mine's partially back.
Yeah, I would say now smell none. I tell you what used to just drive me crazy was when Betty would use fingernail polish remover.
Mm-hmm.
If it was in the room, my eyes would water, and I'm like, hey, please ventilate, door.
Yeah.
I could sniff that stuff now. I don't even know.
Right. Yeah.
It's but that ain't all bad. You know, I'm not, eating as much either, so that's fine. I'll take that. But Rick, I tell you where it got to me. I really and it was depressing to a degree because I do enjoy that time with the family, and it's something, we have a lot of traditions, but it just really broke my heart when I started thinking about the people who were separated with hospitals.
So much of it.
I was so blessed to be separated by a sheetrock wall. Oh, yeah. And there were so many other people that had what I call real problems. Oh, yeah. Because at that point, and I've still got a little bit of a cough if I get out of breath. And I've got, this thing where I'll be fine. And I think, man, I feel good. Yes, energy. And then for no apparent reason, it's almost like somebody kicks it into neutral. And you go, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here?
That's going to go on for about 3 more weeks.
And see, I don't know what's causing that because when I feel that way, I check blood pressure, I check oxygen level, I check temperature, I check everything I can check, and nothing changes. I'm looking at heart rhythms on the watch, and I go, what is this? Why do I feel this way? And Betty will even go, you look flush. You're having one of those spells. And I go, yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, I'm thinning the blood. Yeah, I'm doing all I can do, but I don't know. I don't know what it is.
We call it not being sure of yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But just I'm very thankful, Speedy. Even though you infected me, thank you for giving me a mild case.
Yeah. Well, I was, and we'll talk about it. I was confused. I was like, okay, I texted the staff Friday night, and I never heard from you.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, has he read it or has it not sunk in yet? What's the deal? And then I told you on Monday, hey, I'm positive, and then oh boy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you got COVID. Speedy got COVID. Helmsy got COVID. And Helmsy, how are you doing?
I'm good. I've got lingering cough that, goodness, it's a rough one. And I'm doing this thing where I kind of like what Bubba was talking about, real weak at times. And you kind of go, well, what just happened? And I guess this will be my next 3 or 4 weeks, but it was a little rougher than I wanted to be. I'll be honest.
Well, you've got some issues, with asthma and all that, and that can be problematic.
There was about 3 days where I could have done without, for sure. The fever was my deal was, so when we left, and I started hearing these things. Tuesday I got a cough, and it was, I've got asthma and allergies.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Hello and welcome to a brand new Rick and Bubba show. The gang's all here, and we're excited to spend another day with you, and you can be part of that yourself with that number that has been around for a long time, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, since the attack on America back on 9/11, we've been playing the national anthem right here, and we'll start this hour as we have with our national anthem.
So there's the national anthem. And here goes the Rick and Bubba show. We hope that you'll make time to be with us. A lot to talk about on the program today as we work you into, I know Valentine's is Monday, but most of you probably going to try to get that date in if you do anything this weekend. The Super Bowl is coming up on Sunday. We'll talk about that on the program today. Pistol Pace Jones turns 1 today. We'll talk about that. And we'll find out what is on your mind as we roll through the stories today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. They gave you a kickoff hour. Now Bubba and I join the boys as we go forward. But we got to get Bubba in here. Bubba, yeah. You know Bubba, don't you, Silver Tongue one? The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Somebody grab a seat. My people Sunday morning. More. I got more. My people, all God's people. Where's God's people? Can't stop singing. They praise Him for deceiving, for their freedom. Higher power. We lions, not cowards. We the choir. Throw flowers. Power, we stronger, we louder, we the choir. There it is. Woo! We the champions, throw flowers. Here we come. All right, so let's unpack it. First of all, Bubba, we need to let the people know that you and I have completed another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Oh, Rick.
David Pilatus.
You're going to start right there?
Well, we got to let everybody know.
We got to let everybody know. Dark outside?
We got to let everybody know.
Can I say I enjoyed that yesterday?
I did too.
Really enjoyed that.
Now I'm not prepared for some of the things I heard, I went
and read some more about some of these cases after we got off there.
No.
I mean, these ain't casual folks wandering around the woods.
No. It's odd, and it's one of those things. You know, you remember the time that we talked about the study that was done, where, you know, people make a claim about something like, because you hear this all the time when it comes to us, when we're singing about it, when it talks about faith, and you hear this all the time. Well, I tell you, Christians ain't no different than everybody else. and you realize, well, what if we started excluding people that really didn't meet the mark of truly being a Christian? Right. Would we find the same thing? And of course, when they started, questioning them, like, do you ever go to church? Are you part of a church? You ever read the Bible? And they started weeding people out, based on a criteria. Well, this is what David Pilatus did on whether he would come and investigate something. There had to be certain things, like if someone, had mental illness, he would throw that out. If someone was suicidal, he would throw that out.
Right. But if an animal attack was part of it, that would be dismissed.
Yeah. So he was only taking
any part of this.
He was only taking those where people said there's no way to explain where this person went.
They literally disappeared.
Yeah. Wow. And that one about that guy took off running. Anyway.
Well, let me just say this. We've talked a lot on the show.
Ask me about that one.
About missing 411, the hunted.
Yeah.
And we had David Pilatus on yesterday. and we talked about two stories that I have not that I was not familiar with. I mean, he's investigated over 1,200 of these. And Rick, we asked him, I thought, some pretty good questions on what could happen.
Yeah.
And broke it down into what are the possibilities.
Right.
And honestly, you may be surprised where he went.
Yep. You'll also be surprised that at one point we've convinced him to buy Tommy John's underwear. But anyway,
and I did get a text yesterday from Cuz saying he talked to Dave and he had a great time.
Good.
And wants to come on again.
Good. Well, we'll get him on the big show too. But I mean, we'll have to spend 2 hours or something.
If you, I know this is a busy weekend. A lot of sports going on.
A lot going on.
Just a ton of things happening.
Not the most romantic podcast for you and your lovey to listen to.
Well,
but
look,
anyway,
hey, if she listens to this, she may get over there close to you.
Yeah, that's true.
Snuggle up.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You'll keep an eye on each other.
That's right. You won't be running around the yard.
But
that was a disturbing part of that yesterday.
I had to seek clarification.
Rick, that's Hank's running.
Yeah,
around.
I had to seek clarification on that. But I will tell you, you know how somebody will say something, and you make a note. When I get a pause, I have to come back to that.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, and how about our conversation?
I think you just said.
Quick as I
just want to be sure I heard that right.
How about our conversation after it too? Because I said, some of this stuff seems a little far out, honestly, but. The fact that we are believers and Christians, we have to accept a couple of things that comes with our belief system that would open up some possibilities to this.
You talking about when the Apostle Paul says that there's a battle going on that has nothing to do with flesh and blood?
Yeah, and the fact that
principalities.
We know that God exists, and we know that every soul that has ever been created is somewhere right now, absent its body.
Right.
Okay. So that's a spiritual dimension that we openly accept exist. So for us to rule out that there are spiritual answers to this and dimensional time traveling things happening we would be saying we don't believe in our faith, which we do, so we can't rule the other out.
Yeah, it's like I've said before. You heard me say.
Right, I mean, we're kind of caught in a net on this.
Yeah, I've said this before. People, hey, man, you think God just created human beings? Well, no, I know He also created angels. So He's already created something else. He told us about that. And we know that there are angels, and they're not like us. And they're in a different deal when it comes to the supernatural. And we know that there's demons, and we know that there are angels, and we know the Bible, to Bubba's point, tells us there's a spiritual dimension where there's a war going on that if we could see it, we probably would never sleep again.
No.
Okay.
And the fact, and Rick, we know from the Bible that angels have taken a physical presence in this world.
Yes.
Which by definition would make them an interdimensional traveler.
Correct.
I mean, if I just can roll. Yeah. So I don't want to get too deep into this. I know it's early today.
It is.
But and it's dark, and it's dark outside, which makes it even worse.
And
you need to catch this podcast. Very interesting.
And his latest book, by the way, Missing 411, he's going to different states now. This one is all the unexplained disappearances in Idaho. He said Idaho's a rough place. A lot of places disappear in Idaho.
I can't wait for Missing 411 Bama.
I know it. The one on Host Bluff, you ain't gonna believe.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I cough, and so I thought
you'd been hunting,
and so I thought, well, and then Wednesday I got a sore throat, and I thought, okay, well that's a little different, but still, you know, when you have congestion and nasal issues with allergies, you're gonna have a sore throat,
right?
And Thursday.
But take it back that you had been hunting and you thought it might have been the allergies got kicked out.
Yeah, I did. I thought it's just because I'd been outside for longer than normal. Hadn't been out in a while because of the isolation with Caroline and those type of things, and we were still working. And so then I guess it was really Christmas Eve that kind of, okay, you got a sore throat, you got a cough, you've probably got COVID, but now what do? You're not going anywhere anyway until January the 4th or 5th. So do you immediately run out and get tested, or do you just hunker down and see what's going on and wait till after Christmas? And we weren't doing anything. No families were meeting. It was just our immediate family, Amanda and the kids. Caroline's already had it. We believe Braden's already had it. We just couldn't talk him to go and get tested. And Maddie's 8, so if she's had anything, she's been perfectly fine, nothing. And then Christmas Day afternoon, that's when it got bad for me. It was rough. Chills, fever, coughing my head off, weak. All I wanted to do was sleep, didn't have any appetite, lost taste, lost smell, all those things. And that's when I still hadn't got tested at this point, but that's when I knew it was real. And then the day after Christmas, I went and got tested, and just for the inevitable. And it was a send-off. They didn't even mess with doing the whole, hey, this one's positive, now we're going to do a send-off. They just did a send-off. Really probably shouldn't have done it, but I felt okay at that point. Still didn't know if I was actually positive or not. But on that following Monday, I hosted the best of, but I was starting to feel better. And so I had been through the rough part. And I'd gotten a dose pack and got some medicine and things like that. So things were looking up. I felt like I was on the other side of it. And Tuesday I had a weird setback, but I don't think it had anything to do with COVID. I drink a lot of caffeine, and there was that 24, 48-hour period where I had no appetite whatsoever, didn't eat anything. I mean, I hardly even drank anything. So my stomach was empty. On top, I hadn't had any caffeine, and I was still taking all that medicine. So I think that's what kind of disrupted my Tuesday and kind of got all that out of it. But by Wednesday, I felt more like myself. And then I guess all throughout the rest of the week, Saturday, a couple days ago, was my final day of isolation. And so feel fine, feel great. I've got this lingering cough, as I mentioned, that will probably be with me for quite some time. And my taste and smell's back. Yeah. So that was good. I read, as soon as I lost that, Amanda made something one night, and I tried to eat it, and I'm like, this tastes like chalk. Like, what in the world's going on? And she'd been burning a candle in the house. And I said, hey, wait a minute, how long have you had that candle burning? She's like 2 hours. And like Bubba saying, that stuff usually I'm aware of right away, and I couldn't smell a thing.
Well, I have a candle in our house that I keep seeing where my smell is, and I'll pick it up. And now if I put it real close to my nose, I can smell it. At one time, I couldn't smell it at all. So it's gradually coming back.
Yeah.
And Speedy, how was yours?
Yeah, I was
Super spreader.
Yeah, really. Well, I think every time you go to another person, we ought to go, it's a COVID Christmas.
I never lost my taste or smell, and I had a stopped up nose, no fever. I actually went in for a steroid shot, thinking I'm just stopped up. I just kind of want to open up my sinuses. I'm just a little stopped up, and every now and then for that day, I developed what I call airplane ears. Where my ears would get kind of like stopped up a little bit, and I was like, I'm just going to go get a steroid shot. I feel fine other than that, and I just want a little relief going into the Christmas break. And they said, hey, we're not going to give you a steroid shot, just because from where I went, they were like, the steroid can actually work against you because your body's immune system kind of shuts down and says, okay, the steroid's doing its job. And so if it turns out that you've got COVID, you actually are going to have a tougher time with it. So they was like, so we're just going to, if you don't mind, we're going to not give you a steroid shot, but we would really like to test you. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm here, but we're going to test you for the flu and everything else. So they go to going up the notch.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. A number of updates today. I'll look back over my anniversary yesterday. I had had a moment happen that I really think, it worked out really well. I'll talk to you about that. Also, by the way, I got an update on our ongoing attempt to make new friends. Got that. But we got to talk about this right now before.
I got an update on that, too.
Yeah, did yeah, big moment yesterday.
Wait, mine's a little different. Mine's just quick. Simple guy, I was going to my truck. He rolled the window. He goes, I want to let you know, we're glad y'all are here.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear.
So I thought, there's one person.
What are y'all doing to make everybody so mad? Because I get along with everybody.
I don't know, Bo.
I don't know, buddy, but you just. Yeah.
But he told us he was proud we were here. Real nice guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is something.
He had cool hair, too.
I can answer that for you.
you were gone for almost a whole week. And the things that went on here.
That's a good point, Rick.
We came in loud. We had the cross thrown outside. You weren't here for that.
No,
so
I
you didn't,
saw it.
But you didn't get pulled in and blamed for it. And
Well, I couldn't hardly look when you're all throwing that thing at traffic.
Yeah, but anyway,
So surely we get a better spot.
so Bubba was in his office. I was riding in, and the kickoff hour was rolling. And all Rick and Bubba people certainly should be listening to the kickoff hour as well, or watching it. And Speedy throws something out, and I tried to disregard it. Oh, guys, I forgot something, man. Somebody sent something for me to bring up here for the guys' day, and I forgot it. And I could tell it was food. And I thought to myself, it's probably not, anything that we won't be all right without. And the Wilburns can just enjoy it this weekend. And then he said it. And let me tell you what it was. And I thought, well, he's going to say something like, cinnamon roll or something like that.
Something you don't like.
Something we could let go.
Protein balls would have been one that he would bring.
He would bring.
I would have went and got those.
I understand that, but he
wouldn't. He wouldn't. He'd have
I would have been like,
exactly. That's why I said that.
You wouldn't have been glad. But
and then he said sausage balls.
The delicious
Rick, there ain't no
holiday
balls
treat.
like sausage balls. Everybody knows
When
that.
he said sausage balls, that somebody sent sausage balls to us and he forgot them, I hollered in the truck, what? I mean, I was just like,
I put a fist on the dash.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rick, that'll be the did somebody send us some here yet? I'm trying to think. Would that be the first sausage balls?
That's a good question. I think it is. Did anybody send us any here?
Now Penny Miller got us some before we left.
Yeah, that's not the same
but
thing.
Not here.
That was a good.
We've had Pop-Tarts here.
Right. That was a good.
Pop-Tarts have been here. But
Right.
yeah. So this could be the.
These could be the inaugural sausage balls
at the new
for this
studio.
place. Yeah. So,
The delicious holiday treat.
but did you hear it, Bubba? Because I heard it live.
Yes,
When he said sausage balls,
look
I
at the text.
I literally reacted.
Look at our text
Rick,
thread.
Bubba was here, and I heard something hit the wall back there. He threw a book or something. He was mad.
Oh wow, Speedy! If you left right now, you'd be back by bottom of the hour.
Bubba didn't even want him to finish the kickoff hour.
You can be halfway to 65 by now.
Next segment, he's still talking.
Yeah, Bubba's like, why are you still here?
So, by the way, we sent Speedy to go get them.
Yeah.
We just said, well, how about this? We ain't go, if somebody sent us sausage balls and you didn't bring them, then we got to teach you how to not let that happen.
I guess you had to go back.
So there's no Speedy right now, and you think, well, man, something must be going on. There must be some kind of going on with equipment or something. No, Speedy's just not here because we said go get the sausage balls.
He left them at home.
And he had to go all the way back to his house. Which is not near as close as he is. He closer than he used to be? About the same or further?
No, he's further.
Further, yeah. Well, that'll teach him.
Yeah,
Leave him again. Huh?
Unreal.
One of y'all would have left him. He'd be back right there and back. Y'all are not very far from the studio.
Let me tell you, if I left sausage balls, I'd be like, well, y'all just get the thing rolling. I'll be there by the second.
I can
I'll be
almost
here after the national anthem.
I can almost get home and back in a commercial break.
Yeah. Can I tell
one
you?
segment easy.
Easy. Well,
I can coast in one segment.
Well, what I do, because the door now comes, you don't come in and go to your offices first unless you go all the way around. You come in the door into the studio. So for timing wise, not that they would care, and I've done it I think once where I got her earlier.
I've done it every way you can do it.
Yeah, is that I leave my house at 20 after the hour, which puts me walking in the door at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah.
And
I have come in live. I have waited on the break. I have gone to the front door and gone in.
Well, that's a long way.
And I prefer just to come in when I get here, no matter what.
No matter what, yeah.
Like I say, ain't hurting
because there's really nothing to look at in the hall out there.
Well, plus, be honest. Think of.
Well, I'm trying to be respectful to some degree.
I can think of. I think we.
Some degree is the key there.
I think we made we did some sort of math on it. And it's probably more than that now because it may have been a year ago when we were doing that we had summarized that we had done over 5,000 shows, okay? And don't even talk about how many segments that is in hours, okay?
That's a lot.
But out of that big...
That's about 2,000 that were decent.
Yeah, out of that... listen, out of that... Well, you're making my point. Out of that thing, honestly, guys, what percentage of the moments on this show that it mattered if somebody interrupted and walked through the door?
How about
Not
this?
many.
I think it's almost a good feature. Hey, I don't care if the camera turns. Hey, Bubba just arrived. Hey, how you boys doing? Come on in.
Well, got a Grand Ole Opry feel.
Like when Kramer used to bust in there.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
I think we ought to embrace it.
Yeah, so...
I sneak in and come on the cameras.
No, I do like watching you dip on the camera. That's fun.
Well,
but that door's loud too.
Almost lose my ballot.
I need to tell you something.
You know about the other day?
Yes. Okay.
They were still on the tripod.
Well, and that's what I want to tell you. They're not on the tripods anymore. All you have to do is walk normal, close to the wall. You don't have to. You don't have to dodge anymore.
I'd rather be low.
But you don't have
I'd
to.
rather
That's
be
the
low.
point.
But
I
here's-
want to be low. I know, can you?
Yeah, what he did the other day.
The other day, we were
the effort you gave
It was
the
like
other
a
day.
Vietnam crawl.
He wanted to try to get low, but he couldn't quite. He was like, and you can see his elbow. Coming. Me and Ham lost it. He was stealth.
So today,
I don't move stealth in too many circles.
So today, when anyone asks us, "Wait a minute, y'all sent Speedy like away from work to go back and get sausage balls?" Our
Yes,
answer will
we
be, "Yeah,
did.
yeah, we did.
That's correct.
Yeah, we sure did." And yeah, I even wanted to check into him see if it's the kind I really like. And Speedy said, "Oh, it is. It's the kind you really like." And I said, "Well, then you have to leave. I mean, that's we have to." All right, we'll come back. We got more to go. We got a big birthday coming up this weekend. You know, February is a really busy month for this show. There's a lot going on in February with this show.
Oh, I know.
Bottom of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get on back.
At night, and they do it for COVID. They also do it for the flu, and they're nostriling me up, and so that's when I sent the text message to you guys, and then it came back. And I was good. I was well enough because I talked to the guys because none of us were ever here at the same time. So we hosted best ofs, both Helmsy and I, with COVID.
Yeah.
But nobody was here, and we just a cleaning. I know one time Amanda even came up here.
Amanda came up here, guys, and cleaned. We don't even need to hire that service anymore. Just hire her.
Yeah.
Right. It was ridiculous what she did.
Right.
I'm telling you.
So looking back at it, I think there were probably 2 days where I felt rougher, than normal. But I never was. But the biggest problem with me is just being confined to a bedroom and not being able to come out. Yeah. And just like, so I'd wake up every day and go, so I'm going to be here all day,
There's only so many times you can look at mold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't change.
And then when it started trickling down that, oh, Bubba's got it, oh, Helmsy's got it. I just felt awful. I really did. I was just like, but I didn't know,
Love you, man.
Top of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba continuing right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bubsy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining the Rick and Bubba Show, celebrating 27 years.
I do want to give you a little business update, and I know, and we went through it at our house, you guys may have as well. As we sit here today, we still have family members that we sent them their Christmas gift at the beginning of December, and they still don't have it. So some of you did not get your Rick and Bubba stuff that was ordered, and what under normal circumstances would have been plenty of time. So it's funny, we keep checking with family members. And what's bad is there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's kind of like trying to follow the science with COVID. You have family members in the exact same town that have theirs, but the other family member who lives in the same town does not have theirs. So
it's been kind of challenging for the shipping industry during the holidays.
I tell you what made me nervous is I know this is going. I know I'm archaic. I got it, but I still pay some bills the old school way because I hadn't figured out how to pay them online.
Yeah,
and man, I'm sitting there watching for those checks to clear. Not only did my payments of some bills take forever to get places, which means late fees start coming in. I'm sitting there right now getting ready for bill paying time again. There's a lot of my bills I normally have by now I don't have. So the shipping and the mail is a disaster right now. So if you did not get your Rick and Bubba stuff you ordered, understand that we're working on it and we will get it to you. And we apologize for any inconvenience that caused, but it was beyond our control. It is a unique time this year involving shipping at Christmas, and everybody was affected. And if you're somebody that is, you had a gift coming from Sherry and me, I promise we sent them. And some of you got them, some of you hadn't. So
Gifts in the mail.
we'll see. All right, so as we start this hour, and we'll get into some of the other things that happened, we're searching for a particular video from the Mississippi State Tulsa fight. So we're going to wait till we get this one. But Helmsy has found, we've always had a great time with sign language interpreters.
Oh, no.
The Georgia election is today. Hey, Georgia, we need you now. And they're getting after it. So
So there is an interpreter, and he's already very animated, which we enjoy.
Boy, is he.
But he looks like Speedy.
He does.
Which makes it even better. If Speedy's beard was just a little bit longer, this could
be a ringer.
So if you ever let this get in your mind,
boy.
if you ever let this get in your mind that this is Speedy,
Right.
it's the same.
Makes it even better.
It's the same energy you had on the big ear ender when he was a super spreader.
Right.
So take a look at this guy talking about the Georgia.
Oh, my
election.
gosh.
Look now, pitch.
That looks like a Speedy move.
What are we doing? What in the world?
I want Speedy with that beard.
Oh, I do
So
too.
that was over the weekend.
You got to go a little more Amish with
The
it.
Secretary of State, that's who that is for Georgia, and they're talking about the phone call and the Trump phone call and all this, and that's this guy. And so the minute I saw it over the weekend, I thought, this looks like Speedy.
Yeah.
I know this is an 11-second clip, but he has this type of energy the entire time.
How does he maintain it?
The entire time. It's unbelievable. And he does. If Speedy had a huge, thick, gray beard, he's kind of got a Cyrus the Virus look like Speedy does.
Yep. And speaking of Speedy,
Look, Rick.
oh my goodness,
Hey, Speedy's back.
That's what I look like?
Speedy. Yeah, if you grow your beard out, you would look exactly like that. I mean,
Kind of looks
that-
like David Letterman with his beard.
Do I have that big a nose?
Let's see. Turn around here.
Let me see. Not really.
Nah,
that's more
his
my-
is more pointed.
That's more of my nose.
Now, as far as the size of
Same head.
the size of his cranium, his head is exactly yours. 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, we're back. We're trying to make it happen. And I'm going to ask you a question if you would like to have a box of awesome. Let me tell you this. This has been a lot of fun. Bespoke Post, first approached, our national sales team and syndicator, and I was like, what do you mean box of awesome? And we started finding out about it. And you're talking about a lot of fun. I mean, what they want is a few questions about yourself if you're going to be receiving it or for whomever you're going to be sending it to. And what it is based on those questions, it'll be a box full of things that you probably would be interested in based on how you answered the questions or the person you're sending to, how you answered it on their behalf, because you would know them, I hope, before you send them a box of awesome. If you want to send one to a stranger, I guess that's fine, but the questions would be much more difficult. But anyway, so go to boxofawesome.com right now and enter the code Bubba at checkout. We'll get you 20% off the first box. It's collectibles, it's outdoor goods. Sometimes there's some munchies that will be in there, gadgets, this kind of stuff. So go to boxofawesome.com. $70 worth of stuff every month. You pay a fraction of that for the boxes. Check it out today, folks, and put in your first order. Boxofawesome.com with the code Bubba for 20% off that first box. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, let's talk to Papa over there. Papa, you the proud grandfather of 3 beautiful grandchildren. And today, Greg, we are going to say happy number 1.
First birthday for Pace Jones.
Pistol Pace Jones.
Do you remember Ellis turned 3 last month?
That's right.
We tried to have parties, but COVID kept getting us.
Oh, my goodness.
But now here comes my next grandchild, Pistol Pace Jones, and he turns 1 today. And then just a couple months down the road, Marion will turn 1. So, I mean, we got parties everywhere.
They're all kind of grouped in there together, aren't they, on birthdays?
Yeah. Look, there's me.
Look at Papa and Pistol Pace.
Yeah. He's a mess. Now, he's a feisty little fella.
Yeah,
he's a little fella. But he is feisty.
He has this look on his face all the time that just owns me.
But Rick, good news. The party's on Super Bowl Sunday. So,
what happened there?
Well, look, it'll be over in time for that.
Right, yeah.
Now, see, his theme is airplanes.
Please
So
look at the theme, Bubba. Don't miss the theme.
He got his flight cap on.
I love it. So is he big on planes? Is he like toy planes?
Yeah.
Who ain't big on planes? Right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Chandler had a theme. You know how they get it.
Well, they love themes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so...
so time's flying by. I mean, they're all... I know everybody says that, and it's that we've worn it out. Hey, they're growing like a weed, but...
Yeah.
Wow. I got a 3-year-old, a 1-year-old, and Marion's 9 months old.
Did they ever? Because I know Sherry and I finally just gave up, and we because it was when Taylor had COVID, we just dropped the gift by the door.
Yeah.
For Ellis.
Yeah.
So did anything ever come together as far as
not like a big official party?
I know it.
I mean, the COVID was running rampant then.
During that
I mean,
time.
Taylor got it. I got it.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
What do you think about? Do you think?
But he got a lot of presents, so he's good.
you know, I don't like to make trouble because that's not my nature, and stir kids. But do you think there's a chance that Ellis might try to take over this party?
You know what I wonder though? There's some people who haven't seen him, and they may show up with him some presents too. So you never know.
That's what I mean.
That's coming.
Once the gates open, everybody go.
You know, could this thing turn into a combo? I mean, you know, you have to. I mean, that's fine with me. And not that I would stir any of that.
Pace will have so much he won't care.
Oh yeah, you think Pistol Pace Jones? He'll be covered up in so many gifts.
He'll be cranked up. But, yeah, he's
1 year old.
He's a feisty little fella.
Yeah, and it's and he's fun to try to approach, which I love.
You never know.
He
does that thing like Lisa was keeping on day. I went by there, and some days he's all about me. But then I'd reach for him, he'd turn away from me.
I said, not today, Bob.
Then I keep doing it, because I know it's going to turn away.
So
from
he's
him.
always okay, obviously, with his mom and dad. And with Lele.
And with Lele.
But after that, everybody else is kind of in there.
It just depends on what mood he's in.
We'll see. Oh, look at that.
That Chandlerton got him breaking the cake up in the picture.
Oh, yeah.
The old smash cake. So.
And for his name and everything, for us to label him Pistol Pace Jones is fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's living up to it.
Yeah.
I know they appreciate that.
Yeah. So that'll be a big weekend coming up.
One more birthday down, then in May we'll have Marion, and then they'll all be 1 year old or older.
Wow.
So
That's great.
Instead, because of Pistol Pate, and I know y'all like that name, but
That'd be Pace.
What did I say?
Pate.
Pistol Pace.
Yeah.
I mean, would you end up with a nickname Shooter?
Ooh.
How about
Yeah,
that?
that's good. Because
you're not going to be able to scream out Pistol.
No, yeah, not in today's society.
No,
you're right. He it was fine for Pistol Pete Maravich, but
right.
but
That's
not
true.
anymore. Yeah, but I think he will be a 3-point shooter.
Yeah.
And he just kind of has that.
His
look
dad's
of it.
basketball.
By the time he's playing, he may be a 5-point shooter.
Well, that's true.
That's a
You
good
never know
point.
how the game. So anyway, you might want to tell Coach Pearl about it. I mean, it's a little early.
I hadn't talked to Bruce.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Y'all
yeah.
get that.
You had to calm him down after that
wearing it
loss.
out.
Yeah, they get beat again.
No, I haven't played.
Oh, they haven't played. Okay.
That'll be all right.
By the way,
Play this weekend.
Wait a minute, I meant to show
By
you.
the way, game day is going to be there. The basketball
play?
version of game day. Texas A&M. Auburn's hosting them.
All right, let me show you
Big
this.
matchup.
Let me show you this. All right, let me find it. So speaking of that, and what I'm talking about now is that wait a minute, we got an update on the sausage balls.
He's eaten 3 or 4 of them.
He said the sausage balls are riding shotgun. I'm headed back.
Okay, good.
Okay.
What kind of a journey?
All right. So anyway,
Can't believe he went back.
we have
We'll be eating our breakfast before he gets back.
we have a guy who's is on the ground in Russellville, Arkansas, and is implementing the manchurch.com and everything there, and he's become a fan of the show through all that, and he catches us. He was at the game when Arkansas beat Auburn in overtime, and I want you to look at this picture he sent me.
Is he the one that calls in and says Pig Suey every once in a while?
No, he's because he apologized for that guy.
He
did? Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, his Apple Watch was giving him a volume warning.
Yeah.
It could be dangerous to your hearing.
The people were going nuts.
Oh, wow.
And his
It
phone,
was the largest crowd
look at
ever
what his phone was
at an
so-
Arkansas basketball game, over 20,000.
look, he's getting a warning that this is dangerous
I
to
didn't
his
know that.
ears.
I didn't know that was a thing.
120 decibel.
Wow.
Right. Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Oh, they turned out.
What about
Supported the team?
the game was over and they slung it down the court and that guy bounced it and slammed it and the place went
Yeah.
crazy. He ended it. I mean, I think time had already run out.
Right,
But he
yeah.
did the bounce and he caught it high. Wow.
If you can do one of those to end especially a big win, oh my goodness,
Sure,
what's better than that? That's good. And I know you're struggling being happy for him, but for
listen.
the people,
Let
but
me
like I
tell
said, you
you.
can't win them all.
yeah, right.
No
Look,
way.
Rick,
I want you to tell John right now, hey, congratulations, buddy.
hey, John, congratulations. You played a heck of a game. I watched it. It was a thrilling game. It really was.
Yeah.
But, you always want your team to win, but there's also games that are good for basketball. And when you set all-time attendance record,
Look how Boom.
and things like that are good for college basketball. Yeah, I mean, you want to win them all, but you're not going to win them all. So, but that's good. I mean, that energized that program. They're having a good year. And biggest crowd ever. This charging the court cost them $250,000.
Oh, it's worth every dime.
And that's about the third time
Guys,
they've gotten fined.
It goes 50, 100, 250.
Rick,
Look, I know because the SEC just split $770 million.
Yeah, that was one of the stories we're going to do today.
How much?
$250,000.
$250,000.
Yeah.
Just because that's
like
a lot
us
of money.
That's like us putting the gas in our car. Though.
I know to them, but in the real world, you're like, so golly, that's a lot of money just to get on the court.
Yeah.
To them, it's
well,
chump change.
They consider it, and look, all the schools have done it at some point in time, football, basketball, whatever. They consider it, dangerous to the players, coaches.
Yeah, it's one of them safety things.
Do they fine the College World Series kids for going out and jumping on the mound and the coaches coming out? Some of the fans will even do that.
I think
did they ever do that, or is it as long as it's just the players, it's okay?
Yeah, I think that
football
players
does it too.
Okay.
They charge them. Don't they have to pay during football?
Oh yeah,
yeah, I think so.
But let me give the NCAA heads up. It's not deterring them.
No,
They're either going to have to up the price or arrest somebody.
That's my comment.
Can I tell you what it has done though?
The $250 is not bothering them.
No.
Greg, here's the only thing that
I did see it be a deterrent one time, and Rick was there too, and we talked about it on the air.
Yeah, all this has done is people only do these things for really big wins.
Yeah. Instead of doing it all the time.
Right,
It's got to be worth it.
Right. At least
about one a year.
You're right. If there was no fine, they'd do it every week.
Some people like saying it's only worth the money now every now and then.
Yeah, now if it's a big one, okay.
Yeah. Do you think this is a run on the field one? Probably not.
Rick, we were at a game, and there was a guy got on the field a little early.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And they literally what would you call that move where they put your ankles and wrists together? What is that?
Yeah,
is that hogtied somebody?
Really, if you think about it, looks like a calf tie when they put a calf.
And they put the straps on him and carried him out and laid him on the 20-yard line
in front of everybody
and told everybody not to charge the field. Nobody went.
Do not do this.
That one did work. That one did work.
Because it looked real uncomfortable, didn't it?
Really?
What if that was you, buddy? That'd be so great.
Oh, man.
The pictures you could get.
Oh, yeah. All right, we'll come back, and we'll find out who brought us these sausage balls.
Sausage balls.
That Speedy tried to forget. And I think JC's the one who brought them for us, and then Speedy
it was
goes off.
a teammate of his mom made them.
Oh, okay.
I mean, how many stops have these sausage balls had along the way?
I know. Speedy's hand's been in them, too, by the way. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Your head, my nose, Speedy.
Okay. Well, that's funny. But one of the things, and I'm getting updates on this too, and Bubba, you were telling me, we were talking about Speedy being a super spreader on the big year ender. He gave it to Bubba Helms, and then Speedy had it.
Triple S.
Speedy. And possibly a stranger
super spreader Speedy. But anyway, he was singing the Mark Phillips song when he was spreading it at one point, and we found out, and now getting updates. Bubba told me, and now we're getting updates that Mark Phillips is in the hospital with COVID. And
struggling.
Thanks, Speedy.
And is struggling. So put Mark Phillips. He's watching right now on YouTube.
I don't know how it's possible, but
he told me he was watching. What's up, Mark? Hey, we're praying. We're getting the whole army praying for you.
Love again.
Come on, man. Huh? Times are hard when you've got COVID. So
didn't you feel bad for Mark and miss lucky days having to play with us? Here he is, this professional.
Oh yeah, can you imagine?
Great musician.
Clearly, he's sliding down the ladder.
He's over a bunch of jacklegs.
I know. No, that had.
But it was great for us.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, we were loving it.
Oh, we loved every minute of it. So on the other thing, I was talking with the guys in the break too, and it'll take some time to break them down. But I started thinking about this, sitting out deer hunting over the break, is how many prophets have been 100% wrong, and I use the word prophets with quotes around it. How many of these? I got a prophetic word, guys.
Oh yeah.
Have missed.
And where are they at now?
And I told Bubba back before. Now I may be wrong on this. Even the famous fireman. That predicted Trump's victory, that was a shocker, and I agree was miraculous. Didn't he also say Trump would get a second term?
I think he did.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. And jury is out. I mean, we won't know. Is it today that Congress certifies the election?
Is it the
6th?
Is
tomorrow.
It the 6th?
It's tomorrow, I believe.
The 7th?
I think it's tomorrow. The 6th.
And
today's the 5th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The 6th. But they vote in Georgia today.
Correct.
Certified tomorrow. And I want to. There's something about this that I want to point out later. It'll be an update with our government.
Okay.
But I think some people don't know the history of this a little bit, and you need to be educated on
the history on what?
About Congress approving or accepting the Electoral College's vote.
That's today too, right?
Well, that's what I asked.
I thought it was tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the 6th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Today's the Georgia
But
Senate.
I have
little news I heard that.
That's what I did too.
I have a story from 1 year ago. So just so when, somebody starts firing up their facts at the water cooler, you'll know what they are.
That's it. So anyway, we'll see how this all. I mean, we're still. What's going to happen on January 20th?
Guys, last night, think about it. Did y'all see Trump last night? Did y'all see our president last night in Dalton, Georgia?
I did not.
By the way, the crowd.
It was unbelievable. But he got up there and said he's won the election. And then in 2 weeks, is
that still going?
Yeah. Rick, last night, he was not backing up 1 ounce.
Yeah. His big
Hearing
thing,
him talk last night, I thought he won the election. I thought I'd been in a time warp. I thought COVID had changed everything for me. Like, I thought he's second term.
Okay. Well, we will see. We will see.
He's still look. He's about out of cards to play, but he's still got 1 or 2 left in the hand. It's the back of the book, but it's still there. It's still in the rule book.
15 minutes past the hour.
Not saying it looks good, but he's still got a card today.
More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Check our website too, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. All the information about the show you can stamp.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In 2 weeks, we're supposed to have a transition of power, however long it is to the 20th. And
what's today?
And I just listened to clips in the break. The president in Georgia last night saying, "We won this thing. We won it big, and we're not going anywhere." So that okay. So
Rick, the president will actually be chosen officially tomorrow in Congress.
Yes.
All right. So tomorrow
is probably what we call the last play.
I was going to ask you that. Now Trump, is he acting like
give
tomorrow?
Give me the government music. Let me hit the sounder for me. I'm ready.
What is the government?
Too much time. Okay. Politicians, something. Give me something. I need a diving board.
Great, give me that government music. There they are. Politicians, baby.
I've got too much.
It's to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Super Bowl weekend coming up. Valentine's Day on Monday. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. We talked about that a minute ago. Catch that. Dave Politis is with us from Missing 411. You don't want to miss that podcast this weekend. And Bubba, we just talked a little bit about Pistol Pace Jones, who was an up-and-coming three-point shooter. He's turning 1 today. Yep. And then we got talking about Arkansas and that Auburn game, which we had mentioned before, but I was kind of having some fun with some of our listeners.
That was an
in
impressive picture that he sent.
Yeah, I wanted to show you
the DBs.
I wanted to show you the decibel thing.
That shows you. That's loud, guys.
That's everybody getting excited. And then one of y'all mentioned something about look right there. It is. Those you didn't see it that are watching. That's somebody at the game when Arkansas won.
That.
Yeah, look at that, or during the game or whatever it was. So
120 dB, 112.
That's a loud crowd right there. And then that got us talking a little bit about SEC, and you said, Bubba, there's a story about that conference.
The SEC has been very successful financially.
Yep.
And that's without Texas and Oklahoma coming in, which is going to bring some more, hopefully. But the member schools are going to get to divide up $777 million.
Say that again.
Wow. 777. That's $777 million, Rick.
Wow.
That works out to $54.6 million for each member institution, all 14 of them.
Doesn't that kind of explain why people, when keep going up and say, "Hey, we'll come on in if y'all."
Hey, Texas, Oklahoma,
we'd like to be part of that.
That is why college football, college basketball, all of this is so important. Baseball.
It's also why your ticket prices are what they are.
Sure, that's why you have to just go and empty your savings account to get a ticket. That is why. and it's only going to get more.
Supply and demand.
You know, with this new deal that they've got coming up with ABC is going to really raise the revenue on it.
So I always find that interesting. Of course, we're SEC people. That's what we grew up, and some of y'all were like, "Oh, here we go, it's SEC stuff," and that's perfectly fine. But I do find it funny sometimes when people will talk about the SEC and run it down and how about this and all that, whatever. But then every time you turn around, somebody's saying, "Can we do something with the SEC?" So maybe the SEC is a product in its current state that produces a lot of revenue, and that's why people cut deals with them and do things with them, and if that ever changes, then they'll go somewhere else. But right now, it's just a simple supply and demand.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's what the market will bear.
Right.
And look, good for them. The commissioner has done a good job managing that, and continues to manage that. It's a well-run business for everybody.
Well, and all the advertisers and all the networks, they know that the fan base is going to give you great ratings, is going to buy a lot of products. They're going to come out to the bowl games. They're going to come out to the championship games. They're going to watch the television broadcast. And that's what it's all about. We tell you guys all the time, the only reason why anybody, as far as advertisers and marketing, I mean, they really couldn't care less whether they think we're any good or not. What they're after is the way all of you in the audience act, and you guys do respond to sponsors, and you do respond to promotions, and you're very, very loyal, and so advertisers and people who want an audience that's active and large and will move. That's where they want to be, and the SEC has those kind of fans.
And Rick, speaking of that and the passion, back to the noise meter that what was his name? John had from the Arkansas Auburn game. 112 decibels is louder than you running a chainsaw.
Wow.
Slightly under jackhammer.
Wow.
That's constant. Now that's a constant noise. That's a lot. At 130 decibels, you actually feel physical pain.
Wow.
So,
what about when you're getting a warning that this is not good for your hearing?
Yeah. How about the watches will do that? That's pretty impressive.
I mean, that's like concerts and things like that.
Yeah. That's like the Who. Remember, they held the record for years for the loudest rock band.
Do y'all think, speaking of that, transitioning from SEC to the Super Bowl Sunday, do you think, are we going to have a good atmosphere in there?
I don't know.
Because I think
it's going to be hot, they said.
Did you see the temperature? It may be the hottest Super Bowl ever. They said at kickoff it could be upper 80s.
Upper 80s, yeah.
Well, I got an email from somebody who's in Cincinnati, and this is what I love. They said in Cincinnati that place is painted orange, and those people are going crazy.
Oh yeah,
and talking about a fan base.
Well, they think they got a real chance to win this.
But the problem is that's not going to translate into Los Angeles SoFi Stadium. The Cincinnati fans. It's just not going to be able to create that kind of atmosphere in there. Because usually most of the Super Bowl tickets also go to people that are not for either team. They just want to be there.
I saw
but having it in L.A. has got to be an advantage for the Rams because the casual viewers, Rick, that really don't have a dog in that fight are probably going to be for the Rams because they're closer.
Yeah, but trying to get LA fans excited about American football, it's not like Cincinnati.
Did you see the pep rallies? Cincinnati's had like 30,000 people. The Rams had theirs at a high school. I saw an article of it. It showed it. They had a stage set up where they come out and walk. You had the one in Cincinnati, and it was at some big stadium. There was like 30,000 people there, and the Rams again. They barely filled up a high school.
Well, that's why
teams
kept leaving Los Angeles, but the league likes the TV market of LA, but the fans are not rowdy.
Yeah, that's why when they left, they were gone for a while.
Yeah, I mean, you can get them more excited about a soccer team in Los Angeles than you can a football team.
Yeah,
which is sad.
It's true though.
That explains the state of our country.
So you know what they did? They put two of them.
Greg, yeah,
they gave them two teams.
Yeah, you got to have two teams to try to make this thing work. Greg, you're telling. I didn't know this story about the pep rallies. Yes. Cincinnati has 30,000, and the Rams have theirs at like a big high school.
I think it was on Barstool.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me because there's not a lot of passion in Los Angeles for American football. This has been a problem for a long time in Los Angeles. So, But the Super Bowl, is going to be packed because people go to the Super Bowl no matter who's playing because they're going to the Super Bowl.
This is the title of the story, Rick. I don't have the numbers here, but it says, Wild Bengals Super Bowl send-off makes Rams pet rally look like a poorly attended high school game.
Yeah.
That is the headline.
Oh, my goodness. So you see, I mean, we're not going to – you know what I wish they would do? I wish they'd have the thing and play it in Cincinnati. Now, you'd see some rowdy then. But
Rick, that'd be –
Greg,
right.
is that the Rams right there? Is that it?
Yeah.
Guys, there's high school teams that draw more than that. Bubba, look at that sad.
I'm trying to stay.
Well,
if I could find it in Barstow and see the headline they had, it was pretty funny.
Is this because of COVID restrictions?
There's people in the stands though behind that.
Is there a reason? Like,
because I'm looking.
See, I'm trying to go. Maybe if it was wide open,
Adler,
they would have more.
Yeah, show us the
There's got to be more
one.
to it. There's got to be more to it, Rick.
Cincinnati looks like a home football game.
Now, we do know, though, that Rams football fans are not.
We do, but we also know they're under major restrictions than most everybody else is not.
I bet you there's still more people in St. Louis that pull for them than actual Los Angeles.
Yeah.
That would not surprise me. Of course, they're mad at them, so I guess St. Louis turns on them now, though, right?
Probably.
Yeah. If you're in St. Louis, do you still pull for the Rams?
St. Louis can hate two teams, them and the Cardinals.
Right. All right, look at the difference in Cincinnati.
Look at them. They got fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big crowd.
Hey, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I'm going to paraphrase a lot of this, okay? Congress will have a joint session tomorrow to certify the Electoral College count, okay? It will be a combination of House and Senate. Mike Pence will be the presiding officer. And as these votes are come in and presented, if there is a congressman and a senator who objects to it, they have to stop the count and debate. Now, Mitch McConnell, a lot of other leading Republicans have said, don't do this. Don't do this. It's going to make us look bad. It's going to hurt us in some areas. It is what it is. Move on. Other Republicans in the House and the Senate said, oh, hold the phone there, sir. We'll do what we feel like is our constitutional obligation. Mm-hmm. So there are congressmen, Mo Brooks being one from our state, and Tommy Tuberville being one from our state in the Senate, have both said they're going to object to several states' votes. And the people go, oh, my gosh, what are y'all doing? This is unprecedented. You're trying to steal. You're trying to overturn the will of the people. They just get all tore up about it. Given historically it is somewhat of a rubber stamp deal. Guess when it wasn't? 2016. The Congress held a contentious hearing on the presidential election after Donald Trump won. The electoral votes were open before Congress, and guess what? Members of the House objected to the electoral tallies in Alabama, Florida, Michigan, Texas, Mississippi, and the Carolinas. Did you know that? Did y'all know they had a debate on the last one?
I didn't know the states. I did know that this did take place, yes.
Representative Barbara Lee from California, she said she objected because people are horrified by the overwhelming evidence of Russian interference in the election.
This was 2016.
There was Russian interference, but it was on Hillary's side, working against Trump. But the point being, this process is laid out in the Constitution. It's another check along the way to be sure that our election process is fair. And if any congressman and any senator has an objection, they will get to debate it on the floor of Congress, present their evidence if they have any, and it will all be handled through that process. So it is working itself out. But they could overturn, quote, the will of the people and not accept the votes from a certain state if they have the votes to do it. Do they? I don't think so. Will they debate it? Absolutely.
Did they debate it in 2016?
Absolutely, they did.
Did they have enough votes to make it happen, change it?
No.
So this really isn't unprecedented, even to the last election.
Right. So don't act like if someone is questioning this election that there's some psycho out there, okay? It has been done in 2016. So it's part of the process. Let them debate it. Let them argue about it. Let them vote on it, and then we'll move on. But it is the last stop because you could see where there could be a situation where people in Congress go, well, this totally doesn't make sense. And the Congress has the last word, not the courts.
So,
because the Congress is the court of the people, keep in mind.
And by all appearances, it appears that even though this is a Supreme Court that, the left told us it was just the end of time.
Oh, yeah.
These people.
Well, that was to make them not want to do anything.
It's the end of time. They really, from what I've gathered, now keep in mind, let me be clear. For 2 weeks and a few days, I have not. I don't even know what's going on, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I know it was pleasant. Wasn't it?
It was very pleasant, and so I assume from what I gathered, but the last time I checked in, nothing's changed. This supposed one-sided Supreme Court that Trump and the Supreme Court are going to take over the world. That the Supreme Court has really kind of had the attitude of we don't want to deal with this. We're not getting involved in this.
Right. Rick, the court has been very clear, and really a lot of the Supreme Courts of the states, they don't want nothing to do with this thing.
Right.
Right or wrong. It is still troubling to me personally that in Pennsylvania, the law clearly says that the legislative body sets the terms for the election. Okay? Clearly says that. The Secretary of State, under the authorizing of a judge, changed the election rules. The Constitution in Pennsylvania does not say that the legislature sets the rules unless some judge thinks otherwise, unless there's a pandemic, right. Unless the Secretary of State, it says they set it. They had an election under rules that was not set by that. Now, are the rules or are they not? If you go by that, and I'm a judge, I throw out Pennsylvania because it was not conducted the way the law says it should. That is a valid argument. Now, some of these other things may not be. Pennsylvania is a valid argument.
Well, let me tell everybody in Georgia today, if you are legally registered to vote and you don't want to lose the Senate to the Democrats, every single one of you have got to vote today.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Six minutes past the hour. From the broadcast plaza and teleports another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. The Wheel of Meat will happen today. Be paying attention for that. Also, don't forget to catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend. All right, so the sausage balls have been retrieved. So the person who was kind enough to make those for us and to send those was supposed to send them via Speedy. As his son came in and said, "Dad, take these to the show." He left them, and then we had to teach Speedy, and Speedy taught himself a lesson by having to go all the way back home and get them.
Speedy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Speedy.
Thank you,
Which
buddy.
it goes back to, I don't know how morning rush hour traffic people do it. Mm-hmm. I don't know how you do it. And I don't know where some of you are going.
Right.
You drive 10 miles per hour under the speed limit. You're in the wrong lane.
Did it teach you?
Get over. And the whole time I was frustrated. I was teaching myself a lesson.
If you had just simply brought those in like your son asked you to do, and this person who really this was sacrificial to make these and trying to do something kind for us, and you really kind of messed this thing up.
I did. Tyson Kirkland is a teammate of JC's, and his
so
mother.
you even had the name wrong. earlier today.
Did he have it wrong?
Well, I said I thought.
You said Tate.
I said when Helmsy, let's present it correctly. I said I wasn't sure.
I think it's Tate's.
Right.
He just brought in sausage cookies. Don't
I
be
just
right.
I just found out, but I think the way it was presented, I wasn't sure when I said it.
No, you were sure.
And so I've dialed it in a little bit.
They were sausage balls too.
Anyway, so JC brings in the house last night a cooler and says, "Dad, Tyson's mom has made some sausage balls."
Now, what Tate's mom make?
Hell, I'm finished.
Speedy, I don't know why you brought in sausage cookies.
They are.
And that's
they
fine.
are sausage cookies. They're really good.
I don't know why they're on you. Y'all leave Speedy alone.
He's going to get one. He's going to get one.
Go stand by Big Boy. I'm telling you, it helps.
Go play Wordle.
I'll tell you, it helps. When I go over to Big Boy, I've done it twice. It
helps.
It helps.
That big old face.
Yes. So anyway, they're here, and we're
A
heating
different
them.
presentation, but they're good.
Oh, they're very good.
They look like sausage ball cookies.
Yeah.
They're really
They're kind of the bigger one, like you said, more like a cookie with the biscuits and the
Good
cheese
flavor.
and the sausage. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. So thank you very much.
So
Thank you, Speedy.
The cookie is not a sweet, salty. It's just salty.
It's just a sausage ball.
It's like a
just in
sausage
a cookie
ball
form.
that's flattened out.
Just picture sausage ball cookie form.
It's a sausage ball that looks like a Tic Tac UFO. Flattened out.
That's what Bubba
You took me there.
That's what Bubba sees. So anyway, thank you for that.
I was looking at some Tic Tac stuff yesterday after our podcast, by the way.
All right, so we
Catch that tomorrow.
Yeah, but all right, so let's take a look. See, I know that I'm really enjoying watching the Biden administration. It's a lot of fun.
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
So, there's nothing that's more fun than watching the president or anybody in his administration thinking that they're in safe ground by going to some of the mainstream, more left-leaning, news outlets. Lester Holt is talking to the president, and we'll start
from NBC.
We'll start first with the discussion of the debacle that was Afghanistan withdrawal. We're also going to get into the mask mandates, and then we're going to get into Lester Holt being called a wise guy by the president. So let's just run them in order here.
It could be worse.
It could be worse.
He's shown that.
Yeah, let's just run them in order. So we'll start with the question concerning the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Here we go.
This could go crazy quickly.
On the subject of American citizens, I have to draw your attention to that Army report, an investigative report that's come out about the lead up to the withdrawal from Afghanistan. It interviewed many military officials and officers who said the administration ignored the handwriting on the wall. Another described trying to get folks in the embassy ready to evacuate, encountering people who were essentially in denial of this situation. Does any of that ring true to you?
No.
Oh, my goodness.
That's not what I was told.
That you were told that the U.S. administration officials were prepared, they knew it was time to get out?
No, what I was told, no one told me that. Look, there was no good time to get out. But if we had not gotten out, they acknowledged that we would have had to put a hell of a lot more troops back in. It wasn't just 2,000, 4,000. We would have to significantly increase the number of troops, and we'd be back in this war of attrition.
Boy, I mean,
I feel good.
Yeah,
No.
I was telling a military person the other day that no longer serves. I thanked him for the time that he did serve, and I said because it's people like you that enable people like me to sleep soundly at night.
Yep.
I don't feel that way anymore about I don't sleep as well at night with this person as the commander in chief.
All right, Lester Holt then goes to mask mandates with the president. Here's his comment.
All right.
Are you afraid, though, that some states and cities are moving too quickly to loosen indoor mask mandates?
Well, it's I committed that I would follow the science as put forward by the CDC and the federal people, and I think it's probably premature, but it's a tough call.
Did he just say federal people?
He did.
So he basically didn't answer the question.
Yeah, he did not answer that question. What he's saying is, and if he wants to just say tough call, do what you want, that's fine. But this, by the way, he's doing that thing about taking mini naps where you close your eyes for long periods of time.
I'm familiar with those.
Yeah, right.
So now this is one of them that's interesting. Inflation is at 40-year high. We've been told it's temporary. Here is the president's comments on the inflation situation.
I think it was back in July you said inflation was going to be temporary. I think a lot of Americans are wondering what your definition of temporary is.
Well, you're being a wise guy with me a little bit, and I understand that's your job. But look, at the time,
We're asking a question.
Let's look at the reasons for the inflation. And the reason for the inflation is the supply chains were cut off, meaning that the products, for example, automobiles, the lack of computer chips to be able to build those automobiles.
Since if you understand it, Joe, if you understand what causes inflation, it is a lack of supply and too much money.
Right.
Why did you keep printing money?
Yeah.
If the supply was slow, you should have slowed down the money. You went right opposite of what you should have done. That's why we're in a mess. Rick, Peter Ducey asked him the same question. He called him an SOB.
Yeah.
So really, Lester got out lied on that.
Yeah, wise guy. That was showing his love for NBC a little bit. Lester only got wise guy.
Yeah. And you heard his comments on mask and all that. Adler, let's hear his lockdown montage. This is him wanting to keep things locked down, a montage of Joe Biden's comments along the way.
Where's that?
That is old number 4.
Essentially locked down?
For the time being, I would, yes. If I were president today, I would roll back the reopenings in a number of places.
If the scientists say shut it down?
I would shut it down. By Easter, he wants to have everybody going back to work. I mean, what's he talking about? Bars should not be open. There should not be congregations of more than 10 people. In any state where the rate is more than 1-to-1 here, should be, in fact, rolling back. The idea of the whole economy being back to, I can't fathom. Just ordering your schools to open like Trump has done isn't going to be good enough. Bars and restaurants are going to close. The last thing we need is Neanderthal thinking that in the meantime everything's fine, take off your mask.
Do you believe that some states should pause their reopening efforts?
Yes.
Yeah, and every bit of that was wrong, and that's been proven.
A big lockdown guy the whole time,
and that's been proven by Johns Hopkins University, and so all of that was wrong, and even called people stupid for thinking our economy was destroyed. Really, we're finding out scientifically, not politically, unnecessarily, and that's the problem with some of the inflation. That this supply stuff, a lot of that was completely ruined by that, and.
Still haven't recovered.
What was funny is I saw Babylon Bee. They said that Biden administration telling everyone what Texas did 12 months ago. Let's all do it.
Yep. Here we go.
That's it.
Yeah, and what Florida did, 14, 15 months ago.
Yep. You're right. So we'll come back 16 minutes past the hour. There's your Biden update today. Hey, you're trying to be a wise guy there. That's your job, I understand.
Yeah, wise guy.
Yeah.
You asked me a question.
Yeah,
I'm the president. Don't ask me a
poke
question.
at you.
Rick and Bubba.
Because it's going to take every single vote.
Yes, it is.
Because you cannot have a lackadaisical, laid-back attitude about it.
There was almost 1 million votes sent in ahead of time. I think it was 960,000 something.
Yep.
Y'all remember playing in games where you felt like you were playing the opponent and the referees?
Yes.
And you're like, wow, so we got to beat both of them.
Better get after it today.
So we'll come back. Let's go phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG, whatever you want to talk about. 10 lines available.
Pennsylvania's a valid argument, Rick. It's valid.
I agree.
May not win it, but it's a valid argument.
I agree. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go. Bobby, Birmingham, Alabama. Bobby, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, gentlemen. Have you guys noticed, I'm sure you have, that ever since the election, and quote, Biden's win, that you haven't had a whole lot of civil unrest. There hasn't been a whole lot of rioting, no one getting shot, and, just national world, unrest across the board from coast to coast.
Well, you must not
know how that's kind of tapered off the last couple of months.
Well, you must not have seen the Tulsa Mississippi State game. I guess I really haven't been paying attention. Has it settled any? I did see a story when I was trying to, like yesterday. You have that thing that hits you when a project's due and you put it off. I was like, my gosh, I got to do a show tomorrow. I need to find out what's going on. And I saw where the Portland mayor had finally admitted, hey, I need help. So has that?
I think it has calmed down in most places. Yeah. I think Portland had some issues. Imagine that over the New Year's.
Right.
But other than that, I think it has calmed down.
Well, I want to say this again because I think, especially young people, y'all listen about there. Everybody, pay attention. There's all kinds of things you need to see that you see with your own eyes, and you hear with your own ears, and you read with those eyes again. And you've come to the conclusion, I hope, well, I guess it's not just what Rick and Bubba think. Maybe there's some truth to some of this. And another example that I want you to look at for those of you socialistic loving people out there that have been sold the socialism bill of goods, and you've seen the propaganda, but you don't know what it's really like because you've never lived in it before. You did see that de Blasio and his wife, they got to dance in the streets of New York City.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But But the people of New York, or those you want to travel there, you didn't get to. Now, undoubtedly, it was fine. What they did is they cleared the street of your sorry butt, and then they went out and created a New Year's memory and told you couldn't. And if you did, they'd arrest you. But they sure did it. And
different, Rick.
And you need to be taking notes on that. The ruling class isn't going to live the way they make you live. You need to pay attention because
and you have something you can do about it now. Under a socialism system, you won't.
That's right. Bubba, we celebrate our 27th year today from Jordan. I'm talking about the country of Jordan. Killy Vanilli is on the line.
Kelly.
Oh, my God. Guys, I still have this heart beating fear in me each time I call you, even though it's been 27 years ago.
Kelly, see, this is what happens when you return to the Middle East. Now your accent's gone back. We taught you how to speak good Southern English.
Yeah, you ain't Etowah County anymore, that's for sure.
I need to slow down. I need to slow down a little bit when I speak to Rick and Bubba.
There you go.
That's it, baby. You coming back. So 27 years, Kelly. You were there, the first years of the show, right?
Yeah, in Gadsden. Wow.
Kelly, where are you at now, and what are you doing? Catch everybody up to date.
I'm in Jordan, not Georgia, Jordan, like the river of Jordan.
Yeah.
And I've been here since the last 10 years. Now I'm into social media and online marketing. I do a lot of speaking, training, and I published my first book.
You published a book. Yeah, I think you sent us an email about that.
Yeah, it's in Arabic. Otherwise, I would have sent you a copy.
Yeah,
right.
Well, yeah.
I don't read Arabic real well.
Not like I could when we were hanging.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
So, are you?
Guys, I miss you so much.
Well, we miss you too. Do you have children?
My kids, my daughter, she's in college. My son, he's about to finish high school, and they're moving, I think, to Georgia.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
It is 22 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Remember, 1 week from today, big weekend starts. And a lot of different places involving members of the show and themanchurch.com Pursuit Men's Conference, Dothan, Alabama, News Talk 1039. Coming up next weekend, 1 week from today. If you have not registered, so we'll have an armband waiting on you, do so. There will be no tickets available at the door. Jonathan Evans, Andy Blanks, Charles Billingsley, and I will all be part of the Pursuit Men's Conference. Year number 3, back at the Dothan Civic Center. That'll be coming up next weekend. And then you also can check that Helmsy And Lance Ingram from the show will join Sid Bream and Tyler Stovall. Men of Iron Conference going on in Hoax Bluff, Alabama. That's also all the information. You'll find that there at upcoming events. That's 1 week from today. It starts. We have a couple of man churches going on in Scottsboro, Alabama. First Baptist Church, Scottsboro. Mark Garnett and Brian Gunn. Mark Garnett on Friday night, Brian Gunn on Saturday night. That's also 1 week from today, and you can find that information at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So make some notes about that. All right, I wanted to thank Tyson Kirkland's mom, Mrs. Kirkland, for sending us the delicious sausage ball cookies today.
Very, very good.
They are fantastic. Mama Kirkland, thank you for that. We are loving those. And Speedy, thank you for teaching yourself and going back and getting them and not letting us be without them today.
Thank you. They're from Dothan, Alabama.
Speaking of Dothan.
Love the show.
Speaking of Dothan. All right, so let me tell you what happened yesterday on the anniversary. And I think you guys are going to be a little bit impressed, not trying to brag. So
just not the way you are.
Yeah, just but this is actually very funny. So you're thinking about and Sherry and I and this is look we talked about yesterday. We have a fantastic marriage and we love it and we love our time together. But honestly, we don't make that big a fuss on the actual day of the anniversary because it usually falls right in the middle of so many things going on, and sometimes if we can get a dinner in, that's good, and we're not in the hey let's get each other a gift or anything like that, and we enjoyed the time together, and like we did last year on 25. I mean we had the anniversary in February, but then we didn't really take a trip or do anything together till May. So anyway, I was like, well, I want to do something on the anniversary, that she's not expecting. Because this will be good. She's had the shoulder surgery and all that, and so you know how your mind, a fragment of something will come back into your mind. And you're like, wait a minute, I remember something, but I don't quite. And it's getting worse as we get older.
I'm familiar with that a lot here lately.
So at one point, Sherry had gone to a place to pick up Big Love's class ring that had to be resized. When it was ordered, he took a guess on the ring size, and it wasn't right, and he needed it a little bit bigger. And so when she came back, she gave me a card. Now, this has been a month ago, okay? She gave me a card that says, well, if you ever want to get me a little happy or a gift, I saw something in there that I really liked, and here's the guy's card, and he's written down on there what it is. Okay. So, unfortunately, I didn't remember what it was or exactly what was going on, but I did remember the place. So I had completely forgotten about that, and I started thinking about that I needed to go over, and when I was thinking about going over to pick up something I need to do, I went, oh, wait a minute. She mentioned something about a place over there where she had a gift.
Yeah, while I'm here.
And I was like, oh, but I don't remember what we were talking about. And you guys, you're going to love this. So I get on the phone with him. I said, anybody remember my wife coming in there? and so the guy says, yeah, I don't think I waited on her. Do you remember who waited on her? I said, no. Was it a man or a woman? I said, I don't know. I'm going to guess probably a woman. The way she was talking. I don't know that a dude would, I don't know. I'm throwing.
Now, what are you basing that on?
I just, for some reason in my mind, I pictured a woman waiting on her.
You had a 50-50 chance.
Right. I don't know where I got that. I just, so he says, well, let me try to figure it out. And I said, well, look, I've got to head that way because, I did something incredibly romantic first. I went and got car tags renewed, which, actually went extremely smooth, by the way. So no line, no anything, in and out. I bet I went in there 10 minutes.
Some of mine came in the mail, some of them didn't.
Which is why I don't do the mail anymore.
What's up with that?
That happens to me every time I do. I just quit. Like you were talking about, finally I got to teach myself. Hey, Rick, if mailing it is actually causing you more hassle, then stop doing it. They're even charging you for a convenience you're not getting.
Yeah.
And so I just now take the cards and go. So I did that, and I was headed that way. And so I'm waiting on a phone call back. I'm like, I need to know. So finally, I get a call back, and the very kind gentleman, he goes, we got it figured out. I said, okay.
That's good.
Yeah. He said, where are you? I said, well, I'm not that far from you. I'll just come down there. He goes, I think we've got it figured out. Now, keep in mind, I have no recollection
You don't know what you're walking into.
No, I don't even know what's going on. And so I come in there, and they're like, we went back and looked at security cam footage.
No way.
And he goes, and we found your wife in here.
That's extra mile.
Yeah, and I said, you're kidding me? It says, and by the way, you were wrong. It was actually a man who waited on her, and he's here. I said, well, outstanding.
That's real good.
So he comes over to me. He goes, do you remember what it was that she wanted? And I said, well, I thought you would remember. He goes, it's been over a month ago. He goes, I sent a card home with her with it written down on there. So,
but that's paperwork.
Expecting you to come in the next few days.
Yeah.
And he goes, do you have the card? And I said, and all of a sudden I get my billfold out and I'm just throwing business cards out all over the counter. Okay, we get down to the last card in my wallet. He said, that's me. And he points at it. And I said, all right. And I get it out. He goes, we got it. Look, and he's,
Here it is.
He's holding it up in there. And we're like, yeah. You're like that. And look, he and I are high-fiving. And I'm wanting to come over and chest bump. He's
I need to see security footage of that.
Yeah. And so, and how about this? If we don't find that card, because he says, now I know she looked at this and this. And I said, that doesn't feel right. I don't think that's right. I think no, that doesn't feel right. And then he goes, we need the card. And then I was like, what card? He said, you don't have the card? And so then I found the card, found the gift, and you talk about her not expecting something. She comes in at the house. I said, looks like somebody's got a little happy over there. She looks up, she goes, I did not think you would remember that. I said, I've been thinking about that for a week.
Did you say it like this, though, Rick? I didn't think you'd remember that.
I didn't think you'd remember that. And I was like, oh, no, baby, I've been waiting on the anniversary for that. Of course, it's not true. I just was over that way and remembered she wanted something from there, but it worked out.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Back to the United States?
Yes.
Wow. So you're in Jordan,
Yeah,
and they're moving back to Georgia. Well, how about that?
Kelly, do you ever get over here to the U.S.?
I haven't really since 07.
07. Haven't been back since
I
07.
should.
Wow. Now, are you still? What is your citizenship situation?
I'm a citizen. I'm a U.S. citizen.
He's a U.S. citizen.
Still a U.S. citizen. Okay. Yeah, we helped you with that.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, we carried him to Atlanta.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I wish I can find that show when you guys were screening the answers to me.
Oh,
in the front of the football building.
Rick, the one that got me, because we had the Fun Mobile that had the giant horns on it. When you screamed out the top of it, Nebraska was not an original 13 colony. Oh, man, I lost it.
And then we started talking about that we left you answers in the bathroom to ask to go to the bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
And we would say, don't look up here. The George Washington's in your hand.
Right.
So that is so good. Man, it's great to hear from you.
And, Rick, when you told them we wouldn't come off the top of that McDonald's when the federal agents were tired of it.
Yes.
And they all ran to McDonald's.
They
I
did.
thought that I wanted to see them be a little
diversion, Bubba, diversion.
Yeah.
Kelly, great to hear from you, and a lot of great
Likewise.
memories. And if you do find your way back to the States,
let us know.
I sure will.
And, it's not beyond. If we ever get back to traveling, I may find myself in Jordan, and if I do, I'll let you know I'm coming that way.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
All right,
Jordan or the country next to us.
Okay. The country next to us. That's funny. All right. Thanks a lot, Kelly. We'll see you, buddy.
I'm just so glad he didn't tell a story about linoleum.
Oh, my gosh.
That was his very first call.
Y'all talking about the Palestinian Elvis?
That's him. That's him.
Did you remember Did you love Kelly?
Didn't he sell cars?
Something he did.
No, he did all kinds of stuff.
And we'd sit there and, check him for bombs and let him in.
We'd pat him down, give him the one, welcome him in with open arms.
Let's go to Sean in Atlanta. Sean, you getting out and voting today, baby?
Well, I've actually already did early voting. I wanted to make sure it got in there because, I have a weird work schedule. So I did my part. I hope the rest of Georgia does their part.
Well, we're going to need everyone.
That's what I called about. What do y'all think? You think they're going to try the same shenanigans they did in the presidential election?
Well, let me ask you this, Sean.
Trying to change the vote?
Let me ask you these questions. Do you think they were shenanigans?
I do.
Do you think they got away with it?
I think they may. I hope that this motion or what y'all were talking about earlier about them.
But up to this point,
yeah, just yay or nay. That's kind of a yes or no.
Yeah, but up to this point,
yes, it's a yes.
Okay, well then,
Yes, I
if
think
they
it was.
if they did it and they got away with it, why wouldn't they do it again?
Right. I mean, I said
I will tell you this.
I said that to myself in school.
The deck is stacked against the Republicans, I think, big time. Because I don't know if you saw this during, and I was looking at this, I go, there's something can't be right. They were trying to remove 4,000 names off the rolls that were inactive, okay, had not voted, their registration had run out. A judge would not allow them to do it. You know who the judge was? Stacey Abrams' sister.
There you go.
Oh.
Now, you talking about the vertical monopoly, folks. You
I'm
can't
sure
beat that.
She didn't let that.
And I
cloud her
still
judgment at all.
Let me ask you this: I know that it has, the powers that be have said no, this was standard operating procedure. I still have not understood. Been in a COVID fog, give you that. In Georgia, we had video of everybody in there counting votes. The supervisor shutting it down, sending the poll watchers home, except for about 5 people, and then started getting boxes of ballots out from under the table. Never have got somebody help me with that. Did I miss the show where they explained that one? And they counted overnight illegally, and then the poll watchers heard this was going on and tried to get back in. They wouldn't let them. I mean, did I miss the explanation? I know there's a logical explanation, Rick. I'm not saying they cheated, but I just missed the answer to that.
I would like an answer for that, and I couldn't get it from Stacey Abrams or her sister.
No.
Harley in Alabama. Harley, welcome.
She's become the John Daly of Georgia.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate that.
John Daly, was that his name? The mayor.
Well, 27 years.
John Daly's
27 years is quite a feat. I'd say that y'all are doing very well. Y'all made it longer than most marriages today.
Well, you know what? True. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being here. Still to come, Will of Meat could happen at any time on the program today. All right, simplysafebubba.com. Yeah, go there, and if you have not moved into modern times with a simplysafebubba.com system, you're probably like a lot of people. You probably get a lot of false alarms. You're looking over and going, wow, if we ever move from here, I guess the security system stays. What if people don't want it? Now we're going to have to fix this over here. How intrusive that was. You're overpaying to be monitored. You feel like you can never get out of the contract. Well, with simplysafebubba.com, they're going to take all the things that we don't like about the way the industry was once done, and they're going to upgrade that with new technology, with entry and motion sensors, indoor-outdoor cameras, you installing it yourself in about 30 minutes, no long-term contracts or commitments. You can customize the perfect system in just a few minutes by going to simplysafebubba.com. So go today, listen to this, Rick and Bubba fans, go today, claim a free indoor security camera, and save 20% with interactive monitoring. Do that. Now, the monitoring is going to be $15 a month. And you're not in any kind of long-term contract. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. They got voted, by the way, best security system in 2021 from U.S. News and World Report again. Bubba, Super Bowl. Coming up this weekend, it's an interesting matchup. I know the city of Cincinnati is going crazy. The city of Los Angeles is going, but based on what we have, I'm sorry, I had to take a little coughing out of the commercial there. But anyway, so I just like the Super Bowl, the event.
Well, it's a great American pastime.
Right, yeah,
it's the fact it's on Sunday night makes it a little tough because you got to go to work on Monday. But at least they started a little early. And but I didn't know what everybody's plans were. We're
we're going to try to have a few folks over, nothing big, just to kind of watch it and, be able to comment on the commercials and all that kind of stuff. So that's always fun to me. I enjoy this. This is fun, especially when you don't have a dog in the hunt where, I really don't care who wins. And hopefully it'll just be a good game. But even if it's not, all of the pageantry, all of the stories around the game, all the characters, the halftime show, the commercials, it's just a big American blowout.
Can I tell you one of the things I was wondering about, because I actually thought the Super Bowl was going to be, I'm talking about long ago, when football season was just starting, that it was going to be last weekend, not this weekend.
Yeah.
And this feels a little late. So I don't recall the Super Bowl being in conflict with Valentine's weekend before.
I think it is late, and the reason I say that, and this is
some COVID
scheduling.
thing?
Well, I don't know.
Season was longer this year.
I don't know what. I know the AFC and NFC was pushed at some point because we actually planned the man church at our church based off it being not that weekend.
Same here.
And then it was, and so and we got to talking in our monthly meetings that something must have changed, and it did. And so because of that, it's actually pushed this a week.
Yeah, I think you remember that we ended up having to cancel it, but you remember the man event?
Yeah.
That was actually designed to be the Friday of Super Bowl weekend for the men and all that. And then all of a sudden, Billings and I got to talking. He said, man, I've looked at the schedule.
Yeah.
And I was telling him, I said, they're doing it a weekend later.
Yeah.
This is the latest it's ever been.
That's what I
Last
thought.
5 years, it's been on the 7th twice, the 4th once, the 5th once, 2nd and 3rd, and then now the 13th just jumps. Wow, it's way
Is it
way
because
later.
we played more regular season games? But they took away a couple of preseason ones, right? Or did it still bump it a little bit longer?
Something happened that did bump it, because I can remember, Speedy, and you just confirmed it. We've had more than one Brooks, Big Love, Burgess birthday parties and turned them into Super Bowl bashes.
Yeah.
Because his birthday was the same day as the Super Bowl, which was the 7th. So, yeah, this is late. And so with that question, do you think there'll be any guys out there that – I mean, it's Valentine's weekend. Do you think there'll be any – well, I know we couldn't get a reservation on Friday and Saturday because that's hard, but we could probably do something Sunday night.
Yeah, well, we're having a Sunday lunch kind of situation for that. So I'm sure
you may be just giving a pointer out there to somebody.
Yeah, some people may push it to the next weekend, but see, then I have Hunter's birthday that weekend. So this is a very complicated time of year because I have deer season ending. Betty has several birthdays in her family, and then we've got Hunter's birthday, and sometimes he celebrates early, sometimes late, and then Valentine's, and
Well, I've got Terry's
Hamcation is this weekend. Everybody knows about.
I got Terry's
I'm watching
birthday.
you struggle with that.
Terry's birthday tomorrow, Super Bowl Sunday, Valentine's Day Monday.
Wow.
But you took care of a lot of that last weekend when you got your little getaway.
Rick, next
that
year
was well played.
I've got to go
front
to
end.
Hamcation. I can't
Right.
take it.
Well, I had anniversary yesterday.
If I had been sick a week, I'd have probably tried to push it this year.
Right. Because what happened, the same thing. Big Love's birthday was the 7th, and he had concert tickets with he and his friends. They were going to a concert the actual weekend. And what we've done for the last several years, we've taken Dad, whose birthday is the 26th of January, and Big Love, who has got his on February 7th, and we'll do the last weekend in January. We'll just do something together. Well, we tried to do that, and we were going to combine that with Ellis's birthday, and we had it all planned out. Then the Omicron took that and destroyed it, and so then we bumped it now to this weekend. So we'll have Big Love birthday week later this weekend. We'll have Pistol Pace Jones on Sunday, and then you have the Super Bowl on Sunday night. So it wouldn't surprise me, and I know what I'm about to say is about to be shocking, and I'm probably okay either way. I can see a scenario where I don't even see the Super Bowl.
Well,
but
if you're still at a party, you're still having fun. It's still a fun weekend.
Oh, sure, no question about that.
But I bet a TV will get on it somewhere.
Yeah. So
and what is the halftime show this time, Speedy?
It's Dr. Dre, his group. She's got Snoop and Eminem and
wow,
a number of them. I forget, about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I would think
he had to put a lot of money up front, and so that's why they were concerned if Super Bowl had been moved from SoFi because of COVID restrictions to Texas or something, he stood to lose a couple million.
Wow. Yeah.
Because I think, and Adler can confirm, aren't they under his label? I think so. So
if
anyway.
it's not a label, it's
I know Eminem is.
I definitely know Eminem. Yeah, is,
and I thought he brought in Snoop too.
Doesn't he have the
I'm not sure.
contract to do the Super Bowl halftime shows now? Wasn't that one of the deals they made a year or two ago?
All of them?
Yeah, I think his company
No, you're right.
manages
I remember that.
who they book for the halftime show.
Because that was during the kneeling for the flag thing.
Yes.
And he caught flack for that. Right. And he was like, well, let's all try to get in here and work this thing out. They're giving us control of the halftime show.
Yeah.
That's a step in the right direction. I remember that story.
Yeah, I think he's in charge of it, his company. I don't think they have to be on his label, but I'm sure he will give people on his label a good look.
My goodness. Well,
to whatever they're doing.
Well, yeah, and you were talking about this February thing, and I explained it the other day on the show, is also extremely busy, and you heard me talking about some of the things because – For us doing the men's ministry stuff, it all crams into February because everybody says, all right, football's ending.
Yeah.
And of course this year it threw it by a curve by extending. And later, deer season just ended. Turkey season in baseball hasn't started.
Right.
And
so they thread the needle.
So they try to crowd it all. Right. I mean, Sherry laughs every year. She goes, so how many bookings in February? And I said, that's where we'll be landing the line in February. So anyway, so I don't know. It's possible this year. I think I'm probably more disjointed this year when Super Bowl Sunday. The last few years, I've really just sat down and watched it by myself, and Sherry come down there if I can get her going on a couple of good storylines. But we haven't done a Super Bowl party in a number of years.
But we've done. I've watched since the kids have been gone. I've watched several big games by myself, and I don't like it. I like having a crowd around during a big game. You know it.
I'll have to agree to disagree on that one.
I like having a get together.
Now I like having.
I'm a social butterfly.
I like having people around if it's a game that is a big game like the Super Bowl that I don't care about.
Right.
But if I care about the game, because when you have a big gathering, one thing, you miss commercials. You can't hear what everybody's saying. You miss stuff on TV because everybody's in conversations.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm dialed into the game, I'd rather no crowd. But if it's a game that I just don't really care about, but I just like it on in the background, then that's fun to have.
If you're a Vikings fan, you want to have other Viking fans around so you can dog the team when they lose. It's kind of the fun side of losing,
right.
All
right, we'll come back and take your phone calls on it. 866-WE-BE-BIG, Super Bowl weekend. You got Valentine's tied in there. It's kind of weird that it's this late. And we'll hear your plans for the Super Bowl or any comments you may have on things we've already discussed. The lines are open, and we'll chat with you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sherry said it was so funny. I laughed so hard.
You know why? We didn't want to split the kids up.
Let me tell you, I laughed so hard yesterday. I don't know if Sherry just never has thought about this before because, she and I met on the show and got married soon after, and I was giving her the date. She goes, wait a minute. So you and Bubba have been doing the show longer than you and I have been married? I said, yeah. She goes, something about that bothers me. Yeah. I said, well, honey, I'm sorry. If I hadn't been doing the show with Bubba, I'd never met you. We had to start something. You had to get the cart before the horse. The horse before the cart. The chicken before the egg. Right? That's right.
Watermelon before the bloom.
That's right, Greg. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. You can reach us.
Somebody help me with that video, please. Somebody.
Yeah, just a little explanation. That's all.
Help me. COVID.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
While we were gone, we mentioned it in passing, but we haven't looked at the footage on the YouTube channel or discussed it. What in the world? What burr was under the saddle of Tulsa, Mississippi State? Would anybody said? I tell you what. Now look,
the Golden Hurricanes and the Bulldogs were stirred up. Wasn't it?
This was a very troubling fight because we've had stuff like this happen. But to this level, I don't know that I've seen.
This looked like a peaceful protest in D.C.
It really did. I don't know that I've seen anything quite like this to this level. At one point,
to lose your helmet.
Yeah. Don't ever get this thing of taking your helmet off is a bad idea.
Well, he got it pulled off, Rick. Somebody jerked it off.
Yeah. So, and then there's been people talking about the first year for Mike Leach to be at Mississippi State.
how this started, why, because has anybody ever said, and let me tell you something, when Mississippi State and Tulsa play, you throw the records up.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, there's some bad blood between
Speedy,
Tulsa.
what started all this?
Hey, there's some bad blood between Tulsa and State.
No,
I mean,
yeah.
have you ever heard that?
Well, the game started at like 11 Central, and so it just worked out with our schedule, and I was like, I'm going to sit down and watch the game. Let's see what we got. And so I didn't see the pregame, but that's where it started. They didn't start fighting, but you know how all the guys, they come out in their pregame, and you got special teams first, and then other guys. A lot of guys are just, they're shirtless, they're coming out in whatever they're wearing, and they're just kind of walking around. Well, apparently something started then, and the coaches had to get a line and separate them. And then throughout the game, there was just some chippiness that you normally don't see. I mean, normally you see, a little bit, but then you see late hits and guys that are just doing things, and you can tell there's a lot of jawing. The referees are constantly having to pull people apart.
I just didn't know that Tulsa and Mississippi State had chippiness between them.
Well, it's just really something else. Now, Mike Leach, Ian Fitzsimmons was the sideline reporter and old friend of the show. We knew him back when, and he asked Coach about it in postgame, and Adler has that now.
There was something before the game too. We've never had any problem with that the entire season. So, I can only guess without seeing the film, but I know that prior to this game, we've never had any trouble with that.
What's your message to the team, having seen that afterward?
Don't do it anymore. It's just dumb.
So, in all fairness, he's asking the coach to comment on something that he hasn't really seen and unpacked yet.
Yeah,
but,
right.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And we take your phone calls now. Thank you for being with us. If you want to get in, you can. Check Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Dave Pilatus from Missing 411. We talked to him this weekend, and boy,
oh boy,
hey baby, go out there and grab that one, Patrick.
You better watch that one before it gets dark.
Yep. Patrick in Alabama, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How are you guys?
I'm fired up.
We're good, Patrick.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Love your show, guys.
Thank you,
I just
Patrick.
want to make a comment on the late Super Bowl, which it is. The season used to be 16 games, 17 weeks. It was 16 games and a bye, and they added that 18th week this year.
Yeah.
They didn't start the season any earlier, so they started the season at the same time but added another week, which pushed the Super Bowl back into mid-February.
Yeah, and we don't like this. Hey, baseball called and wants its too long season back. I mean, let's
it's
not
got
get
longer and longer. What, when the Dolphins went undefeated in 72, what were they, 17-0?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
And that was everything.
Ronnie and Selma. Ronnie, go ahead.
Guys, I'll tell you what. I just pulled up to the house from a 12-hour shift, and I wish I had some of them sausage balls to work on.
Oh, man.
They're good.
I was going to say, happy birthday to them grand youngest from Greg. But I was going to ask Bubba, the $777 million SEC deal, what is that for?
Yeah, that's just money from television rights, bowl games, NCAA tournament, all that stuff. That's what they all pile in for the Southeastern Conference and then divide it up among the schools.
Yeah, that's like when you sit around with your company and go, guys, good news. We did $770 million this year, and let's start handing it out.
Yeah, $54.6 million to each school. And here's some of them will get more because the bowl games for football, they don't put the whole amount into the pool. They only put part of it, and I don't know what the split is. So if you say you're Alabama and you play basically 2 bowl games, you're going to make even more than that.
That's right. Well, it's the best conference ever. And as far as Super Bowl goes, Matthew Stafford, it's your time, man. It's now or never. That's what I feel about it.
All right, man. Well, we'll see what happens.
SEC also leading in participants in the Super Bowl. Georgia and LSU having the most. I want to say they were 11 on one and 12 on the other.
15.
Something
like
is insane.
Yeah, well, how about this? It's what we know. What was that guy's name?
Do what?
What was the guy just called?
The last guy.
Patrick.
No,
Patrick.
that was the first guy.
I thought we were still on the first guy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't see it. I can't see it.
Hey, however it turns out, an SEC quarterback's about to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's right.
SEC. Chant it with me now. Stone, Alabama. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, good morning.
Hey,
I wanted to get the address of the new studio so I could come and get some of those sausage balls.
Nope, sorry.
There probably aren't any left anyway.
Yeah. We've hit them pretty hard.
Yeah, it's 104.7 John Turner Broadcast Boulevard.
Kelly, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, man, Speedy said this morning that he should have wrote a note to put on his wallet for the sausage balls. He don't get his wallet no way.
Well, at least it would have made it to the truck.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Jonathan in Florida.
Speedy, thank you for going to get that.
Yeah.
That was
Jonathan,
well worth it.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How y'all doing today?
Good.
Great.
All right, so I did a little math earlier in the show, Rick. You said that y'all estimate about 5,000 episodes, right?
Well, that was just rounding it off. I think it was more than that, but 5,000 something.
Well, that makes it even more ridiculous. So I did that. I took that, and I estimated you introduced Bubba for about 25 to 30 seconds every day. So that equals over 125,000 seconds, over 2,000 minutes. You spent about 35 to 40 hours introducing Bubba over the course of this show.
A week. A whole week's worth of work.
Wow, Jonathan, that's incredible. I'm not sure he's worth that. I've been giving up a lot of my life.
Just yelling it straight 35 hours introducing Bubba.
That's awesome.
That is fun.
Thanks, Jonathan. That's cool. That's cool to come up with that. Well, I didn't know that. It's amazing how much of our lives have been spent here.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, a lot of your life's been here. I mean, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Richard in Alabama. Richard, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just want to let Greg know Netflix is rebooting that 70s show and calling it that 90s show. I just thought he'd be happy to know that his spirit character, Red Foreman, is coming back.
Yeah, I never watched that show, so I don't really get that. Now, who is this, Greg? What character is he talking about? He's taking calls. I'm sorry.
Rick, just the round figure numbers, not counting best of shows, live shows, 6,720.
Oh, wow.
So you're pretty close. A little low, though.
Yeah, like I said, it's. I think the time I had that number, we've done a lot of shows since then.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's go to Mike. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead. Welcome. It's not a troll. I'm sorry.
Hey,
welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Brag about somebody you follow, buddies, how they raised up pretty well. The GM for Los Angeles Rams is Les Snead, young man from Eufaula. And,
is it?
He's done pretty well. Yeah, he's a pistol.
How about
and the largest also athletic gift that's been made to Auburn came from Eufaula guy, Bill Neville. He's a super guy. So
yeah, they're going to name the basketball arena after him. How much did he give? Do you know?
Well, I'd rather not say. It was a pretty good chunk of change, though. But he's a great guy, great family.
It'll be on the news. I just thought you might let us for discussion.
Mike, you may be wrong. That may be money coming in to pay off Harsin.
Well,
Rick, that's awful.
Well,
That's awful. Bad host. Bad host.
Probably a pretty big payout. I mean,
Eufaula's got some good bass fishing too. In case y'all.
Oh yeah, I knew that. Now that I knew. Let's go to Ricky in Talladega. Ricky, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Is that it? Just good morning. All right, let's go to Marie. Marie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hello.
Hey,
How
Marie.
are you guys?
We're good.
First time caller, long time listening.
Well, thank you, Marie. So, what's on your mind?
Well, I just wanted to wish the Cincinnati Bengals good luck. Their kicker, Evan McPherson, is a Fort Payne resident, went to Fort Payne High School.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, we've
He's
been
done
told
very well.
We've been told that, and been a number of comments on that because because our show has a big foundation there in Fort Payne, and
it's awesome to see someone from a small town in Alabama making big headlines like this. He's an awesome kid. God comes first with him and his family. I am rooting for them all the way.
well, yeah, and that's and he's a great kicker too, and confident.
Saw an interview with his parents about how nervous they are when he goes to kick, even though he's got lots of confidence and that he expects to make every one of them.
Yeah.
But I would imagine being a kicker's parent, is extremely nerve-wracking.
I'm sure it's nerve-wracking to be the quarterback's parent or anything. But the kicking is such a yes or no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Quarterback, you can have a good series, a bad series. Hey, I threw some touchdowns. Ooh, a pick. More touchdowns than picks. That's good. Kick, it's either good or bad.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
Yep. And speaking from experience, also if your kid's the center and he's got to get that shotgun snap and make the blocks, and if he does a bad snap, the whole stadium goes nuts. What's he doing?
You live on every snap. Don't you?
It's awful. Those are 3 bad ones there. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We start this hour, as we have since the attack on America back on 9/11, and we start with our national anthem.
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, and neighbors, and associates everywhere, and those recovering from COVID, welcome.
Mississippi Queen, you know what I mean. A Mississippi Queen.
Mississippi Queen, Bubba, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you, sir?
Well, ready to go. We have a lot to unpack here on the old program today. We'll get that done. We'll continue to remember some of the things maybe from our vacation. That end of the year vacation is a long one, which we love, but sometimes it's hard to remember everything because some of the things that happened early on, you're like, oh yeah, I forgot all about that.
I didn't have a lot to remember.
Yeah.
Rick, speaking of during the vacation, Mississippi Queen Leslie West died. The lead singer,
Did he really?
guitarist.
I did not know that. See, Greg, thank you for that, buddy.
And I heard somebody else doing a little tribute, and they had a lot of good riffs to a lot of songs that I'd never even heard.
Yeah. Have you ever gotten?
So, they were a good band.
Greg, it's like Greg was talking about this, and he actually was there to witness this on the vacation. Have you ever found yourself, because over in the marriage deposit box, there's only so many, times that you get upset about something. You say, "I tell you what, I'm about to make a stand on something."
Yep.
Because it's going to lead to an argument, and then that argument is going to end with you apologizing.
Yeah.
No matter how much.
If you win the argument, you still have to say, "I'm sorry."
And there's these weird times where you go, by golly, and I've told you the one that one of our kids still laughs about because he was actually, and Sherry and I were reminiscing because we celebrate our 25th anniversary. Now, because of everything going on with COVID and all that, we ain't going anywhere in February. We'll probably try to go somewhere in the spring, if it gets any better. where you just go, we'll delay our 25th anniversary to sometime, toward the spring and the summer.
Yeah, you got to move everything. I still haven't had my birthday from last year.
Right, exactly. Perfect example. So, and the kids were laughing. They were laughing, and Greg saw this.
Imagine that cake, Speedy, 2 years at once.
Woo! Oh, wow.
Boy, I tell you.
Go high on that.
So, anyway, the one that one of our kids, because he was in the car, still, we can laugh about it now. Now, he said that that day it wasn't that funny, guys. But to us it was, because we knew, and that was the one that Sherry tried to get me to. It said she was putting me out of the car. It was going to make me walk home. Do you remember that one?
Yes, yes.
And she pulled into a parking lot of a Waffle House, and she said, I'd never seen you like dig in, like that. And she said, I am not. You stayed in this car with with your attitude. You're going to walk home. I said, let me tell you something right now. I will be a skeleton. Yeah. I said, my skeleton will be seatbelted in this car right here. I said, I'm immovable. I said, my bones will be
not an
here.
option.
I will sit in this car and rot. And she goes, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know what to do. I realized, okay, well, I guess I got to take him home. But anyway, so Greg saw this one, and you hate when you're 100% wrong. Okay, you go to that account and then you were wrong. And so I told y'all that Sherry, and of course now I'm trying to kind of dilute this now because of this Jupiter Venus thing. She came down to Camp House and we was down there hunting and all that. And I told you about that yesterday, but I left out the thing. Greg saw it and we were laughing about it after she left. So y'all taught me this. I was laughing my head off remembering this show. Because when you celebrate a birthday, you go back and start going over the years.
Oh, yeah.
I know some of you haven't been here long enough to remember it. Some of y'all remember it, okay? We were so into deer hunting, but knew so little about it. We were just we had a lot of enthusiasm and not all that much knowledge, especially the way people actually deer hunting. Because the way Greg and I grew up is not the way people deer hunt. I didn't know that.
Yeah. But we've been away from it for a while, right?
So, and even when we did it, I mean, I had a shotgun with a slug. Yeah. And it was a whole different. I'd never seen a shooting house, never seen a ladder stand,
right. Just
never seen a scope. I'd never shot a gun with a scope in it.
Yeah.
And so we started back. So we would come to work in our camo.
Yep.
Yeah, ready to go.
I'm talking about ready to hunt.
Fired up.
And we would go anywhere. And the reason why we would go ahead and be dressed is because we didn't know if we'd be anywhere to dress. I mean, sometimes we just get out of a vehicle and they start putting us out somewhere. We didn't know where we were. We'd go anywhere.
Anywhere.
So along the way, people were kind of like, that's probably not the best idea. Yeah. You want to start keeping, and then we start out, people would give us bags to put our stuff in and try to keep the scent off of them. Well, I found these scent lock boxes that are just phenomenal, okay? And I have everybody in our family has their own scent lock box. You keep your stuff in there. And we have one scent lock box that we put all of our snacks in so mice and rats won't be drawn to them when we're not there. That's where we keep them. So there's always
But I'm drawn to it.
Yes, you are. So when I come back, I'll tell you what happened because I remembered this story and I thought, well, that'll be a good one to start with because I'll be honest with you, I'm delaying the talk about the elections and all that. I mean, we'll get to that, but I don't want to start with that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Can I start with something light and we can work our way there?
We would love that.
Truly appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
We'll get to it, but I mean,
it's a big day today. Busy day.
Yeah, we got the Electoral College thing today. We got the Georgia Senate race today,
and the Democrats won both seats. But anyway,
yeah. So it's not a happy story. So I'm going to cut up a little bit, and then we'll work our way to that. Is that y'all good with that?
I am great with that.
Yeah. I mean, I went to bed on that note. I don't want to wake up on it.
Yeah.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look out, we're going to get you. 6 minutes past the hour. Somebody say Saturday. Come on with it. Let's groove. You got another hour of the Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio. Shining down this sparking light. Music all around us here. It set the stage and atmosphere. Many friends suscitate, dissipate the ego rate. For you to be biggest man in this race. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we roll into a Valentine/Super Bowl weekend. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, ready for the big game.
What's that smell?
What?
What's that smell? What? What's that smell? I smell meat. I smell meat.
I smell the wheel.
Light it up, light it up, light it up. Let it spin, baby.
Come on, give it a try.
The wonderful wheel of meat is ready to go. It is brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com. They provide the meat. 1-800-Flowers provides the flowers. Perfect for Valentine's weekend coming up. Cord Buddy's got a Cord Buddy on the wheel. Moultrie's got a feeder on the wheel. And we've got all kinds of Rick and Bubba products from the store. Buzzbox Coffee, Blaze TV subscriptions. But not everybody a winner. Not everybody a winner. There is, hey, you can't have nothing. That's on there, which says everything you need to know. We also have Pippet, means you're eaten by Jaws. And we also, of course, have the Henry the Horse, which is fun for the family, but nobody wins a prize. So Bubba, there we go.
And now, what's the band we have supporting us? Rick,
Rock and Roll City.
Is it Rock and Roll City?
Rock and Roll City is.
We may need a sign.
You know, I wanted to change it to Rock City.
Yeah.
Because of Chattanooga.
Right.
But it's actually called. They named themselves Rock and Roll City.
Yeah,
So-
Rock and Roll City.
Okay. All right. So.
We got Greg on the drums over here.
This is where Adler tries to switch and play the guitar.
Yeah, that's amazing that you could do that. Go Rock and Roll City, go.
Please look at all the equipment in there.
Oh, yeah, it's the whole studio. There's a nice Marshall half stack in there. All right. Is that a PA speaker up on the top?
Yeah, we got a mic set up here. It's basically a full band set up here. Anytime we want to do a full band, I want to be able to just run in here with all my friends and family. Just jam out. Just jam out.
All right, Commodore.
Okay. Thank you, Commodore. All right, let's go to Miley. Miley is in Baker, Florida. Speedy will be spinning today, so Miley, you need to know that. And so, Miley, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Speedy to get him to spin that wheel?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. Let her go. Well, I like it. I think this. Look at them. Yeah, I think the
shot is
impressive, isn't it? I think the lights are brighter in the No Name studio. All right, here we go. Let's, Miley. Anything you want to win?
I think I would like the Moultrie feeder.
Miley. Oh,
Pippet.
It's Pippet.
Oh,
Miley, you're eaten by Jaws. Has anybody seen my sweet Pippet? Rock and Roll City is doing it. By the way, I wasn't ready for Rock and Roll City to do that. That was really good.
Rock and Roll City, the house band.
Bubba, we get Miley nothing.
I know,
right out
I'm
of the
sorry.
gate.
I'm sorry.
All right, let's go to Kent. Kent in Clanton, Alabama. Kent.
You do have the control on them, don't you?
Yeah, but you can't stop rock and roll. People tried it. People tried it. Kent, go ahead. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Let's see. Kent, got your eye on anything on the wheel today?
Just anything.
Okay, good. That's better.
Just wants to be a winner, Rick.
I think Miley kind of mojoed herself. All right, let's see. Yeah! Meat! Meat it is. Meat it is. So, Kent, congratulations, buddy. harryanddavid.com will be giving you a $50 gift card for you to enjoy the delicious meats that are available there at harryanddavid.com. Sure do appreciate you listening to the program or watching the program, whatever you might be doing. Greg, can I get a go in there for Kent? Can I get a go in there for Kent? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! I love how the guitar is beginning to participate. Yeah. All right, let's go to Speedy's hometown, which he had to drive back to today. And he found out, those that drive time out there a little different. How do those people do it? You know what you've said to us many times? They need us, though, don't they?
Yeah, boy.
They need that.
All right, let's go to Selena in Helena. I'm not kidding.
Rick, come on.
That's what it says.
Come on.
Selena from Helena. All right, Selena, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
So did you try to find a city that rhymed with your name and move there?
No.
Okay.
And I'm not from Helena.
Oh, yes, you are. That's what it says on the board.
Where are you from, Selena?
That's where you lived, didn't it?
Well, that is where I live.
Okay, then. Well, then you're Selena from Helena. Or should we say, I'm Selena, I live in Helena? All right, Selena, what do you say to Speedy to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Well, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Speedy. See if you can win one from your hometown. For Selena from Helena.
You know, the over.
Henry the horse.
Henry!
Henry!
Have we had Henry in the studio yet?
Yeah, we tried.
Yeah.
Here we go. Henry the horse.
Total confusion.
Total confusion. He's joined Rock and Roll City, and he doesn't know where Henry is. We're waiting on Henry.
He's over there. Guys, I was too worried about Rock and Roll City. I did not plan anything at all for Henry the Horse. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Bring him on. We're not moving until we get it.
You got to do it.
We're not moving until we get it.
Go help him, Speedy. You got to find it.
There's a camera.
Rick, this is that. Do you remember how Aaron Boy would bring his guitar?
Here,
Just not going to let it go.
Wait, I have to take my
You better put that horse head on, or you going to run laps.
We're going to disband Rock and Roll City if we don't get our horse.
Don't make me bust Rock and Roll City up. Go behind the music. Hey, Henry, how you doing, buddy?
I don't have headphones on. I can't hear you. I'm doing terrible. Take me to the glue factory.
Oh, Henry is gone to the glue factory.
I so hope we spin Henry again.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Yeah. You know what? If we were doing behind the music on Rock and Roll City, you know what they say? When we come back, Henry the horse disappears from the landscape of the Rick and Bubba show, and the band pays a price.
Yep.
You know, all right, let's.
Rock and Roll City gets unplugged.
Look, and then it kicks to what I looked in there and I saw Rick and Bubba's face. I knew it was going to be boring. All right, let's go to Starkville, Mississippi. Hell State. Johnny standing by. Johnny, welcome to Rick and Bubba. What do you say to Speedy?
Wow, what a week.
Let it rip, Speedy. How about you getting a Helena and a Starkville back to back, all connected to you? All right, here we go. All right, Johnny, let's see what we can do. Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. All right, let's see. A little request there for Rock and Roll City. Oh, look at here. Yeah. Moultrie, Buick. Johnny, you have hit the magic Moultrie button, and you pick up a feeder from Moultrie, and boy, he's got a nice one too. We'll put you on hold, and Moultrie will get in touch with you, and they will ship that right to you, Johnny. Okay?
Awesome. I appreciate it, guys.
Congratulations, Greg. Can I get a go for Johnny?
Go!
Bubba, let's go to Beth in Birmingham. Beth, welcome to the Rick and Bubba
What's
show.
the name with the names and the cities today all kind of going together?
Isn't that something? Beth, we hear you calling from the city of Birmingham. Beth, what do you say to Speedy to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow. What a wheel.
Let it rip.
That was enthusiasm.
It really was. What's next? Chris from Calera? All right, so here we go. Let's see. Beth.
Danny from Denmark. Henry the
Horse.
He stopped it.
Henry the Horse.
It stopped like it hit a brick wall. It stopped like it hit a brick wall.
Look, we're looking.
Where'd he go?
He's down there somewhere looking for Henry.
There he is.
Here it comes. Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys? I still don't have headphones. This sucks.
He's not talking in the Henry voice.
You're not doing the Henry voice. It's
Rick said he's about to come get that guitar if he doesn't see him.
Don't make me come for that axe. There it is. Rock and Roll City. I hope it's not a distraction.
I just got to get a system down, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the band back together.
I
know. The boys are back in
Rock
town.
and Roll City is going to be in more trouble than Brookside.
I've got a lot going on. I'm the mayor of Rock and Roll City. A lot going on. Sorry.
Hey, you keep this up, I'm going to make you drive through Brookside, Alabama. All right, so we'll be back. Congratulations to the winner.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Greg, check. Hey, Greg. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're still on. We're still on live on YouTube, so don't cuss and definitely don't flip me off. All right, here we go. You ready to rock out?
You got one in mind?
Yeah. Why don't you just start and we'll rock it.
Okay, here we go.
You know we're gonna rock in a rock and roll city. You know we're gonna rock in a rock and roll city. All right, and now it's time for a drum solo in rock and roll city. Rock and roll city, baby. Welcome to the city.
And you can come on in here and talk to any of us here on the program at the Rick and Bubba Show. We lost it for a little while at the end of last year, but it's back. I requested bed music, Bubba, today. He said there's a 2 that he needs today. One of them was surprising. This one not surprising. The other one I'm still trying to figure out where that came from.
Yeah, I'm all over the road. I'll take Toby Mac, too, if you want to.
Right, yeah, we got plenty of that. That's not a problem.
The one with the wolves.
Yeah. So I was telling the story. It happened while we were on the break, and so I was so it was the night of the Jupiter Venus. Some people call it the Bethlehem Star. All that. So, and I told y'all yesterday that Sherry wanted to come down to the farm and see it because there's no city lights, there's no light pollution or anything down there. You can really, really see the stars down there, which we love. Greg wants me to get a booger light, but I'm not. I have to be
just over by the barn.
Here's what I was going to tell you, because Camp House, we kind of got it. When we got it, the intention was that it was a short-term deal, and now it's turned into a long-term deal. So I didn't even really check that place out, other than the inside. I've never really even looked around the outside of it at all, and which could lead to another story. But there actually is a booger light out in the front yard. It's just I think the bulb's gone bad or whatever,
Okay.
and there's 2 floodlights right off of the carport. And I tried to change out the bulbs there; they don't work, so there must be some problem. But there's things already kind of in play. I think
Yeah.
I would just update them.
It's just boy, when you're out there and not leaving, it's dark. And I try to knock back over something.
Great. I heard that over the whole break. You can get your booger light out here. So anyway, so Sherry was there.
Or Ricky can put up some external illumination.
Yeah, well,
or a booger light.
Yeah, or as Greg would call it. But anyway, so because the booger bear won't get you. So anyway, so Sherry was down there. She saw the star. I told you that story yesterday. So anyway, there was
the 2 planets.
There was a part I left out. So Sherry was out there. She got her a blanket and everything, and she was like laying down looking at the stars. And Greg was there for this.
Oh yeah.
So she goes, Rick, come over here and lay on this blanket.
And he did not want to do it.
And I said, I ain't laying on the blanket. And so I've got my camo on because we literally were coming out of the woods past her on our way to Camp House. Okay. And she says, no, come over here. I said, baby, I don't want to lay on the blanket and look at the stars. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. And so she kept on about it. And finally, I'm like, all right. And I go over and I lay down. I look a minute. I said, okay, are you happy about it? I've laid on the blanket and I've looked at it. Well, I don't know why you made such a big deal about laying on the blanket. I said, I just didn't want to lay on the blanket. I'm sitting here in the chair. I'm fine in this chair. And so we go in. So then I take my camo off, and we all get in our, because if you're gonna have a show enough meal in there, it'll get all over your clothes.
Oh yeah, you gotta have that.
So we had had the deer tenderloin, the crock pot with salt milk gravy, and we had our biscuits, and we was all excited. I told you a little bit about that. So Sherry gets ready to leave to go back home, and so she's starting to get ready to go out, and I'm gonna let her go out and then lock the door. And I was like, I said, now hang on. I said, now I can't find my keys. because I have a set of keys, just for being down at the farm.
Mm-hmm.
I said, are they in your car? I said, you know what? I heard something fall out of my pocket, and I looked down and saw it was my phone. You made me lay down on that blanket, and now my keys have fallen out of my pocket.
I'm out there.
And I said, now they
in
laying
the dark.
you've pulled your blanket up and thrown my keys out in the pasture. And she's like, Rick, your keys didn't fall out on the blanket. I would have heard them when I picked the blanket up. I'm rooting through her car, and now I'm getting ill. See there, I didn't want to lay on no blanket. I didn't want to get out there and lay on that blanket. You made me lay on the blanket. Now I've lost my keys because I've laid on that blanket.
It's dark. I'm going to have to wait till tomorrow.
I'm going to have to wait till tomorrow. I ain't never going to find them. Now I ain't got no. Well, at least I got some backups. Of course, it doesn't have all the keys I need on it, my backups.
Yeah.
So anyway, because I've changed some locks, and I'm.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so the wheel, we're learning that, and Adler's talking about, we got to work on the Henry the Horse setup for Rock and Roll City, because Henry York normally runs into the actual area we're in, but Adler, who plays Henry the Horse, some of you may not know that, and you may think there's just a real horse here. But the Rock and Roll City, I mean, the axe, and now we have people saying there needs to be a place on the wheel that lands on Rock and Roll City, and you don't win anything, they just jam.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So anyway,
who suggested that, Adler?
It came right from Henry the Horse.
It came right to Steve. It's an email for somebody saying that their name's Henry, and it's asking for that. No.
Serious business. Is Adler done with Henry the Horse?
I
missed all that.
Yeah,
his love for guitar has overtaken.
It has.
Okay.
When you look at that horse head and you look at that axe and a Marshall half stack, boy, it's really not a hard decision.
I think the band could replace Can't Have Nothing, because that gives you something.
Well, but what if you? But then you're.
Or a pit.
But Rock and Roll City actually gives you something. What if we just put another pitfall on the wheel?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we could. Yeah.
What if Rock and Roll City was just drums?
Percussion,
like it's always been.
I'm in a tough spot here because I got to choose between being a rock star and a jackass. It's like, what do I choose?
That's a tough one.
That's a good point.
What do I choose?
What about if it lands on Chord Buddy? They play.
Welcome to the city.
What is is there something technical preventing him coming in the studio now?
Yeah. What we got to do? Well, he's got to just take the axe off.
I had a guitar on, I had headphones on, and I had a camera in the way. It's just first day stuff.
That's right. Look, when you're the mayor of Rock and Roll City, you get it worked out.
This is a first world problem.
It is.
It
really is.
Picture this.
Not where we're getting water today.
I want to live in a world where I can have both.
That's right, and that's what we're going to work on.
That's what I want.
That's our goal.
That'd be good.
That's where we're going. But I'm just trying to imagine. Just talk about what we talk about. We do for a living all the time. We all go home today. Baby, how was work today? What was? I mean, it was good, but it kind of dawned on us today during the Wheel of Meat. Now, name another place that says that.
Right.
That we've blocked Henry the Horse from getting out of Adler's spot because Rock and Roll City is set up, and we need a camera in there for us to see Rock and Roll City, and the camera's actually in front of the door. So I just got to tell you, we had some issues today. I don't mind telling you that.
Yeah, it's stressful. Not everybody can handle it. Stressful time.
So, but
I hate Greg missed the early years when we had an intern that showed up with his guitar to play everywhere.
Oh my goodness!
Even without being asked.
He just assumed everybody wanted to hear it.
Yeah. You should. My favorite was the guitar solo he gave the folks at Nakalula Falls. Not being asked to,
but he went ahead and did it.
Right. He would set up his little setup, and his setup. I mean, his setup took a little time.
It did.
He needed a roadie. Right. So, because you got to have the foot pedals.
Well, of course,
right? Because you might play 5-6 minutes.
It's like
it'd take you 20 to set up.
We'd have a remote set up ready to go, and we'd be on the way. And sometimes you call ahead to see if everything was all right, especially in the early days. And we get it. Well, your guitar player's here set up.
Yeah.
What? We don't have a guitar player.
Oh, yes, he is.
Oh, he's been here for an hour.
Greg, there's been times
he's
in our
been
history.
playing Stairway to Heaven for about 45 minutes.
Hey. There were a couple times when things like that, where your guitar player here set up, what? And then there was a time where your photographer's here.
Yeah.
What? We don't have a photographer.
Who? Yeah.
We don't have
Stalky.
Oh, wow. I guess we shouldn't have let her in. I guess we shouldn't let her on the bus. No. And we just gave her a name, Stalky, and said, take pictures if you want to be
Stalky.
here. And then the incident on the commercial flight, that's when it all kind of fell apart.
Guys, if she did that today, she'd be arrested.
Of course she would.
Wow. She ran on the flight as we were about to taxi off, saying, hold on, we'll hold the flight, take a picture of me and Don Juan going to Roswell.
There's a lot of days I wish we had her because we needed somebody to take pictures.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right. But
all that comes with it.
I know it does. Who would like to flash back to the 70s today and watch Dick Butkus?
Let's see it. This is a historic
one of the most
play,
violent
by the
players
way.
in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, so let's go back to when football wasn't basically 7-on-7 and two-hand touch. So let's go back to Dick Butkus, who couldn't even play today. He would be penalized so many times.
Oh, yeah.
But this is a flashback to the 70s when he catches an extra point pass after a bad snap. Dick Butkus goes out for the 2-point conversion.
Yeah, this was a break. Everybody go.
All right, so
on the extra point, Bobby Douglas recovered and threw to Dick Butkus for the singleton.
I mean, he had no hope on that snap.
Ask me about the singleton, by the way. There it is. Butkus,
show it to him.
Butkus catches. Now, if you remember,
No, wait, that's not the one I remember him doing.
Really?
He did another one.
All right, so I'm going to tell you something, and I think I have enough time.
Not a bad pass, by the way.
No, it's not.
That's their normal quarterback.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
But look at the snap. Rick, it comes back
It's
there
bad.
sliding on the ground. I mean, he had no hope to get that.
That's as bad a snap as you'll ever see.
You'd need a shortstop to catch that one.
Well, I've made a few of those. I don't want to be too harsh.
Bobby Douglas, the southpaw.
Look at the
Now, how'd this come up?
Yeah, why are we?
It's just for the Super Bowl, so we can just.
Okay.
Super Bowl.
But can I tell you? Watch me.
So was this in the Super Bowl?
No. We just want
So
to
it
watch.
actually has nothing to do with the Super Bowl.
It was on the list. It was on the list.
It's going viral on Twitter right now. And
Okay,
I thought it would
that's
be
what I was asking.
With
Why?
the Super Bowl, I thought it would be nice to compare and contrast how the game has changed. You see the taunting there at the end. That would have been taunting now.
Yeah, I love it.
Hall of Fame names have been announced
Adler,
for this
see
year.
if he did another one. See if you can
is
search
that what it
Dick
is?
Butkus versus the Redskins. I think it was the Redskins when he caught one. I saw it as a kid.
Bubba, your memory on things like this is amazing.
The reason I know that's not the one I remember because Chicago was at home, and Butkus catches a pretty good catch, by the way.
So we'll also, I'll give you a piece, and we've talked about this on the show before, and found the actual deal. What we just saw there in those days of the NFL was only 1 point. It's not 2 points.
That's right.
And I'll tell you how that ties to the show.
Rick and Bubba.
You ever have that at your backup ring, and then you change locks? Now some of the backup keys don't work.
Yes.
You know, and then the day you need the backup key, now you ain't got it. But
Rick,
anyway,
I've made every mistake possible.
yeah. So I mean, I'm making a stand. Greg sees it. I'm ill. And then finally, you can tell now I've done that thing where I've made her ill.
Yeah.
And she made that very clear.
Oh,
you know. So now we've got mad. We're a wet hen. We're mad, and we're driving off. So I said, well, that camp house visit didn't end the way I wanted to.
No.
But I'm still taking a stand. I said, sometimes you got to take a stand.
I didn't want to get on that blanket.
I didn't want to get on that blanket.
I already seen the stars.
I see it's at 2 planets, like Bubba's taught me, and it's a Bethlehem thing, but really that probably is not it, but it's impressive. And I'm out here and didn't know that was going to lead to, me having to watch Netflix documentaries on stars. That really hurt. But anyway,
funny.
So I'm sitting there. So the next day, Greg is going to go to work to do a best of show from there, and then I'm going to go out and hunt, and then the boys are coming back in that afternoon. We hunt, baby.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get up. Greg's gone. And, of course, he came to wake me up to tell me not to. I didn't need my alarm. That hurt. But I mean, but you were up, and I had a hard time going back. I didn't really quite.
Don't forget, I locked myself out and had to wake you up for you to bring my wallet.
Yeah, Greg had to wake me up twice. He was trying to
wallet in there.
Yeah, but anyway,
he was all right. He had to pee.
Hey,
anyway.
Rick, are you up?
Now remember,
he had to pee anyway. He didn't know it.
Here's the thing. Sherry said before she goes, "Have you looked everywhere? Have you looked everywhere for your keys?" Yes, I've looked everywhere. They ain't in my stuff. They ain't in my stuff. Ain't nowhere. I tell you what they are
out there in that pasture.
They laid out in the pasture, and I didn't want to get on that blanket.
Beard's real thick. You let it grow.
Now beard's just sticking everywhere. So
mashed potatoes in it a little bit.
Yeah, just some dried mashed potatoes from the night before. So I get up and I go to my scent lock box next morning. Now I'm even packing a giant flashlight. I may go by and look for those keys on the way out.
Like a searchlight.
I'm up anyway. Greg's got me up because he locked his wallet in here.
Yeah.
So I went through that scent lock box, but I went in through there angry about looking for my keys. So I pulled them camo pants on, and I run it down that front pocket, and I feel those keys.
In his pocket. He didn't check his pocket because he done took his hunting pants off.
I done took my hunting pants off. Did you check your hunting stuff? Yeah, I checked it. It ain't in there. You think I'm dumb? I tell you where it is. It's laying on that basket. You made me lay on that blanket.
Who'd have thought it might be in my pocket in my pants?
Would have thought it would have been in the pair of pants I actually had on.
Yeah. Right there in the pocket where you put keys.
Right where you had it.
And as soon as I feel in my pocket.
Best place for them.
I'm just like, So I sent Sherry a picture of them. I said, hey, found my keys. Now, I'll admit,
Did you go into detail where you found
Well,
them?
this is one of those things where do you play games with being saved? You know what I mean? I was like
big decision here.
Right. Am I straight up or am I just real broad about it?
Found them.
So then I thought, well, I'm going to go full comedy, and that way I'm honest too. Hey, my keys were in my camo pants. Sorry about that. How about that? Isn't that funny?
Didn't quite get the chuckle you were looking for?
Did not.
Did she leave you on red?
I got kind of a. You proud of your little fit last night?
Oh, no. Okay.
Right. All I asked you to do was to lay on a blanket, look at stars. You made me feel bad about it.
You complained.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Georgia Senate race not looking good if you do not prefer the Democrats to two things standing in the way of the Democrats, modern day Democrats, by the way. That ought to scare you. To take this country where they want to go. Two things that are in the way is the majority in the Senate, and it is.
Don't look good right now, Rick. Here's your latest numbers. And these may vary a little bit during the day. It looks like Raphael Warnock has defeated Kelly Loeffler. The last numbers at 99% of the votes in, 50.6% to 49.4%. The news media have called that election for him. So the Democrats pick up one there. The other race, incumbent David Perdue, 49.8%. John Ossoff, 50.2%. Still too close to call, but the Democrats have the lead and 99% in. So I don't know where the other 1% is at this point. But it was kind of similar though to a lot of the presidential elections. We went to bed, and it was going to be close. We knew it was going to be close. Both Republicans had a slight lead. We get up this morning, both Democrats have a slight lead. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of speculation on that again. But
well, it feels
Georgia's a very split state right now, and sadly, it's going to affect all of us.
It feels eerily similar. It is 35 minutes past. Okay, so as we make our way back, helixsleep.com/Bubba, if you're needing to make a change, and the mattresses they're not built to last forever, and some of you are probably sleeping on a mattress that it's time to go. So you can go to helixsleep.com/Bubba and really put yourself in one of the most comfortable mattresses that your body has ever had the pleasure of sleeping on. Now, why is that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because they customize the mattress based on how you sleep and the firmness that you like in a mattress, and then they put together a mattress that's designed for you, and then they ship it right to your door. You sleep on it for 100 nights, unless you decide earlier than that, which you probably will, that you want to keep it. But if you get to the point that you try it and you don't think it's everything we said it is, then they'll replace it. No problem there at all. Greg, you and Lisa have a helixsleep.com/Bubba. You can't say enough about it.
That's right. I sleep like a baby every night, Rick.
Snuggled up like a little.
Yep, it's perfect.
Like mama's little man.
Took the survey. They sent one just for me. And there it is.
There it is. We're also going to save you $200 if you go to if you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Why don't you get online? It takes just a few minutes to answer those questions, and go ahead and get yours put together and have it shipped to you, and you will be sleeping on it and loving it very, very soon. All right, so we found out we were playing just some stuff, old stuff from football today, and this thing with Butkus scoring 1 point, which that'll tie to the show here in a minute, because in those days it was not 2 points if there was if you screamed fire on a missed snap or something on the extra point, and so they call it a singlet or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it's so funny. I don't even
Singleton
remember that.
something.
But we found Butkus doing it again.
Yeah, I think this is a more famous play, Rick. It's called the Immaculate Extra Point.
The Immaculate. That's funny.
Bobby Douglas, quarterback again.
Yeah.
Don't you know he'd like to punch the center?
Yeah.
After some confusion, Douglas hit his counterpart for the defense, Dick Butkus, and the Bear hung on.
And the Bear
Good
hung
hands.
on.
Thank goodness he was left-handed.
Yeah. All that work for 1 point. Look,
that ended up being about a 30-yard pass.
I was about to say, look, is Butkus, he hurt himself on the dive. He seemed
probably
to
give out.
He got out. He got up a little slow, didn't he?
I mean, how many times did Butkus have to catch a pass?
I didn't realize he was the
that's
go-to
when
guy.
that turf had concrete.
All right, now watch
no
this
padding
one.
at
Now
all.
watch. We got another one, and this one ties to the show. If you remember, we got the information, and we did talk about it, but it's been a while, that Green Bay Packers folklore, there's only one person that is credited with scoring only 1 point, and it is Rich Wingo.
Yes.
Yeah, and so here's Wingo basically doing the same thing.
Welcome to Soldier Field, Chicago. Every number is covered, 64,519. They're all here to see Green Bay go down the tubes of Bears.
Vince Evans is very strong. As you
And
know,
then you'll
he
see
has
it
won the
gets through
starting
this,
job.
but then
He
it actually gets to it.
75% of
And
his
Walter,
passes.
yeah,
And
there's
he has
Walter Payton.
Number 34.
By the way, Wingo
who is
talked about playing
chomping
against
at
him.
the
He
bit.
said,
Walter
hey,
is ready to
you
go.
talk about
He has
no
over
fun.
8,000 yards as we're ready for the kickoff.
You're talking about no fun.
Okay, what's the rookie out of
All right,
Michigan
so
State is
here
the
it is.
holder. Now he's
Now-
the punter. Look at Steinerud.
Now watch see Wingo 50
And
right there.
There's Wingo, number 50, out in front here. He's going to throw a block, and then he goes downfield. And look at this. Stackowitz, just like a quarterback. He faked the run, then faked the pass, and just dropped the ball over, and it was good. Rich Wingo.
I like Rich Wingo.
That's
That's funny.
So Wingo
That's
there
awesome,
is.
man.
If you look at his stat, he is the only Green Bay Packer that has the stat of 1 point.
That is funny.
Because then it started being a 2-point conversion after that. So I didn't realize that you had to work hard, and all they really did was give you the extra point that you were trying for anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that 2-point thing was a later innovation.
Yeah, and a good idea.
Yeah, and a good idea. So anyway,
You don't see many people drop kicking anymore. You used to have
Oh, the
that.
great drop kick.
no. By the way, that Wingo catch was in 1981. What were we all doing in '81 when Wingo was out there
I was
catching?
in high school.
Yeah, I was a senior in high school. If it was before Christmas.
You were playing little
Ninth
ball.
grade.
Yeah.
Sophomore. I think I was a sophomore.
Yeah, he was the stories, if you can ever get Rich to share them, because it's hard to get him to share them. But because he'll just say things so casually, you know what I mean? Because you don't think anything about it.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, well, that was that time, that I got beat on a wheel route by Eric Dickerson, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just stop with my stories.
He outran a lot of people on that.
Yes, he did.
Yo, buddy,
Hey, that story is funny though.
that is funny.
Speaking of him, did I see where he was running across the country to carry the football to
Rich
the Super
Wingo?
Bowl?
Rich
No,
Wingo
Wingo
is?
is
I don't
not.
know if he can.
Rich Wingo and Eric Dickerson. No, Eric Dickerson.
Wingo runs
was
the
doing
first leg. Dickerson takes the rest of the way.
No, I think he's running with the football all the way across the country. Have y'all not seen that?
Yeah, maybe.
It's gonna be quite a
I have
trip.
not heard that.
Is
But
that how it
means
goes?
The way he
Forrest
used to,
Gump?
the way he used to run against defenses, you could see he could do
His
it.
high knees. Good
Yeah.
night.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't. And the thing that was funny about
old Ram.
Eric Dickerson is if you were talking to a running back, you would say, "Don't run the ball the way he does."
Right.
Because you're running straight up
Straight
like
up.
that. It's like we used to on defense. We were like, "Oh, somebody's running straight up," but he didn't matter with him.
No.
It's just-
Big old thighs just pop
You're
your.
right.
Had him goggles on.
Hey, he's running straight up. Yeah, it didn't really
It
matter.
doesn't really matter.
Doesn't really matter.
Bouncing off of you.
Yeah. So that's
Bubba, I can't tell if he's actually doing this or it's a commercial
yeah.
that's playing.
Well, maybe that's
Is this a Super Bowl commercial?
I think it's a Super Bowl commercial that has him running from New
Probably more
York
likely.
to the Super Bowl.
That's a long way to run.
Yeah, it would be easy.
Yeah, I mean, Forrest Gump did
And he
it.
better hurry.
Forrest Gump did it, but I think that was pretend.
Yeah, I don't think.
Well, I saw it
Invented on-
somewhere. I didn't say it wasn't a commercial.
I could be wrong.
is. He
Maybe
might be.
I could be wrong, but I'm seeing a. Let me just say this: it says NFL great Eric Dickerson runs from New York to Super Bowl in Sleep Number bed commercial.
Well, that pretty
I
much.
think
So
they're
I-
sponsored it, but they've made a commercial, but it's real.
Okay,
Maybe.
it may be. It may be.
I don't know. I don't know.
Think about it. When did he start?
Like 2 years ago.
2 years ago. By the way, these things of people running long distances, but they stop.
Yeah.
And they like stay in the hotel and they sleep and all that. They get up and eat breakfast.
Doesn't count.
That doesn't count. If you're going to run from one point to the other, you don't stop.
That's a hobby.
Yeah, they just stop. And it's just you do it day after
so many
day.
miles.
Anybody could do that if you took enough time. Even I could do it.
If you got that much down.
I doubt it.
If I was allowed that much, no, I could eventually put it
take
together.
me a year.
Yeah, if I had a year, I mean,
You don't think he can stop and sleep?
no, not if
No.
you can't say that I'm gonna run from this distance, that distance, and never stop. If you stop, you didn't run that distance.
That's like that 100-mile race people do through mountains and stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I
they
get
don't
it's
stop.
tough and all
Yeah,
that,
it
but
is
it's not.
By the way, I know a guy.
It's not what it is.
I know a guy that I go to church with that ran one of those, went the like 50 miles.
Oh, yeah, through the mountains.
through the woods, and of course they don't stop. I said, wait a minute, is it just like get in the middle of the night? He goes, oh yeah, and you're out in the woods running. I mean,
That's
it's
crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Adam, did you have something?
Yeah, well, no, he's got the. We were going to play just for B-roll. We actually have the commercial, and it basically goes off. He woke up with energy because of his good night's sleep.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
you
you
mean
ran
that
all
ain't
the
his
way from
wife?
New York to the Super Bowl?
Bubba.
I'm at it, brother.
That real?
Eric, what's your secret?
Proven quality sleep from Sleep Number.
Hey, I can see how you.
That's what running backs do, man. We run.
I'm gonna go out here on a limb. I don't think he's really running.
You know what? You know what? I saw a headline that said Dickerson runs across the country, and then it says it's a commercial.
Bubba, I'm on wait to the commercial break. I need to have a talk with you about when the horses kicked extra points.
Bubba, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you this.
How they did
Mean
that
Joe
was
Green
amazing.
didn't really give his jersey to that kid. Did he? That was a commercial. That didn't happen in the tunnel at the game.
He's about to down the ball. He knows he's in the grinder.
Hey kid.
He's in the grinder right now.
Well, I'm Rick. I can see how somebody would mistake that. I mean, it looks surreal.
I have not seen that commercial.
Bubba, I got some bad news on this too.
Monkey, baby.
You ever seen that documentary about that boxer Rocky?
Look, Bubba's doing that thing I've seen him do before. He is frantically trying to find some story where
I'm gonna find it. Go on, find it.
I don't think this was going to turn out. I
think that was a headline that was a little misleading.
Rick, if 10 people watch that commercial, they would not one of them would go, "Hey, is he really running?"
It wasn't a commercial, Greg.
He said the headline was misleading.
Yeah, it was a little misleading.
Now, Dick Butkus did
Speedy, I did
Bubba,
that just for you.
Bubba, I'm going to help you out a little bit. You know, General Motors is bringing back Austin Powers reunion.
Oh, I know.
For the commercial.
I saw that.
Did you see
I
that?
saw
I was
that.
trying to change the subject.
You're right.
Well, I hope Greg's happy. He got it his way this year. We didn't watch any Super Bowl commercials.
Yeah.
I did.
We did watch them.
We did too.
Y'all can watch them.
We watched about 5 of them.
3.
Yeah, we normally watch it. We know to Bubba's. We normally watch them every day.
Don't let me
We
spoil
watch
the
them
party.
3 or 4 a day every day.
Every day.
And I'm sure
The
y'all
week
didn't
of the
do it
Super
because
Bowl,
of
we
that. If
did.
we'd have done it, you wouldn't have made that mistake.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What it does.
It's got a little touch of that.
Well, and until something's done, and if it's all straight up, that's fine. But if it's not straight up, and if something isn't done, well, then the Democrats have really positioned themselves. Which I heard last night. Poor old Mark Levin. Somebody check on Mark.
I saw him last night. He was screaming, "We have to follow the Constitution, y'all!"
And
He's screaming it.
And in fairness, Mark Levin said that about Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah,
he said it's the Republicans in Georgia that are not following the Constitution.
Right.
The governor and he said he named those 4 states last night. I saw it with you, Bubba, too. And he said this is not Democrat Republican. This is Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
These states.
states.
Yeah. Have. Hey, Sean.
John, I hear the music.
Sean, I hear the music, but I had to make that point. But what he's sitting there holding up, a book of the notes from James Madison.
Right.
He's holding up his copy of the Constitution, and it was what you said yesterday. I told Sherry, I said we covered this on the show. It was yesterday, so I said today about how the way these states change the voting rules violates the Constitution. Mm-hmm. And that's what Levin was saying. He goes, all this other stuff doesn't matter. He even kept saying, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, Rick.
Sean, It doesn't matter.
I hear the music. Stop the music.
They violated the Constitution of the country, Sean. So anyway, I guess we don't care about that, or and because there are a lot of people that think the Constitution is antiquated, and let's move on to something else. Now, once you wad that thing up and throw it over in the corner, now I'm gonna tell you,
bar the door.
Some of y'all, let me just be clear, who may be a little sensitive. This is a word that's in the Bible, and it is a place. And I speak English. I'm going to just tell you, if this thing gets wadded up and these barriers of the government get thrown away, all hell's going to break loose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's just
Rick,
a tyrannical government out of control is what the founders did not want us to live under, because they'd done it and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, Rick, I don't know if you've noticed, the country is in a giant wagon right now.
It is.
And we're sitting in front of a big hill, and we have no brakes. There is no check now.
No.
The radical left can do as they please for 2 years.
So two things.
There is no circuit breaker.
So two things are in play right now, and it looks like the Senate is now. If Purdue can hang on, then you've got to.
He's got to find some votes in that 1% somewhere.
Yeah. So he probably
make them stick.
Let's say that it ends like this. They get it. Okay. So now they
Isn't
have.
this where Floyd County needs to call up with a few more votes? Isn't that what some of them in Fulton and some of the rest? Hey, we found another box. 4,000 votes.
Need you, Rome, Georgia.
Yeah. Well, I saw whoever that guy is on Fox that gets over to his mouth.
Somebody find a box, and I mean quick.
Well, he was making a point, and he said in these kind of elections, it's going to matter. He pulled out one rural county, that is red in Georgia, and he said they're about 300 votes off from the last election. I don't know if did 300 people not participate this time, and I mean he said these kind of elections, these 300s add up.
Well, it's a lot like all of the elections you're seeing now. It's the city versus the country, and the city just has so many people piled in those counties. They can dominate these elections. I mean, you look at the map, and it's a little blue area, a bunch of red, but it's all about how many's in that blue.
And a lot of people will just go vote for the president and not mess with
Right.
these Senate elections. And they marked the one Republican Party, and those counted, and now they just decided to stay at the House.
I'm going to go this far, and we've said it on this show before, and we're not the first people to say it, but the older I get, the more I'm believing it. I believe your votes for the Congress are more important than the president.
100%. I agree. Yeah.
Presidents come and go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're Christmas help for the most part. But let's look at the Congress. Look at all the characters on both sides of the aisle. The Mitch McConnells, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Schumers. Of course, Schumer wasn't up this time. The AOCs, the Squad, the Tom Cotton. I mean, none of them changed. None of them changed. Yeah. The big players that you see on TV.
To my point, the president changes all the time.
It changed. None of the other players changed for the most part.
I would say that the Nancy Pelosi's of the world have much more impact on my life than Obama ever did.
Yeah.
Or any Democratic president that I didn't agree with, on the big policies. So here's where we are. So if that Senate thing goes to the Democrats, and it looks like it will, okay, can we?
One has been called. The other one is still razor thin. But the demos have the lead.
And then we get down to now the certification today.
It's to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can catch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Dave Pilatus is our guest from Missing 411. And you can get that, enjoy that. Trust me, it's quite the conversation. So grab that this weekend. Also, Wednesday Bible Study Archive is out there and available to you from the Wednesday as we continue the Bible study, the walk through Genesis. That's also out there. All right, so Bubba, we have a piece of video and audio here. I guess it says here at Oxford Union, there was a debate going on called Beyond Meat Debate. Now, you remember, and by the way, I got a lot of email, people even saying it needs to be on next year's Best Of CD, of the new mayor of New York and him saying that he eats a plant-based
Diet.
No, life. He kept saying
Plant-based
life.
life.
I don't know why he wouldn't say diet. I don't know. He just kept saying life, that he eats his life. He either need to say he lives a plant-based life or that he eats
a diet,
a plant-based diet. And he kept saying that he eats a plant-based life. And he got mad if we didn't understand it and say it that way. But anyway, so here's an ongoing. I've heard a lot of attacks on meat and the health problems. Remember one time you were in an uncomfortable place with me when I told a cardiologist one time to stop saying what he was saying about meat.
Right.
If he wants to talk about that we need to do things in moderation, that's fine. But please don't say what you're saying. And that was that we were never intended to eat meat. And that
with these incisors we got.
Right, and I asked that, and so
I mean the only hope of that would be pre-fall, but I still
if you want to say pre-fall before the fall, you probably would have a case, but after everybody gets off the ark or the 8 people get off the ark, we get a pretty clear here's how it's going to go from God, and meat now became part of our consumption. Thus, these incisors that developed. But anyway, so let's, which would be microevolution.
Which, think about this,
macro.
too. You couldn't be too quick to move on that because you had 2 of each animal. They had to grow some.
Yeah. But, I like that God said on the birds and things you can eat, you can go more than just 2. Here's
they had to carry some for the trip.
Yeah, here's the clean and unclean. All right, so let's talk about have you ever heard that meat is racist and misogynist?
Wow. Rick, I don't doubt that because everything eventually gets down to that if you don't have a decent argument.
Are these just things that we scream when we can't make an argument? We
that's it.
All right, so here is...
It's a generation's been taught to say that.
You're going to love this speech from Carol J. Adams, an American writer, feminist, and animal rights advocate. This is a doozy.
I believe we should move beyond all meat. The assumption that the best protein comes from corpses is a racist belief. How do you know the animal would have picked you to feed off their corpse? 21st century animal eating requires our complicity in a new colonialism. These events especially affect girls and young women. Your hamburger comes with a dose of misogyny. Popular culture is flooded with references to sexy cows, sexy pigs, sexy chickens, sexy fishes, who all just want to have fun. Meat eating is also one of the ways gender-based structures of oppression are perpetuated. Masculinity, a construct of the gender binary facing constant destabilization, feels always under threat, and eating animals is its protection racket. White supremacists weaponized it, eating meat, eggs, and dairy. And the baiting of liberal men as so-called soy boys are all part of the neo-Nazi messaging. To say you care about animals is considered a sign of weakness in a world still committed to the gender binary. Meat eaters like anti-abortionists have forgotten that one quality of non-existence is not having awareness about existence. When all else fails, meat eaters assert that animals are not our equals. I heard all your laughter. I know some of these must be new ideas, or you think they're fringe or whatever. Our whiteness is part of the problem of meat eating.
I missed the point.
She has covered everything under the sun. To blame that on eating meat? Now, Ricky, all I see in this that if you don't eat meat, you become very strange.
She needed a steak every now and then.
Look, all of us have people that go out and speak on our behalf, and we wish they wouldn't. If you are in the animal rights vegan world, you need to be the people to stop her from talking.
That was bizarre. I mean,
now
what's her title? What's her title?
PETA would tackle her and get her away from the microphone.
American writer, feminist, animal rights advocate.
She's just her own person.
And don't call her. She's ugly.
Well, Greg,
she is.
I started to say apparently you need a little more protein in your diet for that to kick in.
Sorry.
Yeah, look, I don't even.
That's just a ranting idiot.
Is there anybody that agrees with her?
Rick,
I
can't get over how she tied everything in the world back to this. That is
white
so
supremacy.
That's almost funny.
Something to do with meat.
Yeah. Why is this meeting even taking place?
Well, you talking about the Beyond Meat debate?
Yeah, what is this?
This is a bunch of.
How about this? If she don't want to eat meat, she don't have to.
This is Oxford trying to act like they being sharp by letting these people come in.
That's a bunch of vegetarians in there, and they're laughing at her.
Well, Bubba, the statements that were being made were so outlandish.
Our
I
whiteness,
couldn't follow it.
Yeah.
misogynist, racism, colonialism. There's a lot of isms.
So
blamed
anything
on
you want to
me.
get rid of, throw the word whiteness and all that
Yeah.
around it, and everybody go, hey,
Meat,
they don't hear anything.
Meat and eggs come from white supremacy?
Okay.
What?
I want to know who the three guys in the tuxedos behind her. What is that all about?
No,
Y'all see that?
That must have been the
This
people
whole thing was
presiding over.
What
the
about
meeting.
the soy boy?
They were a couple of soy boys back there. I'll tell you that.
She brought the laughs with that one.
I just
Thank
want
you, Commodore.
I just want
Commander.
to just say to her on the one state, and there's so many. Some of you act like that animals are not equal. Yes, that is how I act because they're not.
Yeah.
That they are not. To say that is actually lunacy. And that doesn't mean you can't like animals and love animals and have
You don't have to
animals.
abuse them.
But,
And look, whatever you want to do.
But they're not our equals. They're not.
And Jane, whatever you want to do at home is fine, but leave my steak alone.
Well, that's a typical statement for somebody that's clearly
Eat
misogynist.
an artichoke, go eat it.
Yeah.
But the
I don't
Oxford
know.
Union is, like Rick, like you were saying, it's part of Oxford, the University of Oxford in Oxford, England. It's a debating society whose membership is primarily drawn from the University of Oxford.
But don't you think even and thank you for that. Don't you think even they should have standards? Even they would say we're not debating this because we have some sort
What's
of standard.
next? The flat Earth group?
Somebody said, "You want to let this person speak? You want to debate about meat? Not really." And if we do, let's just bring nutritionists in here and have that. Well, we have one woman that says that our meat eating actually is tied to white supremacy, misogyny, all sorts of racism, and gender inequality.
I just can't quite put the dots together on that one.
Well, you know why you can't? Because they're not there.
No.
That does not. And you can be, like I said, you can be passionately and emotionally wrong.
Oh yeah.
I have.
Or
been,
you can be dropped on your head as a child.
Right.
It has that effect.
Wow.
Yeah, you could tell she wasn't right.
Right.
Yeah, she's a little off.
Right. Well, I didn't think that until I heard what she said.
Well, I'm just saying the whole
She's not wasting time out dating and stuff.
No, that's a fact. She's had plenty of time with herself to work all this out.
I've never seen anyone that
research it.
I've never seen it. You see this sometimes with people can myself, for instance, that may have an uphill climb on their physical beauty.
Oh, buddy,
to all of a sudden, for some reason, say, "I tell you what, to be sure I have no shot, give me a ridiculous haircut as well."
Yeah. And I'm gonna rant on about this meat thing.
Right.
If I'm struggling, Dutch boy is not the way to go.
The mode.
At
is
least
not a
try
good one.
something different with the hair.
Yeah.
Try to take our attention
Go
away.
with the Sia look. Cover up.
Take our attention away from where you're not strong. You know what I mean? Don't draw us to it.
Yeah, look, that's a strange bunch in the tuxedos. Check them out.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not sure.
Look, that on the left is out.
That's the bass player for Culture Club.
Is he asleep? Top of the hour.
He looks.
He's a zombie. Oh yeah.
Of the Electoral
that.
College. And we have Republicans that say they will object. Bubba brought the point yesterday, which was accurate. There were Democrats who objected in 2016, but their objections were overruled. And sadly, watching some of the Republicans who are ready to stand up today and try to stop it, you could tell they don't think they have. I mean, they're going to make their argument, but they said even inside the Republican Party, a lot of the Republicans don't have the stomach for this. And if the ones of them that were going to go with the Democrats today will overrule the ones who are going to stand up, and it'll just be figurative. It won't actually.
Right. You know who I feel sorry for? Mike Pence.
Yeah.
Boy, he is between a rock and a hard place, and there's even arguments among, constitutional scholars about what he can and can't do, because we've never really got to this page in the back of the chapter, So and Trump is already leaning on him heavily, but I know Mike Pence is a moral fine man, so I don't have any doubt he'll do the right thing if it is to support Trump's effort in this or not. But
what about the Constitution, Bubba?
I feel like Pence will do what the Constitution calls, even if that's good or bad or otherwise.
Well, I heard one of the I can't remember if it was a representative or a senator.
I think he's a class act. I really do.
I heard one of the guys that one of the reps that's going, or was the senator who's going to oppose it today, and he said, "Look, I know this pressure's been put on Pence, whatever." The vice president simply takes a piece of paper and hands it from one person to another.
Well,
he was saying.
But see, this is not a normal Senate break the tie kind of thing. Mm-hmm. He's presiding over all 500 members, and when you're a presiding officer, you have some things you can't do to, under Robert's Rules of Order to move things forward or slow them up. So I don't know. Look, this is great civics. We'll get a great civics lesson.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer. I just know that the guy last night was kind of saying Pence doesn't have the power to do much with this.
Well, now Trump's acting like he can do everything.
He was kindly saying that Trump was wrong.
Yeah.
You know what's funny though? Some of the people who are going to object today, it may surprise you a little bit, and some of them who are not going to go with those Republicans, who are usually some of the firebrands, are not. Yeah. Tom Cotton is one of them that said he won't support it, and he's a hatchet guy on the very front who wants to be president, by the way. So it'll be strange bedfellows today.
I'll tell you, watching the governor of Florida, I hope he makes his way into.
That reporter tried to get on him, did you?
Well, I just like the way he's handled everything, and the Democrats hate it because he's actually carrying on with life.
Rick and Bubba.
I'm checking email, and I realized, again, we were gone, and we do know things happen while we were gone that we haven't talked about, and we were aware while we were all away, and we kept in touch about it, that NFL great and friend of the show, Kevin Green, passed away over the Christmas, New Year's break. As of today, I have never seen a cause of death.
No, we were just talking about that.
58, was that right?
They didn't say.
58 years old, I think.
Yeah,
that's way too young in my book. Rick.
Yep, and that's the reason why I was like, anybody want to run a cause of death, Bobby? There, 58. Kevin Green used to be on the show a good bit. Great guy, fun guy, and an outstanding.
He played that game hard.
Oh, he played hard. He played so hard. Hey, I want you to know about this. Gabby.com/Bubba. All right, anybody out there? If I said here's 2021. And I have an opportunity for you to get, on average, anybody want $960 in your pocket?
Sure. I do.
And I know you do, Speedy. My gosh, you
I asked.
Speedy almost yanked that paper.
He did. I mean, give it back. I need to finish.
Dialing the number.
Well, what we're saying here is Gabby.com/Bubba customers are saving on average $960 a year because they've realized after Gabby, with at no charge, it's just a service that you can use, that Gabby showed them that they were paying too much for their automobile and home insurance. They got the same coverage. They just got it from somebody else at $960 on average less. So if you'd like to find out, and the odds are, I just got to tell you, as your friend here, you probably are overpaying, because I didn't put a lot of research into my automobile and home insurance.
For the inauguration, just to have a little spirit with it, so we'll really enjoy it.
Yeah.
So I was sitting here looking at how it's all going to play out today, and we all know that Pence is going to be the one that has roll call, and they'll start in alphabetical order, of course, with Alabama, then Alaska. The first objection is going to come when they announce Arizona, and it's going to come from Ted Cruz, and Cruz will object to Arizona and focus on creating the Electoral College Commission to audit the results. And then that's where it's going to start.
Yeah, and as Bubba said yesterday, this was attempted by the Democrats in 2016, but if you don't have the numbers, everybody just says appreciate your disagreement and let's keep moving.
Ted has a pretty good idea. I don't know that commission could actually influence or change this election, but just to put all the accusations, rumors, innuendo to bed, to have a commission with 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 5 members from the Supreme Court just to look into all this and kind of put a bow on it.
Well, and I
don't think that would hurt anything, do you?
No, I think the team here will agree, and if not, y'all certainly can disagree. I respect your.
from the No Name Studio. Sing it, boys. A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. Real Greg Burgess, are you out and about today?
Rick, I'll be at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, 11 to 1. Come on by, Papa Murphy's Pizza. Beautiful day.
All right, so Birmingham, you do have a beautiful day. So if you're in Birmingham, Alabama.
Come on.
And you're listening to us on 104.7 WZZK.
You know what they're going to do, Rick?
Right.
Feel the power of Hendrick.
They are. Go grip and grin with Greg. He'll have some pizza for you hanging out at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall.
Deals that other dealers can't make.
Yeah, so go by and see Greg today. Then O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, other things that will be going on coming up next week. We have a lot. The Pursuit Men's Conference in Dothan, Alabama next weekend. At the Civic Center. I'll be with Jonathan Evans, Andy Blanks, and Charles Billingsley. A lot of folks there from the show and the Man Church team. Helmsy will be up in Hoax Bluff, Alabama, same weekend. He'll be there with Sid Bream, Tyler Stovall, and Lance Ingram from the Rick and Bubba Show at the Men of Iron Conference, Hoax Bluff, Alabama. Details on both of those conferences you can find at rickandbubba.com. No details on Greg appearing anywhere because he won't tell Helmsy. But we want to tell you there on the show.
That's it.
And then there's some other Man Church opportunities next week too from the manchurch.com. Andy Blanks will be speaking at my home church, Valleydale, on Thursday night, the 17th, there at the theater. We have a theater room there. Come in for that Man Church service. See Andy Blanks. You're welcome to join the men of Valleydale, or if you go to Valleydale, dudes, be sure you're there. And then also coming up next week in Scottsboro, Alabama, from the manchurch.com, Mark Garnett and Brian Gunn at First Baptist Church, Scottsboro. Mark on Friday night, Gunn on Saturday morning. So, Bubba, as we make our way back, you can probably deduce that a woman who just said the things that she said last hour, it's going to spawn some phone calls. This is last hour we heard from the Oxford Union, the debate beyond the meat. We heard a woman carry on that meat consumption is tied to misogyny, racism,
colonialism.
Colonialism. I like that one.
Gender inequality,
whiteness,
white supremacy. Now keep in mind if you just joined us, she says meat consumption is tied to that.
Right.
I wish she would have to spin the wheel of meat and we would scream meat, meat, meat at her.
Georgia.
That's what I wish.
What if she heard the wheel of meat? You think she'd just pass out?
She'd pass out right where she said.
Brandon in Georgia. Brandon, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're good, Brandon. I hope you're okay.
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. I called. I mean, after I heard that, I just couldn't believe it. I mean, racist for eating meat. I mean, we eat all colored meat. I mean, chickens are white, cows are black, red. It just
ain't nothing like Black Angus.
Yeah, ain't nothing like Black Angus. Let's go to Gene in Birmingham. Gene, go ahead.
Hi, gentlemen.
Hey.
This is what my husband or my granddaddy, any good old boy would call a bad hunter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's totally fine. But she can't come in and say those things. Misogyny is what got me the most. If I'm sitting in a deer stand and I have a 10-point and a doe stand there, I'm going to kill the buck every time. You know
every
what I mean?
time.
But
every
if
time.
If you fish, when you pull up that fish, do you know if it's male or female? Because I don't. Or like when you go to the store and you buy pork, do you know if you're eating a male or a female?
No.
I don't.
No.
You know what I mean?
I think she's just
Don't make no
I think she's
sense.
talking about the fact we eat meat makes us in our human interaction act that way.
Yeah, what she's saying is meat eaters.
Now, how I know that? I know. Look, we're talking about a long train to get back to the station. There.
What she's trying to say.
I don't think it's connected, really.
But you're actually ruining that too because you go out and you hunt deer and you eat meat. She's saying that meat eating. See, that's the toxic masculinity. That's one of the symbols of that. A bunch of toxic males around eating meat, and they think that makes them more manly, and they're misogynist. Of course, she's forgetting the incredible number of women who eat meat. I've never thought that eating meat had anything to do with anything other than I like to eat meat.
Yeah.
Right? I mean...
It's
Rick,
just
that's
just a dietary choice.
Yeah. Look at that picture right there of that filet. Tell me that don't look good.
Ryan,
see it on the wheel of meat?
Yep.
I hear it sizzling right now.
Man.
Ryan in Kentucky. Go ahead.
I like some veggies with it.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Y'all are making fun of Speedy's dream woman, woman that doesn't have to eat very much. You only have to spend about $15 a week on her. All you have to do is put out some hay for her.
She's ready to go.
And fine.
Earl in Tuscaloosa.
Speedy's landed that plane already.
Earl. Oh, that's funny. Let's go to Ed.
Better have some hay.
Ed in Helena. Ed, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to ask a quick question. On Valentine's Day is Monday. What do you give your better half, a card, a mushy card or a humorous card?
One of each.
One of each.
I have done one of each, and I have alternated and just gone with whatever the mode is for that year.
If you're going to do the comedy,
one thing. Well, help out Speedy because he probably ain't gonna buy his wife nothing though. So
Yeah, well, no, what Speedy does, which is brilliant. He waits and gets a box of candy on the 15th.
Yeah. And acts like he forgot to get out of his car.
Right. And,
I had that 2 days ago.
Yeah, if you're going to go comedy, you better have a mushy with it. If you're going to go one card only, you better go mushy.
Now, if you get with them mushies, it goes on and on and on.
I didn't
and your
say
mind
that.
starts wandering in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or if you forget, you can always do the thing where you act like you're being super romantic because you wrote something down on a piece of legal pad.
Yeah, I made it myself.
I wanted to write from the heart.
Right,
year. My own words and my own handwriting.
Right. Look, let me tell you, in the 2 or 3 minutes it took for me to write this down, you didn't believe how deep it was.
And in my case, you probably wouldn't be able to read it.
Right.
I just don't write in cursive a whole lot.
No.
When I have to write a check, it's like my hand doesn't know what to do anymore. Is it y'all that way?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm so used to typing everything.
I do a combination of print and cursive,
do too.
which is weird.
I sign my name cursive, but I may print the amount.
Well, if I write something on a piece of paper, it'll be half cursive, half print.
Yeah. I'll like quit cursive for no apparent reason and print and go back.
I know. And every now and then I'll write in Tangle A.
Let's go to Billy. Hey, Billy, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was just going to tell you I'm confused right now. I'm a white supremacist who loves meat, so I can see where she's coming from, but I also like vegetables. It's just confusing. So I'm just going to head home and just go back to bed, white power.
White power.
That's unbelievable.
Let me tell you who may be the biggest misogynist there is. That's Al Michaels. Hadn't eaten a vegetable his entire life.
Let's go to.
I don't know how he lives with himself.
Let's go to Al in Southeast Missouri. Al, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good talking with you.
It's our pleasure.
Can you imagine we'd ever be in this position and logic and common sense just seem to have gone out the window?
All right, hang on.
Logic and common sense has gone out the window, Rick.
You're doing that thing on an iPhone or something where the microphone's not in the right place.
Are you talking to a pillow?
Yeah, can you try to this happens a lot when I'm talking to people on cell phones.
Somebody had a pillowcase.
If you're being smothered, say something.
Yeah. Signal.
All right, so try to see if you can clear up your phone.
Sibilance.
Well, I'm standing here with a pretty strong
That's better.
Wi-Fi signal.
No, it's not anything about the
it's
signal.
better now.
It's location.
Nothing about
We're
the signal.
talking about the fidelity of the phone.
That's right. Ooh.
Okay.
All right, go
again.
Yeah.
Good talking with you. Appreciate what you do.
Better.
I'm just listening to you all, and the lady that came on about the meat issue. I have a pretty good solution for her.
Uh-oh.
Let's give her a one-way ticket to Cannibal Land.
Cannibal Land. Is there a place called Cannibal Land?
I didn't know that existed, but I'll avoid it.
He wants her to be a meal for somebody.
All right, that's
Look,
a strong
she got
reaction.
a bad haircut.
It's a strong reaction to say that I don't think you should say that. And I hope people eat you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
She was a little bony. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you still be hungry.
Yeah.
And there's no protein advantage.
Calls were on fire.
Right. We lit it up.
My goodness.
All right, we'll come back. We got an update on the Freedom Convoy and what's going on with Canada. And now, we're trying to get involved too. And so we'll come back. 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Opinions, but I think when you look at the Republican Party, and we've said this for years, and I thought that may be changing a little bit when the bulldozer arrived, but again, the bulldozer even upset Republicans. Okay?
The bulldozer tore up some of the flowers that nobody wanted tore up.
and I tried to do something as an American citizen and as a person that it's kind of an odd concept. I tried to agree with the president where I agreed and disagree with him where I disagreed. Now I know that is a bizarre concept.
Yeah.
Well, you either have to have somebody has to either be your idol or you have to be completely against them.
Yeah.
There's no going.
Yeah, our side doesn't allow that.
No. So what I was saying though is we have seen something in political wars for a very long time, or as long as we've been alive, and this seems to be in general the way things are. Democrats are tougher than Republicans when it comes to meanness. Okay, Democrats, you can call them communist, you can call them evil, wicked, the spawn of Satan, and they don't care. They keep on pushing their agenda forward, and they really don't care if you oppose them, what you think about them.
Yeah.
Fair?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
Now, Republicans, they don't have that kind of stomach. They don't even like their own candidate if he's a little rough around the edges, okay? And they don't. It's almost like Republicans say the worst thing that could ever happen, even if I have to lose the Constitution, is for somebody to think I'm mean. If somebody thinks I'm mean, or they've called me a racist or a misogynist or a homophobe, I just can't live. Even though I don't think I am those things,
right?
I don't.
Even though you may know you're not, those
and
things.
you can't prove that I really am those things. But if you start throwing those words at me, it makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, nobody wants to be called that.
And so here's what's happening this time with this. And the Democrats know this. Now they will pretend, as they're already doing, and Bubba made the point yesterday, that they didn't oppose the election of Donald Trump at all. They'll pretend the dossier didn't happen. They'll pretend all these attempts to overthrow him never happened. The ongoing that the election was not legitimate. They'll pretend they never did any of that. I guess because what they'll do is they'll say, "Well, now you're going to be the kind of person that's going to try to stop an election from going through." And what the Republicans say, "We can't be those people."
Yeah.
Oh, y'all going to try to make trouble? Well, we kind of think the Constitution was violated. Oh, really? So so what you're doing is you're digging in. You're trying to declare a police state. You're trying to be. They'll call you what they are.
Yes.
You're trying to be. Hey, you're trying to be a tyrant.
No, Rick,
you're trying to be a
Rick,
king.
You're trying to overturn the will of the people.
Right.
Oh,
the will of,
now, the will of the people got trampled when you bringing those boxes in.
Right. Now look.
But I mean,
look,
heck with
Bubba,
that.
Again, I'm a modern day Democrat, so I forget that I didn't like the will of the people.
Right.
I'm a Democrat. I like the will of the people when it goes my way. Now, if it doesn't go my way, but if you oppose, but if you lose an election, for you to say, "Hey, I don't really like the way this went," you say you're going against the will of the people. You know what? And they never use the republic because they're Democrats. The democracy, our democracy is in play. They'll throw around the word democracy. I mean, they'll just throw it around as if they have any idea.
I mean, if they could get both hands on it, they put it in the shredder now.
And so,
I love when they have to hold it like it's special.
Right. So until politically modern day Republicans are willing to fight, modern day Republicans right now are willing to lose as long as nobody thinks they're mean.
Well, you're gonna see that today.
And what they don't get is that you're hated for not being a Democrat. Period. So you might as well do what you think's right and what you think's constitutional, because you're going to be hated either way. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings
brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Still playing it out here, isn't it? I can't get this stuff.
Will get you very far.
All right, I'm trying to get Convoy to play over here, but
what in the heck?
Well, this we have this. I'm playing this stuff now off my phone, and the way we have to do it for some reason. Let's see if I got it now.
There we go.
Well, no,
There you went.
That went out again.
Breaker 19 this.
Oh, Justin Trudeau is even shutting this down.
Look now, now it won't play. All right, so it's.
Stevie, see if you can work on this. Get this going. We're gonna have this music.
Well, I know I wanted to play Convoy for you, and it just this thing.
What the heck?
You know, and it's the one. It's not anything to do with the power button. It's this one right here. It falls out real easy, and like it's not snug, and so what we may do is
try it again. We're gonna stop the show till we get this correct.
Right, and
okay. We're stopping this just like the free flow of goods over the Canadian border.
Right. I mean, it's like we finally get a chance to play Convoy.
I know.
And now, all right, let's see. All right, there it is. Let's see if it'll hold.
Breaker 19, this here's a rubber duck. You got a copy on me, Big Fan? Come on.
All right, so there's
There
our
you
Convoy update. Okay. Yeah, we just won't worry about that other because I don't think we really need it. All right. Canadian truck blockade update. Here's the great C.W. McCall. Didn't they debate that one time they said that the convoy was 45 miles? Somebody said, no, it's really more like 39. And so
I know one thing. There ain't much going on around Ottawa right now.
No, you're right.
Except watching trucks.
That's my dance mix of it I got. So what's the latest going on?
So, Rick, the shutdown continues. Now, this is beginning to have an effect. We've had 3 different Toyota plants.
What's that?
Toyota run out of parts. We had a Ford plant in the United States shut down for the rest of the week. Said we'll try again next week. But they have pretty much clogged up anything going between the two countries on the ground right now. And the Biden White House has asked Canada to get tougher with these guys and clean this up. Now, you remember people were donating to the GoFundMe page, right?
Right.
And they gave them some of the money, then they stopped at $7.8 million and returned that to donors.
Right.
So now we have another company that has a web page similar to that. It's called, where was it here? Well, it was in the title. I have to go back one here. It is, what is the name of that site? Go, send, something like that. What's the name of that?
Try that again.
It's something funny like that. It's something send, go.
I don't know.
Give, send, go, something like that.
Anybody know this?
In other, it's
Give, send, go. You're right.
It's
that
like,
Bubba, you got it.
There it is. I knew it was odd.
Well, let me
like
give
that.
you a 10-4.
10-4.
It's like GoFundMe. And they've raised like $7 or $8 million now, too. And the Canadians are asking a court to stop them from giving that money to this group. Now, they've authorized the police to start impounding rigs. I saw where they were already turning away. They basically are trying a blockade where they were turning away trucks that were bringing gas, fuel, and supplies to the trucks. So I don't know how this is going to end.
And that didn't go well. Didn't some guy get beat down pretty good on that one?
Well, no, the police. There was an elderly gentleman who was supporting the truckers, and he honked his horn, and the police jerked him out and threw him down. He was an old guy.
We got to beat up Paw over just simply honking his horn in support.
Man,
you can't do it.
Well,
looked like he was in Brookside for a minute. I don't know what was going on.
Let me tell you, you're looking at some of the stuff going on. I tell you, and this is not funny, but it kind of is. Did you see where the 20-year-old guy from Akron, Ohio, has potential criminal charges? He wanted to issue a bomb threat
to the police in Ottawa, but he threatened Ottawa, Ohio.
He called the wrong Ottawa.
He called the wrong Ottawa.
Oh wow!
Good goodness.
And so he's in trouble. Didn't realize he had an Ottawa there in his own state. So here's what I don't get, and I know now it's too late because now the government in Canada is prideful. I don't understand why the government was not able to reason, and this is what happens when you put these socialists in charge, that the truckers' point was actually valid. To have a mandate on truck drivers, especially at this point in the pandemic,
yeah, it's all going to be.
It's not reasonable. Right. There's no reason to do it because them shutting down supply lines versus the danger they would be to themselves or other people if you just lift the mandate, it's not even close.
Well, here's the problem.
Does everybody not realize where we are in the pandemic and the things we've learned? There's no reason to do this to the truckers.
Well, here's your problem, Rick.
It's not valid.
In the next few weeks, the Canadian government are going to have to lift all these mandates anyway.
Right.
Even the liberal U.S. states are lifting it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be ridiculous to have them. Well, if they do it now, it's going to look like they crumble to the truckers.
I know, that's my point.
I think it's turned into a peeing contest is what it is now.
But it's okay for the government to come back. They could even do this because they want to save face because they're authoritative and tyrants.
And much wiser than them.
If they just could save face, they could say, all right, look, when you guys first brought this up, we were investigating the pandemic. We're going to be lifting these on the Canadian citizens anyway. So this has nothing to do with your protest, but we're lifting mandates across the country. And, of course, that would include with you. So get back in your truck and let's get these trucks loaded and let's all get back to business. Now, the truckers will celebrate that as a victory, but the Canadian government can always say, no, we didn't bend to them.
We negotiate. Here's what they do,
We were going to do
Here's
this anyway. We saw over there Boris Johnson in Great Britain. He's lifted everything, so we knew this was coming anyway.
This is what Trudeau needs to do. He needs to be seen going and getting into a truck, having a conference, coming out saying we have an agreement.
Right.
The blockade will end immediately. We will lift all mask mandates in 30 days. Everybody back to normal.
Right.
And then that way we're protected a little bit longer till it fades. Blockade is over. We can get back to normal. It's a win-win. Don't declare anybody was a loser, and you can move on. That's the only way he can get out of it.
Yeah.
Then he can say, I'm a problem solver. I negotiated an end to this, and it's over.
Yeah, and it's a vaccine mandate.
Right.
And not just, it's not a mask mandate. It's a vaccine mandate. But they say they shouldn't be forced to take the vaccine, and really now they shouldn't. I mean, there's no reason for it anymore.
Because if Trudeau does not take leadership on this and end this through a negotiated, looks like both sides win, he is going to lose terribly in this.
Oh, yeah.
Terribly.
No doubt. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, as we start this hour, we have a Heisman Trophy winner. We all thought this should be the Heisman Trophy winner, and apparently the voters agreed. And it really wasn't that close. Devontae Smith takes the Heisman Trophy last night.
You know, very deserving. He, I don't know that there's a more exciting player in college football right now. When he gets his hands on that ball, look out.
Oh, yeah.
Here he goes. He's going up the field.
And he seems like what I love about him when he gets it, he really is not satisfied with just where he caught it.
He's going somewhere.
He wants to go to the house with it.
Yeah.
He works hard. He tries to outwork anybody on the team. He puts the work in. He seems to have some humility about him. Greg said that was actually kind of these virtual things. I think we're overdoing it.
It's enough to make you get a vaccination.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
My favorite is when everybody is spread out in the room and wearing masks.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's almost makes as much sense as the mask outside people. But we could have done something better than that on the Heisman Trophy. You could have.
I missed it. I don't even know what
at least
happened.
spread out some of the past winners. Instead of having them all on a little screen.
Yeah. This thing.
Some of them looking sharp.
Let me tell you what I cannot stand is that the whole Zoom Brady Bunch thing.
Yeah.
Where like I'm watching a game and nobody's in the stadium, and then they show me fans sitting home.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. And then also,
That is so
the fan
stupid.
one's the worst one.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's so
Virtual
stupid.
fans.
Hey, look, that is so stupid.
It is.
And we could have done a better job with that last night. If you want to know what it was like, Helmsley, just go back to the NFL draft. If I remember, we all watched one, maybe half a round, and we were like, "Well, I can't watch this." I mean, there's a delay. People, their family gets excited, like 20 seconds after I've already heard they're getting picked.
Yeah.
They sit there and they first call it out. The first draft pick, you're going to be a multimillionaire. Look, and everybody's sitting there going. Then all of a sudden, they look at them guys like, it's almost like, I hate to say it, this is a terrible example, horrible example. It's almost like when you're watching, the horrible footage of the Challenger explosion, when the people, it takes them a while to figure out what's really happened. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's the way these virtual things are.
Yeah.
It's like they make some big announcement.
Rick, thanks for reminding me of that. That hurt my stomach.
And nobody responds. Everybody sits there, then all of a sudden like, oh, so I won? Am I the high?
Yeah, that's the way it was. And it was quiet. There was no clapping. And then they go to his parents. They both have masks on, so you can't see their emotion at all. But look, Rick goes to them.
Which is not necessary, by the way. That's not necessary.
Of course, now his hometown was there behind him, and they were going crazy. But you couldn't, they wouldn't like clap or anything. It was just, and plus he's a low-key guy anyway, so, he didn't. But I would rather see that, though, than if you're going to do it then, do it big then.
Yeah.
I would rather see,
Sure,
this presentation.
Right, and
you knew that would happen.
Like I said, he seems to be.
That was the worst speech in the history.
Well, to your point, I think yesterday, Rick, this is a kid that nobody was really talking about Heisman at the first of the year,
Right.
and if Jalen Waddle doesn't get hurt, this does not happen.
Yeah.
I don't think
Probably
so.
not. Yeah, you're right.
So there's his hometown.
So we couldn't do that.
They all got masks on, but they're in there.
Can we not do
We
that?
can't get the Hall of Fame winners together, at least some of them. In fact, I think we can spread them out a little more.
I don't know about
that
y'all.
may be a super spreader.
How hard is it?
I don't know about y'all, but I miss Billy Sims screaming. Was it Boomer Sooner?
Boomer Sooner.
You hate that he couldn't experience coming on stage with all
Yeah.
them. And look,
And we
2020, there's
could've.
nothing right about this past year as far as normalcy.
No, you're
And
right.
so this is just another example.
Guys, I'm
And-
going to be honest. His hometown, they're going to have a lot of cases today, or within a week.
No,
Within a
Rick.
week.
Not
You
many
look at 'em.
masks.
Please look at them.
Well, good.
maybe that guy's had it.
Yeah, sure.
But no, it was just weird. You go to his parents, they're overcoming emotion. You couldn't see it at all
No.
because they had masks on.
See,
It just felt weird.
I'm so glad. I just couldn't.
It was.
And you said it started early too.
6 to 7.
Yeah, why was it so early?
I don't know.
I missed it. I had to
All
watch
got
highlights.
was the last 15 minutes.
I was like, let's watch the Heisman. I was like, I don't want to watch the news. Let's watch the Heisman.
So
it was already over.
Let me ask you this: are we going to have a national championship game Monday night? I keep hearing
There's
that
rumor
there's
they're
problems with COVID. Tracy.
Of course, Saban's daughter had to apologize for. She tweeted out that they were just doing it to get the quarterback well and all this stuff, and she had to apologize.
Well,
Of course, she punched somebody that one time. So they might not want to mess with her.
hey, Greg. Well, maybe she's got a point.
She's got a good point. Quarterback kind of banged up.
Need another week.
Hey, we need a couple of you guys with COVID. Could y'all get sick?
All she's doing is saying what everybody's thinking.
Yeah, and you know what?
Yeah,
It's not far. I mean, it's a possibility.
Well,
So can I ask you a question
I would
too?
try
And,
that.
and
Yeah.
I know it's hard to compare, some things, but when you look at the Ohio State quarterback and the success he had in the semifinal game, if you're a Georgia fan, do you go, "Wow, we let him get away"?
Well, what I would say to that, yes, you do. But what I would say is, so tell me how you could have kept him.
Well, you had a choice. You had a guy that looked like he was top notch, and you had Fields, and you had to decide one of them was going to transfer, whoever did start.
Right. So,
But let
Fromm
me
had
ask-
done a lot of
He
good
was
things for
top
Georgia.
notch.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a good college quarterback.
But here's the thing. Do you remember when Fields would get in, they wouldn't let him throw? All he did
Yeah,
was
that
run
was
the wild.
It's past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Go there now if you've got a job opportunity and you're looking to make a good hire. Go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba and they can help you. How do they help me? Well, they're going to get some screening questions from you, and they're going to put those screening questions out there, and they're going to weed out people that really aren't qualified. And then they're also going to put you out in front of their 770 million people. There's over 40 million that make contact every week
looking for job opportunities, and then they're going to get you the best of the best, and then all you do is interview the best of the best and then make your own decision so that next hire is an asset to your company, not a detriment. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Your first job post will be for free. So go to rickandbubba.com. Under the sponsors, you'll find that link too. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Let them help you make a good hire. All right, let's talk about the latest with the pandemic. Once again, we are taking in studies. For those of you that say follow the science, don't panic.
Follow the science,
We're gonna
Rick.
talk
The science,
here.
dadgummit.
Bubba, the science keeps coming back.
Are we going to follow this science?
That natural immunity is much more beneficial to you than anything these vaccines are able to put together.
All right, new study. This is hot off the press today from Israel. Natural immunity is more powerful than vaccines, another study hints. Survivors are stronger over time than in people who've had 2 shots but no infection, according to the study. Researchers said that people who had survived COVID, had natural antibodies, had a stronger immune response than people who had been double jabbed. Now, they said initially when you first get your shots, their level was higher, but it fell off more and quicker than people who had natural antibodies who had the alpha strain.
So this is yet another study. We've already had one from that came from that actually came from the CDC. That came from them. So that wasn't some political group. Israel has already told us this once before, now again, about natural antibodies. So what that means is that when we were told early on that if you just had COVID, go ahead and get a shot anyway because it's stronger than your natural antibodies, that was incorrect.
Now, now technically, you had higher antibodies when they first give you the shot.
Yeah, but not overall. Your
a year later, it was a different story. 6 months later.
Yeah.
Addie, I just sent you the story from Daily Mail. There's a graph on there. If you could throw that up behind us, I want to look at it because it is very telling what was going on here, if you can find that.
Yeah.
Rick, this really points into what we were seeing all along and what our common sense approach was to it. But it also shows maybe what some of the initial tests were showing too, that the double, if you were fully vaccinated, 2 shots, you had a higher immune response right after they gave it to you, but it changed pretty quickly.
Right.
And if we can get this graphed up, you'll be able to see.
It's not coming through, but I'm loading that page right now.
Okay.
That email didn't come through.
It was a text, I think, but it was late notice. My bad. And but this curve is really telling how it handles it over time, and it shows you the number of days. Right. It looks like natural antibodies surpass. Here it is, the vaccinate. Speedy, give me that wireless mic. I want to get up here a minute.
Are you gonna get up there and show us
I want to get
how?
up here on the board. I want to use the board.
All right. So yeah. All right. So all right. Here comes the board.
Hello, check. You got me?
Yep.
All right, see, guys, if you look here is the people who got the shots, okay, double vaccination. Here are natural antibodies.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the people with the shot is ahead of them just a little bit, and then the lines start to converge. Now, they're both falling off a little bit, but right in here, about 120 days, you see where it crosses.
Yep.
The vaccinated line goes down, and the immunity from having it continues on, and actually toward 350 days, about a year out, it actually starts going back up again a little bit. This is the latest study from Israel, and it confirms a lot of the things we thought all along.
Well, also what you see about that rising up even later, could that also be an indicator? Because we haven't gotten a really good study on T cells yet,
right?
But when T cells are there, they'll go dormant and then come back and fight when they need to.
The T cells are the long-term soldiers,
Yep,
Rick, and
yep.
as you said, they will head back to the barracks.
Yeah.
But when called into action, it takes them a day or two.
Yep.
But that is our natural system. How it works.
So we're learning another thing that we, for some reason, keep ignoring,
And Adler, I know that we have the Boris Johnson video too, but are you ready for the children here versus Boris right now?
We've got both, like you were talking about, in Israel and Las Vegas. Children.
Now I want you to look at this, what we're doing to children, and we're going to be held accountable for the damage from this ridiculous making children wear masks 8 hours a day when their risk is minuscule. And we started learning that cloth masks really don't do much. And, of course, how many of these children, the young ones, can wear them properly anyway? And we've kept this charade going and the damage that we're going to do to children. I haven't seen the Las Vegas video, but I have seen the one from Israel. When you see these children respond to being told they can finally take their mask off.
Which one do you want first?
Show them Israel first, all right, and then we'll look at Las Vegas.
This really is something I would just watch that. I mean, the kids.
Yeah, watch their reaction when they're told they don't have to wear a mask anymore.
אני רוצה להודיע לכם שבהחלטת הממשלה הוחלט שמהיום לא צריך מסכות גם בכיתה.
Now watch them start tearing them up. Look. Look at them. They're so sick and tired.
I haven't seen people that happy, Rick, since the Berlin Wall fell.
Well, that's kind of what it feels like. I hate to tell you that. It feels like oppression has been relieved.
Wow.
Now, I haven't seen the one from Vegas, but Adler and you guys tell me similar reactions. So it looks like the schools in Nevada have lifted, or at least in Las Vegas, have lifted the mask.
Starting tomorrow, we don't have to wear masks anymore.
Wow.
Look at that one kid dancing.
Oh, my God. Guys, this is like them being told that they're going to be freed from some sort of some kind. They've been jailed.
Is anybody excited?
Yeah.
Is that Arkansas beating Auburn in basketball, or is that a classroom?
Guys, what we're doing to
Good
children,
night.
what we're doing to small children with these masks, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves.
Did you see that?
Absolutely ashamed. I mean, we.
Hey, the time has passed, guys. What are we
What
holding
in
on
the
to?
world are we doing? I mean, this is lunacy. So now over to Great Britain, and here's the Prime Minister Boris Johnson again. He's announcing all COVID restrictions in England, all of them, including the legal requirement to self-isolate a month early. All of he said all of this stuff is gone. We're done with it. So here's
Mr. Speaker, I can tell the House today that it is my intention to return on the first day after the half-term recess to present our strategy for living with COVID. Provided the current encouraging trends in the data continue, it is my expectation that we will be able to end the last domestic restrictions, including the legal requirement to self-isolate if you test positive, a full month early, Mr. Speaker.
That's good.
So they're going to start lifting everything, and it goes back, of course, this show and others. We were saying this months ago. We've got to stop we think we can stop COVID, and we got to get into, we've got to learn to live with it, just like we do flu, just like we do all these other things. And that means with treatments, and certainly if you want to continue to have vaccines to be part of that, that's people's business, but it should not be mandated. We have Kansas woman today. Her allergic reaction to the Moderna coronavirus vaccine killed her, according to the autopsy. So they're saying she's 68 years old. She had an allergic reaction to the Moderna vaccine, and the autopsy has confirmed that's what killed her. So and you know, I know that's small, and I know, but this thing where you're being told that the vaccine hasn't caused anyone to have any adverse reactions other than that's just not true. Now, I'm not saying it's a gigantic number, but to say that it's a zero, it's not a zero. So that's why you got to be careful with mandates. It's not a zero. The other is this: we have an autopsy report that Bob Saget was COVID positive at the time he died,
but it was not the cause of his death.
Why would they even? That's what I was about to say next. So that's in there, and then blue states are starting to dial back, and we have to make sure we let you know about them because they'll be the last to move. If a blue state is about to start changing things, that means the red states already have. But the blue states say that the falling COVID-19 cases, not new studies, are going to justify their mask mandate. Now, are they telling us that they think that their mask played a role in it, and that's why they're going to continue doing this? They think that they actually did this, but then they went on and said, no, what we're talking about is eliminating it. So, again, a misleading headline. And they're saying that they're just going to eliminate it because the cases are falling.
Yeah, the cases are falling. So we what was it, about 2 weeks ago we brought this up?
Right.
What is the left going to do close to the midterms? If you've got the State of the Union being pushed to March, and we think Biden's big speech is going to be, hey, we got COVID.
Right.
Fauci's saying, okay, it's winding down. You know, blue states are saying masks are gone. What are they going to come up with between now and the midterms to get the voting the way it was?
I think they're going to have to claim what they did defeated COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to say to fix our economy, we're going to roll back the evil Trump tax cuts, which only was tax cuts for the rich. You know, that way they get to slam Trump and tax cuts and say that more money coming in is going to solve all the problems.
Yeah, I think
again showing they know nothing. That none of them have run a lemonade stand in their life.
I think, Speedy, like Bubba said, I think they're going to leave we're going to use the disease so people can, we can change some voting, restrictions and requirements. I think they realize they may not have enough cases to do that. So it's going to go back to what Bubba said. We saved you from COVID. And they're realizing to be against all this now is actually probably better for them politically.
Rick and Bubba.
I thought that because he's shown now he can throw.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was strange.
Maybe maybe he wasn't that good then, but people. And if you're even Kirby, you're gonna go, wow. The backup was awful good.
Yeah, but evidently Fromm was doing things that they felt gave him a better chance to win.
Is he in the pros now, by the way?
He got drafted late by the Bills or somebody. Is he still on the squad?
Didn't he go later than they thought he would?
He went like 4th or 5th, maybe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But he thought he was going earlier. I felt like he was a little disappointed.
His numbers dropped.
But I think Bubba brought up the point off air. All right, so the national championship game's down at Miami, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, they are allowing some fans, so people have to make arrangements and flights, or I'm driving, I got hotel rooms.
Oh, yeah.
So a decision has to be made on this game,
right?
Because you can't just float along.
Because you're taking off work to go to a Monday night game too, and you've got to, hey, what? Go stop.
But you would like to.
There's Saban's daughter saying you don't see us trying to delay to get Waddle back.
Yeah, that's a good one, by the way.
That was a good
one.
And valid.
Hey guys, well.
But again, the national championship game, you would like to see both teams at their full strength.
I would. I would. Yeah, but to Speedy's point, there's a lot of organization going on Monday night that say, well, we'll just delay it.
Yeah,
because it's a pretty big event when it comes to TV.
Ohio State's only played 7 games. Yeah, or 8, whatever.
No, I think it's 7. If they win, they will have played 8 games.
Yeah, I don't want to hear any whining,
including the
played
playoffs.
7 games.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's just what an odd year. What an odd little year 2020 was.
Yeah, if you're Ohio State, you're almost that person like you think. We always talk about our accounts. I talked to one earlier. Hey, we've already gone to our account too many times and asked for, well, could y'all give us a break on this? I mean, the fact you got in the 4, we had to give you a break and change rules. So,
Rick, they couldn't even make it to the championship game. They had to change the rule.
I know.
Yeah.
For the conference.
There's a lot of rule changing.
But I understand the conference wants to put the best team there.
But
they were.
Yeah,
it's like deciding how you're going to vote.
Am I glad that Alabama and Ohio State are playing each other? I am. I will enjoy that game. However, I think when you get into contact tracing, you talking about being able to play games with stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, good gracious. Well, aren't that bunch practices together.
And then you have different conferences.
Come on. I mean, anybody got symptoms?
Look, different conferences have different rules.
Yeah.
On coming back.
What's the reason why? If you think about like on contact tracing, you and Adler would have been declared as sick.
Yeah,
but you weren't.
I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's I don't think Ohio State can be allowed to now get another pass on something. I think they're going to have to play the game Monday night.
Mm-hmm. I think so too.
But
there's been no official word.
Right, but do I want to see both at full strength? I do, as a fan, because
we want to see the Ohio State we saw the other night against Clemson and had not seen that team before. That team has not played that well all year.
Well,
but that's the team I want to
rested.
see. That's the team I want to see. Otherwise, it's going to be a shellacking.
Yeah, because other than the A&M game, and what was that, a 17-point, and a little bit of the Florida game, but even on the Florida game that Florida scored a bunch of points on Alabama, you never felt like Alabama was in trouble.
No. Yeah.
I don't know why, but you didn't.
I want Ohio State to find 4 pickup games, play them all in a row, and Alabama just wait and play them after that.
Yeah, we could do that. We'll be right back. 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm fortunate enough to be with Johnny Hunt January the 22nd in Americus, Georgia. We'll both be together. And he makes the point, especially when it deals with churches, the fact that people are dying is all the more reason we need to be meeting and we need to be preaching, because he said, and he didn't specify where that came from. He maybe just be using numbers or whatever. He said, but that this 350-something thousand people that have died, 85% of those have gone to hell. So does anybody care that we always love to give you the death rate and everything, but how many of the, it's like I always talk about this too. Anytime a celebrity or somebody dies, there's always this panic to try to find some way that we can declare that maybe they were saved. And we made the point on there. Why don't we start caring about that while they're still alive?
Yeah.
What if we cared about that while they were still living?
When you can do something about it.
Yeah, that's probably a time to really make a move. So for the churches, guys, what we've been given, by the way, very clearly by Christ, to tell the world when people are dying, the last thing you need to do is declare that unessential. Did you love if he says, if you declare this unessential, I will just take my membership and leave this place?
Yeah, that's good.
If you declare that preaching the gospel is essential, I'll give back my ordinance. So we need more guys like that out there.
That's good stuff right there.
Boy,
straightforward.
Yeah, and so anyway, on that note, did you see, while we were gone, the Barna survey has come out, and 8 minutes to the top of the hour, and we're wrapping up another one. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Don't miss it this weekend. Paul will be with us from 411. I'm Paul Paulides, Dave Paulides will be with us from 411 Missing, and we'll talk with him over the weekend. You're going to enjoy that, I think. Don't watch it at night. All right, so
Rick, I'm gonna say it's one of my favorite ones we've done.
It's a doozy. He's got the new book now called, and Greg's trying to get it. He said if nobody's gonna read it, he's going to. This is Missing 411 Idaho. Missing 411 Idaho. So he's doing undoubtedly a lot. He's got a bunch of them out there by different states.
I would like to know, if you listen to the podcast this weekend, send me via email what you think's happening. What's happening these people?
Yeah, because you're gonna hear us.
You're gonna be challenged to come up with something.
I think people's made all of them up.
Yeah, well, there's one, Greg. Look, anything's out there now. A couple of videos that we got before we go, just to kind of talk about the state we're in. We're about to have, I don't know how to say her last name, CNN's Allison Camerota.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been on Fox with her before, Rick.
Have we?
Yeah, a couple times.
All right, so here
when she was at Fox.
Here she is saying that it's only 6 seconds. Listen to what she's saying about Joe Rogan, and this really, really should concern you. Here we go.
Well, I admit I'm out of ideas for what to do about Joe Rogan. I
tell you, Allison, you don't do anything about him.
I'm out of ideas.
Let him do what he does, and you do what you do, and let the jury be the public.
The key in this sound clip is I'm out of ideas. I don't know how to stop him. Meaning, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm trying to somehow
don't miss that part of the speech. Look, we've tried stuff. We've tried to ruin him. We just can't seem to ruin him.
Yeah,
which means they're trying to. That's the part that you cannot miss. And then an absurd statement from what I feel like may be one of the worst shows to ever be on television.
You love it, Rick.
ESPN's Around the Horn. That show takes dumb to a level of dumb that is the dumbest
been on a long
of dumb.
time.
I don't know. That is just such a stupid show. And I wish it
You
would
love
be.
it, don't
I
you?
wish it would be removed from all television. And how about this? Is one of the few times if I was a tyrannical king, I would outlaw it. I don't understand how this guy just sits over here, and I can't stand the host, and he just decides how many points he should give you based on the points. It's just so stupid. Yeah.
So anyway,
and Rick's thought this for years. So this
is not new. Yeah,
I hate that show. If I could run in there and just turn it off, I would. So J.A., whoever this person is, J.A. Dandy.
Adande.
Listen to this just absurd statement on this stupid show. Here it is.
I think it's standard in sports right now. You have to have a cognitive dissonance. You need to compartmentalize. We've never had a more enjoyable NFL playoffs in this country, and we've never had more people watching the playoffs, and yet it goes on amid the ongoing allegations against Dan Snyder, owner of the Washington football team, and the continuous concussion concerns, and now the concerns about diversity and the allegations and the questions about competitive integrity even, all of that, and yet we're still enjoying the games. And who are we to criticize China's human rights records when we have ongoing attacks by the agents of the state against unarmed citizens, and we've got assaults on the voting rights of our people of color in various states in this country? So sports, I think it is possible, and it's necessary more than ever to just shut everything out if you are to enjoy the actual games themselves.
Keep in mind, this is him saying, don't be too quick to say you don't want to watch the Olympics in Beijing because we keep watching sports here and we're just as bad as they are. Now, I tell you what I wish he would get is that sports fans couldn't care less about this crap. Now, that he's right about.
Right.
Because the numbers seem to show you that people get back to and say, look, I just want to see a game. And that I would agree on. I'm still waiting on somebody to show me how states are denying people of color the right to vote, or even
just by requiring,
and even they never tell you how that is done. They just say it's happening.
That you have to prove who you are, and it's one vote, one person. Nobody has a problem.
And those
with that.
rules apply to everybody.
What I am against is stuffing the ballot box, and stealing elections. I'm against that. So anything you do to prevent that from happening, nobody wants to block anybody from voting. Legally.
No.
Legally.
Well, you can't compare it, we've said 1,000 times, to Jim Crow laws if the standard that is put down applies to everyone. If all people have to produce an ID, it can't be Jim Crow. Now, if it was white people don't have to, but people of color do, now you got a case. And maybe if I could just hear someone explain to me, because they're not willing to do it, here's why it's racist, here's why it's obstructing people of color, and they lay it out to me and make the case, there's a chance I might go, wow, I never really thought about it that way. But that never happens. It's just a statement that just is said as if it's a fact, but nobody has ever proven that it's a fact.
Just because you can't drive up to a box and dump in as many ballots as you want to, unproven, unregistered, the day of the election, that does not mean you believe that you're. I mean that just can't happen in a fair election.
No,
and you have to prove who you are. I mean, that's crazy.
That part I still follow that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But anyway, so there it is. Now that makes the show even worse that we got some kind of statement on that on there. This show,
and he's been on there for a long time.
How
too.
can ESPN have this show? Of course, I can't remember the last time I watched ESPN for more than 10 minutes.
Plus,
and it started. You know what drove me away from ESPN? Around the Horn.
Mm-hmm. Plus, they're the ones that have spent the last I don't know how many years politicizing every single aspect of sport.
Everything.
Also, in China, there's a literal genocide going on, guys.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
See the difference. If we were in China and I was the dictator and he said that, you never see him again.
You never see him again.
That's the big difference here. You get to say whatever your goofy beliefs are,
unless you're Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Unless you're Joe Rogan. Now your fellow Americans might try to cancel you. But,
yeah.
Sure. But anyway, hey guys, I hope y'all have a great weekend. If you're leaving us now, and we'll chat with you, Lord willing, on Monday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on the blubber.